We are ready.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Flagstaff City Council regular council meeting. Today is Tuesday, August 18th, 2020. I'd like to go ahead and call this meeting to order and provide notice that the Flagstaff City Council has the ability to recess into executive session for legal advice should we so choose to do so. At this time, can we please have roll call?
Mayor Evans.
Present.
Vice Mayor Shimoni.
Present.
Councilmember Aslan.
It's good to be back from recess.
Councilmember McCarthy.
Good to be here.
Councilmember Odegaard.
Present.
And Councilmember Salas.
Present.
And Councilmember Whelan.
Present.
With that, I'd just like to remind everyone, if you are not talking or not presenting, if you could turn off your camera, we would greatly appreciate that. I think sometimes cameras do cause distraction. With that, can we please have the Vice Mayor lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
It'd be my honor. Please stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic of which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Mr. Aslan, can you please lead us, or can you please read our mission statement?
With pleasure, Madam Mayor. The mission of the City of Flagstaff is to protect and enhance the quality of life for all.
Thank you. I appreciate
Mayor, I think we may have lost you.
Sorry, I was on mute. We're now down to item number 4 of our agenda. Item number 4 is for public participation. Public participation is for items that are not currently on our agenda. While council can listen and receive input, per law, council cannot respond to anything that we hear during public participation. At this time, Ms. Drum, do we have anything for public participation?
No, Mayor, there is no public participation.
Thank you so much. We'll go ahead and go down to item number 5. Item number 5 is a liquor license public hearing. I believe that we have 2 tonight. Actually, we have 3 tonight. I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing for all 3. The first one would be for the Golden Dragon Bowl. It's a Golden Dragon. It's on Lincoln. It's a Series 12 restaurant new license. We then have a one for the mayor, which is on San Francisco Street. It's a Series 6. It's a new application. We have another one for Flagstaff Station, which is on Fort Valley Road. It's a Series 12 restaurant license. So I'd like to go ahead and open the public hearing on all 3. Officer?
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Ryan Turley with the Flagstaff Police Department. I am here to answer any questions you may have regarding the applications in front of you, and I also believe all the applicants are present as well.
Council, are there any questions on these applications? Not seeing any. We do appreciate the fact that the applicants are here tonight. I do not see any questions from council for the applicants. I'd like to go ahead then and close this public hearing. Is there a recommendation from council? Ms. Salas.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you to all the applicants from Golden Dragon. I used to be a regular customer at Golden Dragon pre-COVID, and thank you for the new application with the mayor. And I also look forward to the application of Flagstaff stations. So I am recommended all license applications to the Arizona State Liquor Board with a recommendation of approval.
Is there a second?
And I second that, Mayor Jamie.
Okay, so we have a motion made by Ms. Salas and a second by Ms. Whelan to forward all 3 applications to the board with approval. Is there any further comments? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? That motion does carry. Thank you. We're now down to item number 6. Item number 6 is our consent agenda. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda as written?
So moved, Jim McCarthy.
Is there a second?
Second.
There's been a motion made by Mr. McCarthy and a second by the Vice Mayor to approve our consent agenda as written. Is there any further conversation? All
Mayor,
those-
I would like to pull 6A, please.
6A?
Yes.
So I amend my motion to pull 6A.
Vice Mayor?
Second.
Okay, there's been a motion, an amended motion. We are approving consent agenda with the exception of A. There was a motion made by Mr. McCarthy and a second by the Vice Mayor. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any
Aye.
opposed? Any opposed? That motion does carry. Thank you. We're now back to 6A. 6A is consideration and approval of a contract. This is the Central Square software preparatory purchase contract for continued service and maintenance for a full 3-year term with automatic 1-year renewals unless sooner terminated. Staff's recommended action is that we approve this purchase agreement and that we authorize the city manager to execute all necessary documents. Ms. Whelan, you had a question.
I do, Mayor, and it's probably more of a comment. I'm just concerned about the percentage of price increase. For 2021 to 2022, we see a price increase of 11%, which to me is extremely high during these times. And then thereafter, 5% each year. And when you look at that, you go from 66,000, year 2 is 74,000, and year 3 is 77,000. So my question is, why such a high percentage of increase?
Mayor and Council, this is CJ Perry, IT Director. My understanding as far as that goes, we were doing some contract renegotiation to lower the price on this contract, but we had already paid for some of the services that needed to be paid. So some of this is part of a prorated contract for that first year, and then it goes back to the regular contract after that point.
I understand that, CJ, but my question is about the percentage of increase. I understand that was prorated down to 66 from 81 to 66. But the jumps going from 11% then up to 5% each year seems a little bit steep.
I understand. I have Wayne Anderson, I believe, on the line, who knows a little bit more about the specific details as far as this contract. Wayne?
Council, Mayor, so nice to speak with you all today. I very much had that same question, Councilwoman Wheeler, to our reps. I asked that specific question. There were, like CJ suggested, things that were prorated from how the contract was set up last year and how they were reapplied, which gave that big 11% jump. I can get you further detail on that. It was somewhat confusing. And I also questioned back to Central Square why the industry standard of either 3% or sometimes 0% increases wasn't honored. And they communicated that that was what they wanted. And I did challenge them. And if need be, I can go back and challenge them again.
Well, Wayne, I certainly appreciate you challenging, and that's exactly where I was coming from, is the standard is 3%, but yet we're seeing 11% and 5%. So just rather than putting a stamp of, okay, charge us what you want percentage-wise, I'm very uncomfortable with this moving forward.
Agreed. I
that's
could
all I
very
have
much
to
go
say.
back and speak with our sales rep and communicate that council was unhappy with this 5% increase. I share your concern, and
Thank you.
if need be, we can take it back to them and communicate the council was not approving of this. CJ, do you have anything to add on top of that thought?
Yeah, just some considerations for this. We are actually a little bit past the due date for renewing of this contract, and this is for our payroll system as well as our HR system. So while we can do further conversation with them, I wouldn't want to drag this out for too much longer, as this is an active system. This is a system that we have been working actually to move away from in the past. And we will continue to have conversation as to the best path forward with this particular software and this particular vendor. But that's just where we are today.
So just in summary, what I hear is we've waited till probably the last minute, if not over the last minute, for this contract to go through. We have been working for years to pull away from this firm, and we are being overcharged a percentage. So I would like to suggest to council that we do ask staff to go back and let them know that this is not reasonable at all.
If I may,
Thank you.
Councilwoman Whelan.
Yes.
Again, this is Wayne Anderson. So the reason that this is brought to council is I had noticed that there are many things on this contract that we were not utilizing. So the idea was I went back to renegotiate to reduce it by $15,000 each year annually. Previously, they did have those same percentage increases in there. So it wasn't that it was the last minute. This was the time when we renegotiated the contract. And why it is now somewhat last minute is that Central Square was gracious enough to say, we will back pay the reduction in the 4 modules that you're turning off and back pay that to your fiscal beginning of the year. So that they kind of cut us a break on that one by back paying it. So it's not really late. We're just trying to reduce the price tag on that, and it just happens to be now.
Well, I appreciate your efforts, and I'm sorry if you heard me say that this is overdue, but that's what I heard from CJ, and he was concerned that by postponing this and renegotiating a price, that something about a payroll would be affected. So that's why I said that. So I leave it up to council. Thank you very much.
So is that a motion? I'm going to follow up with Ms. Whelan first, and then I'll go to Ms. McCarthy. So is that a motion to table, Ms. Whelan, this issue?
Yes, it is, Mayor.
Okay. Do we need to do that for a date certain, City Clerk?
If we motion to table,
Actually-
it would need to be brought up at the next regular council meeting.
Okay.
Then postpone, I think, would be a better option, Mayor.
So would it be a motion to postpone?
Yes, you
This
could
is
do a
Sterling,
motion.
Mayor. Yes. Yeah, go ahead, Stacy.
No, you're fine. Go ahead.
Yeah, under the rules of procedure, the motion to table has to come back at the next meeting, knowing that there may need to be some additional time here. A motion to postpone would be better.
Okay. And is there a second to that?
This is Charlie, and I second.
Okay, there's been a motion made by Ms. Whelan to postpone with a second by Mr. Odegaard. Mr. McCarthy.
My question to staff is, when does the current contract run out?
Wayne, do you have the?
Again, this is Wayne Anderson, IT Manager Applications. As that we've had 23 years of interactions with this company, I doubt they're going to pull us out of support anytime soon. But our invoice was due at the beginning of fiscal year. So I'm not really sure if that answers your question. But I'm not sure if we'll be out of contract. We're just overdue on the bill.
And Mayor, Council, this is CJ Perry. Just to put some context to that in reference to Jamie's earlier comment, or Councilmember Whelan's earlier comment, we have been in negotiations with this company for several months. There was a lot of concerns we had with our contract months ago, and so they have given us a lot of leeway while we were doing this contract negotiation. And to this point, they said not to worry about it because we were in contract negotiation. And so that's the only reason that I state, the bill is due, but they have given us leeway in that area.
So if the council decides to postpone this or table this, whatever, hopefully staff will get with the vendor and work diligently to try to resolve this ASAP.
Absolutely.
Councilman McCarthy, absolutely. We will get with them right away. And I'm not concerned regarding any sort of contract cancellation within the next 2 weeks.
Okay.
Again, Councilperson McCarthy and CJ, as Rick Tatter was a big part of these negotiations, and knowing that he is out of office till the end of August, we can't try to move forward, but he was a big part of this conversation. I'm not sure if that has any ramification on this conversation.
Okay. There's been a motion to postpone by Ms. Whelan with a second by Mr. Odegaard. Is there any further conversation? This is item number 6A. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? That motion carries. Thank you. We're now down to item number 7. Item number 7 is routine items. Item number 7A is a cooperative purchase contract with Passports Lab, Inc. for parking enforcement software services utilizing the National Cooperative Purchasing Alliance, NCPA contract number 05-20. Staff's recommended action is that we approve this contract for parking software and services in the amount not to exceed $102,639.73 over a 3-year contract period, as well as the annual breakdown that's provided in the staff summary for year 4, 5, and 6. And is this Dave McIntyre? Who is this that's going to make this presentation for us?
Mayor, it's going to be Gail Brockman, our acting parking manager.
That is correct. She should be there.
Thank you.
Gail, you're just muted.
I'm sorry, I was struggling with turning the microphone back on. I apologize. Is everyone able to see my slideshow? I've shared the screen.
We are.
Oh, perfect. Good afternoon, Mayor Evans, Vice Mayor Shimoni, and City Council members. This is Gail Brockman. I'm the interim parking manager for Park Flag. Before you this afternoon is the consideration and approval of the Passport Labs, Inc. contract. Park Flag currently has a contract with New Park, Inc. It provides all of our back office software that's critical to the operations of Park Flag. Our current contract with New Park expires in April of 2021. We would like to extend the contract through Passport Labs, Inc., who recently purchased New Park. We will do so under the same National Cooperative Purchasing contract as New Park, and as well remain under the same pricing scale. I apologize, there's the correct slide. We will remain under the same pricing scale as with New Park. Passport Labs, Inc., through a revised scope of work, will provide upgraded software and enforcement hardware and better customer service, which we can then pass on to our customers and to the community. Passport Labs, Inc. software will operate the Park Flag back office system. This is where all citation and court hearing information is stored, as well as our permit data. It's also where one can make online citation payments and purchase permits, including Amtrak, employee, facility, and residential. Passport Labs will provide the enforcement software necessary for issuing all Title IX parking citations. With this contract, Park Flag will also receive new handheld citation devices to replace our current handheld devices that have been performing below our expectations. Customer service is key. This is why we're hopeful to move forward with the approval of the Passport Labs Inc. contract. Passport Labs will provide better enforcement software and hardware, and it will be more reliable in the field as well as in the office. More importantly, Passport Labs Inc. will provide a better online payment and permitting system that'll be easier to use by our customers and the community. The reason you're seeing this request well in advance of the current contract's expiration is that we are eager to implement this software. It will enhance the overall customer experience for not only our downtown customers, but the residents within our parking district as well. We are hoping to have this software in place before the re-implementation of the Pay to Park system downtown. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Council, are there any questions regarding this? Ms. Whelan?
Thank you, and thank you for your presentation. It was very concise. I appreciate that. So the original contract was $102,639.73. Is that correct?
Yes, you know what, I don't have those exact numbers as far as the first 4 years of our contract. I don't have those numbers in front of me. David, do you happen to have those numbers?
So what I heard you say was it was the same contract, and the reason that we are moving this forward quickly is to replace underperforming devices with better performing devices.
Yes, that will definitely be one of the benefits. So New Park is our current contract, and we've had New Park since 2018. Just recently, Passport Labs Inc. purchased New Park, and they offer their own software. So they offered it to us at the same price as New Park, because New Park has definitely been underperforming. So they offered us the extension of our contract with New Park under them. So if we're able to approve the contract, we'll actually get the same pricing that we've had with New Park. And there is a small increase each year, but it's the same price as with New Park, and we'll get better software, and we will receive new hardware as well.
So I guess my question is, it says in an amount not to exceed $102,000 over a 3-year contract period, identified in years 4, 5, and 6. So those 4, 5, and 6 are the breakdown. So what is the percentage of increase between 4, 5, and 6?
We're looking at about a 5% increase.
Well, there you have it. That number sure does like to come up in these discussions today, don't they?
It does. And this increase actually, when we went to Passport, we were looking for other vendors in the past when we were thinking about leaving New Park, and other vendors were giving quotes of about $50,000 a year. So it wasn't something that we were ready to do at the time. So when Passport came back with the same pricing scale that New Park was offering us, we thought it was too good to pass up.
Okay, Gail, you speak with confidence, so I hear you, and we'll move this forward then. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Is that a motion, Ms. Whelan? Ms. Whelan?
I'm so sorry. So yes, Mayor, I would like to move that we approve this contract. You need me to spell it out?
Yes, please. Contract with
okay.
Passport Labs.
I'd be happy to. I move to approve the contract with Passport Labs, Inc. for parking software and services in the amount not to exceed 102,639.73 over a 3-year contract period, identified years 4, 5, and 6.
Is there a second to that?
I'll second that.
There's been a motion made by Ms. Whelan and a second by Mr. Aslan to approve this contract with Passports Labs, Inc. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed?
This is
motion-
Charlie, and I say no.
Okay, so can the record please reflect that Mr. Odegaard is opposed?
Yes, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. We're now down to item number 7B. This is consideration and adoption of ordinance number 2020-20. This is an ordinance of the Flagstaff City Council authorizing acquisition of approximately 0.82 acres of real property that's located at 424 East Butler Avenue, Coconino County Assessor Parcel Number 104-01-023 for the Lone Tree Overpass Project, providing delegation of authority and establishing an effective date. Staff's recommended action is that we read ordinance number 2020-20 by title only for the final time and then adopt.
Good afternoon. Yes, good afternoon, Mayor and council members. This is Dan Folk, Community Development Director. You saw this item at your last meeting before the break. As described, it is an acquisition of a small lot. It's about 0.8 of an acre with an existing single-family home on it. We know from the preliminary plans for the Lone Tree Overpass that this property will need to be acquired. The property owner reached out to us because it's currently vacant to begin a negotiation. So this is our first step, is to get authorization from the council. We'll then have an appraisal done and come back to you with a purchase contract, hopefully in the near future.
Ms. Whelan?
Thank you, and thank you, Dan. So, as I read through 7B and 7C, which is typically this same type of thing, what we are doing is approving moving forward, but we're not actually approving the sale or the cost to buy this property. Is that correct? Another council will be doing that?
That's correct. So I believe it's in our charter. City council must authorize all purchases, acquisitions of property. And so right. Sometimes the process varies, but we always bring you an ordinance to authorize that purchase. And in this case, yeah, we don't have the contract yet. And so once we negotiate a contract with the owner, that contract will come back to council. It could be this council, could be the next council. And then you will approve that purchase contract, which will actually have the terms of the purchase, including the cost of the property.
Okay, thank you, Dan.
Okay. Council, are there any other questions? Is there a motion to read ordinance number 2020-20 by title only for the final time?
So moved, Jim McCarthy.
Is there a second?
Seconded, Jamie Whelan.
There's been a motion made by Ms. McCarthy with a second by Ms. Whelan to read ordinance number 2020-20 by title only for the final time. Is there any further questions, thoughts, comments? All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? That motion carries. Thank you.
An ordinance of the Flagstaff City Council authorizing the acquisition of approximately 0.02 acres of real property located at 424 East Butler Avenue, Coconino County Assessor Parcel Number 104-01-023 for the Lone Tree Overpass Project, providing for delegation of authority and establishing an effective date.
Is there a motion to adopt ordinance number 2020-20?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Charlie, second.
There's been a motion made by Ms. Whelan and a second by Mr. Odegaard to adopt ordinance number 2020-20. Is there any further conversation? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? That motion carries. Thank you. We're now down to item number 7C. 7C is consideration and adoption of ordinance number 2020-19. This is an ordinance of the Flagstaff City Council authorizing the abandonment of a parking easement across real property that's located on the west side of Woodlands Village Boulevard, north of McConnell Drive, in exchange for a Flagstaff Urban Trails System easement, delegating authority, approving forms, and establishing an effective date. Staff's recommended action at this meeting is that we read ordinance number 2020-19 by title only for the final time, and then adopt ordinance number 2020-19. Staff?
Thank you, Your Honor, members of the council. This is Martin Ince. I'm the multimodal transportation planner for the city. As this is the second reading of the ordinance, I don't have a formal presentation for you, but I'm happy to answer any questions about this abandonment and acquisition.
Mr. McCarthy? Mr. McCarthy?
Sorry, it took me a minute to get my mute off. Considering that we've gone over this in great detail at our previous meeting, I would move to read ordinance 2020-19 by title only for the final time.
Is there a second?
This is Charlie, a second.
There's been a motion made by Mr. McCarthy and a second by Mr. Odegaard to read ordinance number 2020-19 by title only for the final time. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Thank you.
An ordinance of the Flagstaff City Council authorizing abandonment of a parking easement across real property located along the west side of Woodlands Village Boulevard, north of McConnell Drive, in exchange for a Flagstaff Urban Trail System easement, delegating authority, approving forms, and establishing an effective date.
Is there a motion to adopt ordinance number 2020-19?
I move to adopt. Jim McCarthy.
Second.
There's been a motion made by Mr. McCarthy and a second by the Vice Mayor to adopt ordinance number 2020-19. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? That motion carries. Thank you. We're now down to item number 8. Item number 8 is our public hearing items. We have one item today. That public hearing item is item number 8A. It's consideration and adoption of ordinance number 2020-21. This is a direct-to-ordinance zoning map amendment by applicant Flagstaff at Fourth LLC of approximately 13.65 acres of real property located at 1002 North 4th Street. That is APN 106-08005J. From medium density residential, MR, to highway commercial, HC, for the purpose of a horizontal mixed-use development containing commercial, retail, and multifamily housing uses. The development site is located in the Resource Protection Overlay. Staff's recommended action. The Planning and Zoning Commission recommends to the Flagstaff City Council, in accordance with the findings presented by staff, that we approve the requested direct-to-ordinance zoning map amendment for Flagstaff at Fourth LLC, again PNZ-18-00205-03, and take the following action. At today's meeting, hold the public hearing, read ordinance number 2020-21 by title only for the first time. So at this particular time, I'd like to open the public hearing on this item. And Mr. Clare. We can't hear you.
Sorry about that. Can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
All right. I will get back to my presentation and we will move forward from there. All right. Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Patrick St. Clair, a City of Flagstaff Planning Development Manager, here to introduce you to the Flagstaff at 4th application for a direct ordinance zoning map amendment. The map indicates the parcel with the red star. Uses in the vicinity of parcel include an elementary, middle school, and preparatory school along the east flank, while a mix of single-family neighborhoods and medium and high-density residential developments surround the parcel. Just a little over a half mile to the east of the parcel is Fox Glen Park. And intersecting at the southwest corner of the parcel, North 4th Street and Butler Avenue provide transit access in multiple directions. The applicant requests a direct-to-ordinance zoning map amendment changing the parcel zoning from medium-density residential, MR, to highway commercial, HC. If approved, the zoning map amendment will change 13.65 acres from the MR zone to the HC zone. The applicant proposes the development of a horizontal mixed-use project comprised of commercial, retail, and multifamily residential uses. The commercial portion of the project consists of a 6,000 square foot structure located in the southwest corner of the site. The residential component of the project consists of a clubhouse and 4 four-story residential buildings. On-site parking, civic spaces, and private and common open space round out the proposed development. The single-story commercial building consists of 4 1,500 square foot commercial suites anchored on site by access to both parcel frontages. The project marks its neighborhood presence at the intersection. The multifamily structures and clubhouse take advantage of existing site topography and vegetation to be removed from the commercial and civic core of the development, yet they are connected to on-site amenities and multimodal transportation networks adjoining the site by accessible sidewalks and developed site trails. The total unit mix for all 4 residential buildings will provide a total of 224 units as shown in the table. The developer has agreed to offer 10% or 22 of the units as affordable housing units. The proposal demonstrates that it meets the requirements listed for mixed-use development in section 1040-60.260 of the City of Flagstaff zoning code. And located within the resource protection overlay, the project meets the protection requirements for floodplain and tree resources within the highway commercial zone. The project also meets the resource protection requirements for steep slope protection within the highway commercial zone. A traffic impact analysis identified low impacts to the study area intersections along North 4th Street. It indicated that increases in peak hour volumes will not degrade levels of service below city standards, and that a northbound right turn auxiliary lane is required at the project driveway on North 4th Street. The analysis was used to determine a proportional share cost from this development for constructing a permanent traffic signal at North 4th Street and Butler Avenue intersection. The image above represents the scope of the Butler Widening Capital Improvement Project. North to south on North 4th Street, the project includes roadway from the northern edge of the Flagstaff at 4th parcel down to the Butler Avenue intersection, and then extends approximately 500 yards south past Butler Avenue. East to west, the project extends from Sonawa Heights to Little America. This proposal is required to pay in lieu fees for frontage improvements, the right turn lane into the proposed development, and a dedication of right-of-way for a potential future bus stop. A water and sewer impact analysis determined no off-site water or sewer improvements are required, but the project is responsible for a proportional share cost of the J.W. Powell Improvement District waterline estimate. The developer plans to connect new on-site water and sewer systems with existing public utilities and adjacent rights-of-way. The project provides on-site volume mitigation, peak flow mitigation, and meets low-impact development requirements. Proposed on-site basins meet stormwater requirements and will provide benefits to the stormwater system as a whole. As shown on the regional plan future growth map, the subject property is designated as a future suburban area type and located within a regional suburban activity center place type. An amendment to the zoning map may be approved only if all 3 of the findings for zoning map amendments are met. The Planning and Zoning Staff Report attached to this agenda item includes recommendations for those 3 findings associated with this direct ordinance zoning map amendment application. Regarding finding number 1, which is conformance with the general plan, the policy analysis indicates that proposed development generally conforms to the characteristics desired at the commercial core of a regional suburban activity center. It proposes a larger mixed-use project composed of commercial and residential uses with access to large residential developments while providing place-making civic spaces and connected pedestrian and bicycle infrastructure across the site into public transit stops. Within regional activity centers, the regional plan anticipates a density of 14 plus units per acre, and the proposal provides 16 units per acre. Meeting these characteristics and supporting multiple other regional plan goals and policy, the proposal enhances the quality of surrounding neighborhoods. As to finding number 2, which is community benefits and public good, the proposed commits 10% of the residential units as affordable housing units, encourages passive and active recreation and entertainment with civic spaces, provides commercial opportunity, and conserves site resources, all in keeping with the commercial core characteristics of a regional suburban activity center. The proposal contributes to the stability of and active growth of suburban neighborhoods and promotes efficient use of commercial and transportation corridors supporting multimodal travel. And lastly, finding number 3, which reviews the site's physical suitability. The interdivision staff reviewed the application and concluded that the site was suitable for the proposed development. The IDS team based its conclusion on the review of all applicable codes and requirements, as well as impact analyses for the site. Any potential impacts were mitigated by the applicant. 2 neighborhood meetings were held for the project, the first on October 29th, 2019, and the second on December 19th, 2019. 8 individuals attended the first meeting, 2 individuals attended the second. At the time of routing this report and to this date, staff has received 5 emails concerning the proposed development, which were included as part of the attachments to this report. A development agreement has been prepared through the review of this project and is currently in routing to be on the September 1st council meeting agenda for discussion and possible resolution adoption. The agreement sets out roles and responsibilities regarding the administration of the affordable housing units, the scope of the commercial building interior and systems finish, in lieu frontage improvement costs, the proportional share cost of the permanent stoplight, and proportional share cost of the J.W. Powell Water District transmission main. The DA also memorializes the unit mix count and parking space count and location for bicycles and electric vehicles. The Planning and Zoning Commission recommends the City Council, in accordance with the findings presented, approve the direct ordinance zoning map amendment request, subject to the following 5 conditions shown on the slide. Respectful of time, I will not read the conditions, but they are included within the text of the ordinance document. However, the zoning map amendment ordinance also includes the following additional condition, added by staff while preparing the development agreement after the Planning and Zoning Commission hearing, and therefore has not been reviewed or commented on by the Planning and Zoning Commission. Condition number 6 has been added to the ordinance to clarify that the rezoning is based on the requirement for mixed-use projects to perpetually meet the zoning code definition of 2 discrete uses on the parcel. This concludes staff's presentation. I appreciate your time and attentiveness. And are there any questions?
Can you please tell us if there is any public comment for this particular item?
Sorry, Mayor, I don't have any public comments for this item.
I'm going to go ahead and put out a call to the public for the individuals who are listening to this meeting. If you do have a public comment, if you could please call in. Ms. Salzberg, what is the number for that?
They would actually need to submit an email to publiccomment@flagstaffaz.gov.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to start with Mr. McCarthy and then go to Mr. Odegaard. Mr. McCarthy.
Well, thank you, Mayor. As I'm out in the community, there's really 3 themes that I hear from people. And one is that they're really sick of large buildings. The second is...
Mr. McCarthy, I do apologize. Does the applicant have a presentation for this?
Hello, my name is Saki Rangersma. I'm the architect on hand. Thank you very much, Mayor and council members. We actually do have a presentation, but Patrick actually was very thorough in his presentation to basically show everything that we were going to show. So we're here really just to answer any questions.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that I provided you the opportunity to do your presentation if you had one. Mr. McCarthy?
Well, where was I? What I was starting to say is that when I'm out in the community and I talk to people, that there's really 3 main ideas that come across to me. One is that people are really tired of large buildings in Flagstaff. The other is that they don't want sprawl here. And, you know, one form of that is don't Phoenix Flagstaff, for instance. And of course, there's some conflict between those two goals because larger building, higher density leads to the opposite of sprawl. It leads to walkability, improved transportation capabilities, etc. The other thing I hear people say is that, and this is what I hear a lot, we need reasonably priced housing here in Flagstaff. We're sorely need it. So when I look at this project, I see that, first of all, it is not student housing. A lot of people are really sick of high-density student housing. This is not student housing. This is studios and 2 bedrooms and 1 bedrooms with no more than 2 bathrooms. That's the kind of housing that's designed to be affordable. And I use that word in the technical sense, in that 10% will be designated affordable, but also in the more general sense, in that the market rate part of this will be in the price range of a lot of people that really need this kind of housing. So the other thing I noticed about the project is that the bigger buildings aren't set out right there on Butler or 4th. They're set back, so aesthetically, I think the architectural layout was done well. It's a challenging site, but I think the way that it's laid out is good. So I will listen to other comments from other council members, but I anticipate that I will be supportive of this proposal. Thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Odegaard?
Yeah, Mayor, thank you. Basically, I had kind of 2 questions. The first question, there was a P&Z vote that happened before we saw this item, and it was a vote of 4-1. I was out of curiosity, and I didn't see anything when I read the material of the one person that did vote no. I was out of curiosity, was there an explanation of the one that did vote no? And so that's my first question. My next question, I was wondering if the person that did the presentation, if they can go over parking. I'm a little concerned about the parking was reduced, and I want just reassurances that there will be plenty of parking at this site. And the reason why I say this, I was just over on Northwestern Street over in West Flag, and there's cars lined up the street because there's not enough parking on the site that's over there off of Northwestern near Railroad Springs. And so those are my 2 questions. P&Z, the 4-1, why the no vote, if there was an explanation, and then if someone can just go over parking and reassure that there is going to be plenty of parking for this site. So thank you.
And staff, before you answer that, if you could put back up the concept drawing, council would appreciate that.
Yes, let me get that reworked out for you here. Oops, sorry about that. I'm getting there. Please be patient. Okay. There. I believe that shows you the, we'll get that larger. So let me file these little guys in, sorry about that. And I will move on to this. This is the overall parcel for the project. And sorry, I'm getting my notes on parking. So the project itself is required a total of 395 parking spaces. based on the commercial parking requirements and the residential parking requirements for the number of units in each, or number of bedrooms in each unit. They're taking a 10% parking reduction for transit, a 5% parking reduction for bicycles, and they have a 5% tree resource protection parking reduction, which brings the total reductions to 79 parking spaces. In the end, the project provides 304 total parking spaces, and 16 of those are motorcycle parking spaces. So they have they're taking allowable reductions based on what they are, where they're located, and what they are providing. So, if you does that clarify for you, Mr. Odegaard?
So how many residents will there be with this? Because I'm assuming, maybe I'm going to assume wrong, that every resident will have a vehicle. And so I just want to make sure there's plenty of parking on this property for every resident that decides to bring a car. You know, so I'm assuming the most. I'd rather be over my assumption, just because I've seen other projects around town, like the one on Northwestern that I just mentioned about. There's parked cars. There must be at least, I want to say, 25 to 30 cars parked on the streets. You know, I'm not sure what they do in the wintertime when they cannot park on the street, but I just want to make sure there's plenty of parking so I don't get an email from the residents in the area saying there's parking on the streets.
Yes.
So that's my concern.
I do think that I see that Ms. Antal would like to weigh in on this. I do want to say, Mr. Odegaard, that the issue on the street that you're talking about has to do with the fact that the people who own the personal property there, those houses, are renting those to students, and they have more students in those houses that they had parking spaces for. And it's my understanding that the HOA in that neighborhood has gone through and has put down red paint along their streets. So then the people who live in that particular neighborhood where the townhomes are cannot park in that and on their street, which is why they're all pushed out to Northwestern. So there's another issue going on in that neighborhood that has to do with that HOA. So I'm not sure it's exactly apples and oranges that you are talking about in this situation.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. And then I'll let Ms. Antal maybe weigh in, and then I think I'll be satisfied with my questioning. So thank you. And then did we answer the question concerning the one no vote? Was there an explanation? If I missed it, I'm sorry.
I did not respond to that. I will after we hear from Tiffany, if that's okay with you, Mr. Odegaard.
Okay, Tiffany?
Yes, thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mayor and Council, Councilmember Odegaard. So our parking requirements do not require right now that we park one space per bedroom. We do treat 2-bedroom units differently than 1-bedroom units, but it's not possible for a multifamily development to really do that complete one-on-one. And again, I think the focus here is away from student housing. So with that in mind, just understand that there's never a guarantee, but there really is no place for these folks to park off site. They are surrounded by 2 primary roads that have no on-street parking. If they were to try to park off site, it would probably be within some other development complex or a relatively far distance away. So it would behoove the property owner and the property managers to deal with that parking issue on site.
Okay, thank you, and that makes sense.
So There are a lot of questions. I'm going to actually go to Mr. Aslan because it relates to parking. So we can get that question on the table now. Then we will turn around and go back. Mr. Odegaard had a follow-up question regarding the one individual that voted no. And then we have the Vice Mayor and Ms. Whelan. So Mr. Aslan, as it relates to parking.
Yeah, and thank you, Mayor. And I apologize to everyone else in the queue if jumping ahead here, but I am curious in terms of parking and otherwise, if the commercial building has any applicants in the queue or otherwise is if there's a demonstrated demand for that commercial building.
Oh, wait, I'm sorry. I thought it was related to parking. Your question is not related to parking at all, so we're going to table that question?
Yeah, let me ask this. For the commercial building, is the parking there fixed?
Yeah, well, currently in the proposed plan, they're just a little over the number of parking spaces that would be minimum requirements for the commercial space. But I think it's maybe 1 or 2 spots.
Okay, but could that number change to more parking spots if an applicant comes along needing a smaller building space?
Well, the parking is set out based on the overall square footage of the commercial retail building itself.
Okay.
And so that's what's governing it, not the number of suites or the size of the individual suites, but the overall square footage of the commercial residential building.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
We're going to go back to Mr. Odegaard's second question.
So, Mr. Odegaard, in response to your question about the P&Z vote, there was one vote nay, and that vote was based around concerns that developments, large developments, multifamily developments and such are posing problems to water supply for existing and future developments and currently and in future time. As well, there were concerns that developments were not. This development would be sending a good deal of its trash to the landfill, and those were the 2 points made for the nay vote.
Okay, thank you for the explanation.
Yes, sir.
So we're going to then go to the Vice Mayor and then Ms. Whelan.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for the presentation. Very intriguing project. I really appreciate the intention behind this project and the population of which we're looking to serve with these housing. I do have a couple of questions and comments. So we have heard a lot from this neighborhood regarding the concerns about kids crossing over the street on Butler a little bit east of this location, heading towards Sanawa and other schools in the area from that neighborhood. Is there any thought of addressing that issue and this developer potentially helping out with that solution? What comes to mind is one of those blinking traffic crossing, setups where people can cross halfway, have a safe space to be for a second, and then cross the rest of the way.
Yes, there has been work on that. There, not with this developer. I know that we have our traffic engineer here. And I don't want to know if Reed, would you be able to respond to that comment, or would you?
Sure. This is Reed Miller from Transportation Engineering. Our traffic engineer, Jeff Bauman, has been working separately on a project. He's upgrading basically some of the existing features that we have on Butler in the Fox Glen Street area. The upgrades include new variable speed limit signs, new new radar feedback signs and an upgrade to the traffic signal at Butler and 4th Street. And again, all those are to improve what's already out there. This particular developer was not required to contribute to that. We've already have it funded, and their traffic went in other directions, north on 4th Street and west on Butler. So they're contributing traffic to that region on Butler and 4th was very minimal.
In that solution that you outlined in those traffic mitigations, are we planning to have a crossing between that neighborhood across from Sinawa to Sinawa? Or are we asking kids to walk to one of those corner lights?
It's my understanding that we're not considering that at this point.
Okay. So council, that's something I am interested in talking to staff with council about, because I think that there needs to be a crossing at that point, or we're just going to continue to see kids playing Frogger trying to cross that road. But I'll let that be for now. Thank you for that. And a couple questions for the applicant. I really
Stop
appreciate
for a moment, Vice Mayor, and I'm going to go to the city attorney, and then I'll come back to you. Mr. Solomon? City attorney?
Yes, I'm here. I'm sorry. I had a little glitch with my Wi-Fi. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, my apologies. I think the Vice Mayor already moved on from it. I think the direction we were going, starting to talk about that street and project and separate funding for it, was outside the scope of the agenda item, and I think we're back to where we need to be. I just wanted to make sure we got there.
Thank you, City Attorney. Thank you. Vice Mayor, continue.
Thank you. A couple quick questions for the applicant. I really appreciate the intention with regards to the bicycle parking areas. Are those bicycle parking areas going to be covered or sheltered?
Yes, they are.
Wonderful. And 12 EV parking spots amongst 4 buildings. Does that mean 3 spots per building, or are those 12 going to be in one spot?
We're open to a suggestion, but we can spread them out, or we can basically combine them together.
So my suggestion and comment really is just for one, 3 parking spots that are EV ready per building. I'm afraid might not be adequate. Maybe today it is, but in the future we might have a greater need, considering that is the way of the future. And I just understand how costly it is to retrofit these rather than do it the right way the first time. So I am wondering if there is a way that we can maybe set up a couple stations per building that have, access to 4 spots. So, like 8 spots per building rather than 3, through a couple stations per building, if that makes sense. Like one station can supply EV to 4 spots is what I've heard in the past. Is that at all possible, do you think?
Yes, we could add additional spots as needed. We also perhaps can do a future more of expansion rather than installing them now, but ready for them. That kind of thing.
I really appreciate that. And then going along the same lines as Councilmember Aslan, and I think the rest of the council would agree on this too. How can we best support these commercial buildings to be successful? We've visited a number of different spots around town that have commercial buildings, but yet, will probably cost $100,000 to be ready for business. What can we do to ensure that a business can come into this property and be successful without so much upfront cost?
Vice Mayor Shimoni, I'll respond to you. This is Patrick St. Clair, Planning Development Manager. So, as part of the development agreement, the commercial building interior finishes and system finishes have a definition as to the extent to which they must be constructed. So when we're talking about the TI space, in the development agreement. Let me, which you guys should be seeing in a couple weeks. I'm sorry, let me get the text of that as it stands. I will just read you a quick section out of this development agreement to give you an idea of what the developers agreed to. This is section 5.1, additional commercial development standards. The interior of the commercial structure shall be designed and constructed to include a complete concrete floor, unpainted, complete suite demising walls, unducted but installed and operational HVAC systems, complete restroom and restroom plumbing for each suite or for common use among suites, unpainted, complete interior face of all exterior walls, interior and exterior lighting and electrical outlets. This portion of the agreement has been developed in response to some of those commercial spaces that you're discussing. Staff feels that this provides a much more leasable and desirable commercial space, and the developers agreed that they would do this to provide those spaces for smaller local businesses or whomever wants to come in. So they hit the ground running, as opposed to perhaps in some of the other places where they may have to come in and do much of this work themselves and on their own cost. So that's how the commercial portion of this project has been approached, and we're trying to wrap that up in the development agreement.
Patrick, I appreciate that reminder, and yes, I do recall those conversations now. And thank you to the developer for being willing to do this with us. So those were my questions, Mary. Thank you.
So we're going to get to Ms. Whelan, followed by Mr. Aslan.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate it. Couple of questions. I have concerns over the TIA. I see that it was done by the builder. We've already had concerns when another development was approved going in across Butler about the traffic there. There's a coming east on Butler, you have the opportunity to turn left into that parking lot or into that drive. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, explain. Say that one more time. I'm sorry.
So I'm driving on Butler. I'm headed east.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
passed through the light. Can I make a left crossing traffic into access that commercial spot?
No, ma'am. It is a right in, right out only on Butler Avenue.
Okay, so in order to enter into the unit, if I'm on Butler, I need to go all the way up 4th and access it there. And that's
Yes.
where you have an additional traffic lane to turn in. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Can you speak to me about sidewalks? I know we've across the street from this development, due west, there is an apartment complex with children who are also making their way to Sanawa, and then they're also making their way to the elementary school. I would hope that we're going to have children in this development. Can you tell me what are the sidewalk plans? And how do we get kids across the street, as Vice Mayor has spoken about?
Yes. Again, this may be best addressed by our traffic department.
Okay.
So, Reed, would you like to? Could you respond to that?
Sure, Mayor and Councilmember Whelan. It was mentioned earlier that the city will be doing a project on Butler from Sanawa Heights down to Little America. That project's going to include widening Butler to a full 5-lane section 2 lanes in each direction and center turn lanes, medians. Additionally, it'll connect 4th Street from Butler up to the limits of this project. There's also another city project that's going to begin, I believe, next spring, summer, that connects the new 4th Street bridge down to the limits of the project I just described. This will also include a curb gutter and sidewalk. The sidewalk on Butler to the west of 4th Street is 6 feet wide. On 4th Street itself, it's also 6 feet on one side, and there's a foot's trail on the west side of the project.
Very good.
So there will be plenty of opportunity for crossings at the intersection, the signalized intersection.
Okay. So then let's go. I'm glad you're here. Let's go to the traffic impact. So we're putting 288 bedrooms on that corner. And already we have heard from neighbors that, especially along Butler, is a challenge, especially if it rains or anything like that. So can you tell me, how do you put 288 bedrooms on a piece of property and it does not affect roads that are already affected?
Well, it does affect them. Whenever you add traffic, there will be a little more congestion, a little more delay at the intersections. Our job is to have them analyze certain intersections to determine whether those intersections still function at an acceptable level of service, we call it, or does there need to be some sort of mitigation? We had them look at the intersections of 4th Street and Industrial, Huntington, 4th Street and Solier, and 4th Street and Sparrow. We did not have them look at 4th Street and Butler because that's a foregone conclusion. Well, that's going to be. So go ahead.
While you're there at Butler, so what kind of timeline are we talking that the Butler project will be done as opposed to possibly this project? And I know you can't be exactly accurate, but what are we talking about?
We are beginning the design of that Butler project. It's my understanding the spring of next year, and construction. I'm sorry. And then construction will follow, I believe, 2 years after that.
So we're talking probably about that being done in at least, what, 5 to 6 years?
I think it would be closer to 3 years, but perhaps that far out.
Okay. So it just feels like, once again, when we have a community that is saying traffic, 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 we're putting the cart before the horse, and these developments are coming in and we have no way of dealing with them for years until our capital improvements are done. So I know it's a double-edged sword. I just wanted to point that out, that I would really support anything we can do now to alleviate those frustrations.
Okay. Again, we had them analyze those intersections and they proved to be fine. We think there's adequate capacity on Butler and 4th Street.
Okay. All right. We're going to have to just agree to disagree with that.
Okay.
Okay. Next piece, council, 10% attainable housing just isn't good enough. I know that we don't have much control or power over this, but I would certainly ask for some more considerations in that area. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
We're going to go to Mr. Aslan.
Hi, Madam Mayor. Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. So I just want to clarify something. I'm going to make a statement, and you can tell me if I'm wrong. I believe we're under no obligation to go ahead and change the zoning on this bit of property.
That's correct. This is a request to rezone.
Yeah. So, you know, I listened very closely to what Councilmember McCarthy had to say, because I identify very strongly with all of his various points, and I agree with them. That notwithstanding, I also think just because a proposed development meets the very low bar of the minimum standard, that it's the kind of high density housing that we'd like to see in Flagstaff, as opposed to off-campus student housing, for example, doesn't mean that we're under any obligation to go ahead and pave the way for that. This is the kind of high density housing that I would like to see more of in Flagstaff, as opposed to, for example, high density off-campus student housing. I'm really struggling with the placement of it, and I'm really struggling with the idea of the commercial aspect of this. It's not clear to me at all that these buildings, this commercial property, is in demand, and that it will be filled in right away. And I'm also still largely concerned about not necessarily traffic as much, although I do have concerns about that, but more about the safety of pedestrians, specifically students in this area. And so those are just some comments before we vote. I did have one more question, though. What would the parking look like in this parcel? I'm sorry, that's not the right word for it. In this area, if we leave it as medium density residential. So, for example, if we think of 2 cars per house or per driveway, how many cars would we have in this equal area if it were fully built out? And again, I'm not sure how built out it can be because of the slope.
Yeah, I'm trying. I mean, medium density residential has a particular allowable density to it. I mean, short of, off the top of my head, I don't know the total allowable density as a medium density residential project.
Well, just spitball it for me. That's fine for my purposes.
Well, I would have to I'd have to go back in the code and pull those numbers out to really give you something that wasn't wrong. And I can do that if that's what you.
It sounds like some other folks are willing to chime in.
Sure. Ms. Ansel.
Sorry, Mayor.
Ms. Antle?
I was going to hand it off to Alex. I think she can handle it just as well as I can.
This is Alexandra Pucciarelli, current planning manager. I just wanted to point out that the density allowed in the zone is a unit density, but parking is tied to the number of bedrooms, which isn't necessarily tied to a zone. Mm-hmm. So it'd be very difficult to try and figure out the number of parking spaces allowed. We could certainly determine the number of units, and then maybe a proportional, if it had the same percentage of unit types, we could come up with that parking calc. Is that maybe what you're looking for?
Well, I'm not trying to pre-divine the answer to this question, but my suspicion is that there would be less cars in that same area if it were fully developed as medium density housing, residential?
There would be less units, yes.
There would be less units, but they could make those units larger and increase the number of parking spaces. I doubt that they would get more than what we're seeing now, but it's not a simple 1-to-1 ratio, I guess.
Well, that's fair enough, and an important additional dynamic to consider. So thank you for clarifying that.
Are you done, Ms.
Well,
Astor?
I would like someone to correct me if my assumptions are way off about this commercial space and my concerns that it's going to lay vacant the way we're seeing other commercial space not being utilized right now in the city.
I would like to talk about that once I get to my comments, if you don't mind.
That would be fabulous.
Vice Mayor?
Mayor, I already spoke. I have nothing else to add.
Okay, I thought you had a question about separated bike lanes.
Oh, I made that comment more for staff in regards to the 4th Street improvements and Butler improvements when they talked about that. I'm very hopeful that we're going to integrate separated bicycle lanes, but that's not on topic to this agenda item.
Okay, thank you. I did have a follow-up on something that the Vice Mayor said earlier, just to make sure that I understand it. Then I did have a few comments. So when the Vice Mayor was talking about the commercial space, I know in the conversation that we had about this development before we went on break, we had a robust conversation, and we had settled that we wanted to see a vanilla finish. That was the level that we wanted to get to in the commercial space. When I heard staff explain how they were finishing this out, I'm not sure that that's what council had said they want to see. So can we clarify that how it's being finished out, how it's being talked about, and what council said they would like to see? Those are the same.
Madam Mayor, can we get a reminder of the difference between vanilla and chocolate and cherry and whatever?
Vanilla finish is a construction term, and that means it's basically ready to go. And when I heard them describing how it was going to be finished, I wasn't sure if that was ready to go. So I just wanted to see if either the developer or the staff could clarify that.
Yes, Ms. Mayor, I'll discuss this. Patrick St. Clair. Essentially, the pieces of the and the level of completeness provided it puts chipboard on all walls. They're just unpainted. That's all they are. All the walls are unpainted. The floor is there. There are restrooms, plumbing. There's power, lighting, outlets, interior and exterior lighting. There's electrical outlets. There are HVAC systems installed, but they are not ducted. That would be a part of what the tenant would need to do based on what they're doing, what they imagine in that space. This is very close to other definitions of vanilla shell that I've seen. It is an industry term, but it's not a it's not a hard definition. I've seen it described in a number of ways, but essentially these requirements get this to a point where you could come in, you could essentially duct your space out for your mechanical and paint your walls and move in.
So this particular definition that we have heard about meets the intent that council gave when we last talked about this. Is that what you're saying?
I believe so. Yes, I do.
I see a question by our city attorney, and then a comment by our city attorney, and then I have a couple comments. Ms. Rubalcaba?
Yes, good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Without getting into any detail, because I know our conversations previously were in executive session, there was direction that was received by staff, and those requests were made, and the developer did agree to provide the level of finish that was requested by staff.
Okay, thank you. And then I just wanted to make a couple comments about the project. You know, Councilmember Aslan, you were talking about the retail space and whether or not this is going to be used. And definitely the retail space in some of the other locations around town is one of the reasons why council was pretty clear that we'd like to see more of a finished project than what we see on Route 66 and on Milton, right? And I would say that the retail space, most likely in the middle of a global pandemic and an economic downturn, is most likely not going to be used right away. But I do think if you look at our regional plan and we talk about people being able to walk to their restaurants, being able to walk to grocery stores, being able to walk to the urban centers, for lack of a better word, the only way that's going to naturally happen is if those spaces are there. And trying to go back and recreate those spaces once a development is in doesn't really work, which is why you see a lot of our neighborhoods and our communities having people with cars and having people to drive to somewhere. So I do think that as our city continues to grow, because it is going to grow, and if we have a mindful development in appropriate locations that allow for the natural creation of gathering spaces, of restaurants, of shopping, then you will see those spaces utilized. I don't think we're going to see them utilized right away, especially in our current climate. And understanding that this project is probably going to take 3 to 5 years to fully build out, I think our climate will change within those 3 to 5 years. Also, there's the talk of what it could be. It really could be medium density. I guess I just say out loud, I'm not sure if that is appropriate land use, right? We here talk about the fact that we don't want to spread and that we want to have a higher density and that we need to go up so we can preserve our open spaces, our public spaces, our lands. And I think that this project does that. I do think that, you know, we're going to have further conversations about, you know, the traffic issues that are not associated to this project. But as our city attorney has indicated, that is for a different time. I also would say that leaving it in the current density it has, I wonder who could actually afford to live there, right? And who those houses would actually go to, and whether or not those spaces would be places that people could afford to live in. You know, Councilmember Whelan mentioned, hey, we'd like to see more affordable housing. We would definitely like to see more affordable housing. I just need to remind everyone who's listening that here in the state of Arizona, there's laws that prevent us from asking for more affordable housing. So those are just some of the comments I had with regards to this development. I'm going to go to Mr. McCarthy, and he'll have the final comment, and then I'm going to move to Ms. Salas. Mr. McCarthy.
Well, thank you, Mayor. I was taking a walk not too long ago and down by Fremont Station, one of these mixed-use developments, and they didn't lock the door. So I took a self-guided tour of the commercial space at Fremont Station. There's nothing in there. It's literally rock and sand on the floor. For someone to move in there, they would have to pour concrete, you know, do the plumbing, do everything. Well, in this case, essentially, it's ready to put in the final walls, which is, of course, a function of what the property would be used for. So everything that can be done ahead of time before a client is chosen has been done. So I think this hopefully will get rented out way faster than Fremont Station or the Hub or any of these places. That's my first comment. My primary comment is that I sit on the Housing Commission as a representative of the council. So I routinely sit through long meetings where they continually talk about the need for reasonably priced housing. This developer has come forward with a proposal that does exactly what the Housing Commission is asking for. So accordingly, I will be supportive. Thank you.
So we're going to go to Ms. Salas.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you all for the highly engaged and involved discussion. And I appreciate Council Member McCarthy's last remark, which is a great segue for my motion. First of all, I am
sorry, Ms.
excited about this project. Oh, yeah. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead, Mayor.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Salzberg. If there's nothing further, I need to close the public hearing, right? So I'd like to go ahead and close this public hearing, and then I'll turn it back over to you, Ms. Salas.
No public comments ever came in?
Ms. Salzberg?
No, there were no requests to speak.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Salas, I apologize for that.
Yeah, it's totally fine, Mayor. I welcome this project that will bring more supply of housing for Flagstaff workforce. I am excited about the project with 224 units with 10% of the unit, 10% of the units affordable. So I would like to move to read ordinance number 2020-21 for the first time.
Is there a second?
Second.
So there's been a motion made by Ms. Salas and a second by the Vice Mayor to read ordinance number 2020-21 by title only for the first time. Is there any further discussion? Mr. Odegaard.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. After the applicant heard, a couple of concerns from the Vice Mayor and also I'm going to say yes on this motion, but if there can be any further discussions between our city staff members and the applicant to address the concerns that they had heard this evening, that would be great. And so that's the only thing I haven't asked for. So thank you.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
So that was Mr. Aslan?
Yes, ma'am.
An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Flagstaff amending the Flagstaff zoning map to rezone approximately 13.65 acres of real property located at 1002 North 4th Street on parcel number 106-08-005J from medium density residential MR to highway commercial HC with conditions and establishing an effective date.
So just for everyone who is listening in attendance to this meeting tonight, it would be the Flagstaff City Council's intention at our September 1st, 2020 council meeting to read ordinance number 2020-21 by title only for the final time, and then to adopt ordinance number 2020-21. We're going to go ahead and move on to our regular agenda. This is number 9. Agenda number 9A, item number 9A, consideration and adoption of resolution number 2020-49, a resolution approving a binding waiver of enforcement between the City of Flagstaff and Northgate Holdings, LLC, related to the properties owned by Northgate, generally located north of Ellery Avenue and south of DuPont Avenue on South San Francisco Street. Staff's recommended actions that we read ordinance number 2020-49 by title only, and then adopt resolution number 2020-49. And this would be Mr. Fensel.
Yes, Mayor. Can you see my screen correctly?
Yes, we can.
All right. So yes, we're here to talk about a Prop 207 claim that was filed by Northgate Holdings, and I'll walk you through a little bit of background here first. So this Prop 207 claim is related to an ordinance that was passed by council in December of 2017. The ordinance adopted some amendments to the Flagstaff zoning code. The amendments were pertain to the transect zoning in the Flagstaff zoning code. They made multiple changes, but the ones that we're going to be talking about today are going to be the removal of commercial block building form from the T4N1. The amendments also added a max lot width and depth for commercial block, as well as a facade requirement for the commercial block form. And they also changed a couple access requirements related to the commercial block form regarding vehicle access and pedestrian access. So that was passed in 2017. In December of 2019, Northgate filed a Prop 207 claim with the city regarding 6 parcels that Northgate owns on South San Francisco Street. The parcels are all zoned community commercial, but they also have the option to elect the T4N1 transect overlay. Northgate is claiming that as a result of the 2017 amendments, its properties have lost a collective value around $2 million. Here's a map of the Northgate properties we're talking about. So these are located, as I said, on South San Francisco Street between DuPont and Ellery. Those are the 6 parcels. In the little legend below, you can see the amounts that are claimed for in devaluation for each parcel. And I apologize, there was a typo on that if anybody caught it. That 280,928 should be 280,982. Otherwise, the math does not work. So let's talk about Prop 207. And I know we talk about this a lot, but Prop 207 is codified in ARS 12-1134. And essentially what Prop 207 says is that if a city or political subdivision adopts a land use law and that land use law devalues property, a property owner can request just compensation or demand just compensation from that political subdivision. The landowner makes a written demand for a specific amount of just compensation, and then the city has 90 days to either pay the demand or work out another amount, amend the law, or permanently waive enforcement of the new land use law on the landowner's parcels. If the city does not take any one of those actions, the landowner then can file a claim for just compensation in Superior Court within 3 years of the date the land use law took effect. Just compensation is essentially the diminution in value or the diminution in the fair market value of the properties. And what you look at is the most likely price that land would bring if exposed for sale on the open market by a purchaser who buys with knowledge of all the uses and purposes to which it is adapted and for which it is capable. Essentially, you look at what it would have sold for before the land use law took effect and what it would sell for after the land use law takes effect. And Northgate is asserting that the difference between those two amounts is $2 million. So a binding waiver of enforcement. Northgate has agreed to accept a limited binding waiver of enforcement to settle its claim. If approved by the council, the parties would agree and declare that the five amendments to the Flagstaff zoning code that were adopted by Ordinance 2017-31 will not be enforced against the Northgate properties. Essentially, they will not apply. And this waiver does run with the land. So if it is approved and Northgate decides to sell these parcels, any subsequent buyer has the force and effect of this binding waiver and enforcement. So the 5 amendments to be waived, and I mentioned these earlier. And so the first amendment was the deletion of a table in the zoning code. And what Northgate did not like about that deletion is it removed the commercial block form from the T4N1 zone. So if the binding waiver of enforcement is approved tonight, Northgate will still be able to use that commercial block form if it chooses to elect the T4N1 transect zoning when it develops those parcels. The other 4 pieces of the amendments or portions of the amendments all relate to standards applicable to that commercial block form. So one of the amendments added a max lot width and a max lot depth to those standards. If this waiver of enforcement is approved, those new lot depth and max lot width will not apply to these parcels. And it's the same for the following three. So we had a deletion of language that talked about pedestrian access for the development, and that amendment will not apply. So that primary or will remain with respect to these parcels. And another access piece, and then there was also amendment that added a facade plane requirement to the commercial block form. That facade plane requirement will not apply to these parcels. Does council have any questions about the binding waiver of enforcement that is in front of them for consideration?
I do not see any. Mr. Aslan.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Pencil, I want to sort of dive into this incentivizing concept a little bit more. What's the guarantee that this will work in terms of incentivizing the transects by granting a waiver?
So, Councilmember Aslan, that was not part of this presentation. I think you're bringing something into this presentation that was not discussed here. But I think what you're referring to is, so the waiver applies to, like I said, these five pieces of the 2017 amendments. These apply to the transect zoning. These apply specifically more to the commercial blocks, more specifically to the T4N1 transect zoning. If this waiver is not granted, first we're going to end up in some litigation with Northgate. By granting it, though, you avoid that litigation. You also are putting back at the option of Northgate these, I guess this is what you mean by incentivizing. You're allowing them to use the commercial block form, which could incentivize them to choose to develop in the T4N1. And what I mean by that is they currently have the rights to develop in the community commercial or the T4N1. Community commercial allows a taller building than the T4N1. Community commercial allows a 60-foot building. The T4N1 allows a 45-foot building. So the developer is going to always have those two options. But by granting this waiver, you're putting some stuff back into the T4N1 basket, I'll call it, that the developer wants. And then if the developer then develops in T4N1 instead of CC, you're going to have a smaller building. Did that answer your question?
Oh, are we on? Am I on?
Yes, you're on.
Sorry. Yeah, Kevin, thank you. I believe I heard you talking about incentives earlier in your presentation just now, and so I apologize if I was confused about that with my question. But thank you for that information.
Sure, no problem.
I'm going to go to Mr. McCarthy.
Well, thank you, Mayor. This has been a kind of a confusing issue, and what I've tried to do is kind of distill it down into what does it do for the neighborhood? And what we want to do is keep the neighborhood is compatible with what the people there that live there want. And really what the choice is if people opt to go to community commercial CC, they'd be allowed a 60-foot building. But if we grant this change, then their other option would be go to T4N1, which has two characteristics that are primary. One is that the height of the building would be limited to 45 feet, but the size of the building would be bigger. In other words, instead of having, you might have a very large building as opposed to maybe 3 smaller buildings. So to me, I would think that the community would prefer to have one larger building if it's limited to 45 feet rather than a 60-foot building. So to me, that's what the trade-off is. Do you want a 60-foot building or do you want a 45-foot building? And if we approve this, I think developers, and there's no guarantees, would be more inclined to go to a 45-foot building, which I think is better for the neighborhood. That's kind of my distillation of what I've heard about this over the last couple of months, off and on. Thank you, Mayor.
Miss Whelan.
So has there been any of city research done on these numbers that were listed per parcel? So do we know if they're accurate?
So yes, we have done some research on that.
Mm-hmm.
And so, Councilmember Whelan, you're asking me a question that is crossing, it's putting me on the line between answering the question without providing legal advice and providing legal advice. And
do we want to go into e-session?
Yeah, I think if you want that question answered, we can go into e-session, and then maybe I can try to figure out a way to answer that question in a way that is that I can answer for the public.
Mayor and Kevin, I agree.
Okay.
I think if we want to proceed answering that question, I think we do need to have a motion to go into e-session.
Well, I move to go into e-session.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
There's been a motion made by Mr. Aslan, by Ms. Whelan, with a second by Mr. Aslan to go in the e-session. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? So we are going to recess out of this meeting. We're going to go into e-session. I believe that our city clerk will send us an invite. Let's take a 5-minute break between here and e-session. So we would actually go into e-session at 4:55.
Okay, please, I will send an appointment to each of you, so please be on the lookout for that. Thanks.
So, Stacy, before you go, should we exit this meeting?
Yes.
Okay, Mayor, we are back on our streaming.
Okay, is everybody back?
I can see everybody.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and go back to Ms. Whelan. Ms. Whelan, do you have any follow-up questions?
Yes, I do, Mayor. And thank you, Council, for going into executive session. The only other question I have is, who owns Northgate Holdings? Or are there a group of members?
So, Councilmember Whelan, Northgate Holdings is an LLC. It's a limited liability corporation, and limited liability corporations are essentially owned by members. My understanding is that Northgate has one member. That member is David Carpenter.
Okay. Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Are there any other questions from council? I did have a question. I actually just need to make sure I was correct, Mr. Finsel. So I wanted to just go back to the underlying Prop 207. The way I understand it, Proposition 207 was a voter-approved initiative. And so voters actually approved Prop 207. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. And it's a statewide initiative.
So it's a statewide initiative that was like a voter-approved initiative, and it was approved by voters. And this is why we have this conversation about Prop 207.
Correct.
Okay. When was it approved? Do we know?
Oh, gosh, you're going to really test me. I want to say it was 2007 or 2006, but Sterling may be able to help me there.
I'm thinking probably 207 because it's named 207, something like that, maybe 2007. Okay,
No,
it's not important. I just was trying to figure that out. Mr. Odegaard.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to make a comment that, we as a council body listen to the community. The community has made suggestions to us that that they don't see what's happening, but as you just said, we're having issues with Prop 207 that was passed by the voters of Arizona. And so it makes it very complicated when the community says, do something, we don't like it, but unfortunately at times it's difficult, especially with the Prop 207's challenges. So I just wanted to put that out there that we as a council body do listen to the community and we try to address those issues that the community asks us to do, but at times we're putting it in a difficult spot. So thank you, Mayor, for allowing my comment.
Thank you.
And Mayor, it was on the 2006 ballot.
2006 ballot, that Proposition 207 was voted on and ultimately approved by voters here in the state of Arizona. I do think, Mr. Odegaard, what you said is very important. Council really does listen and tries to meet the needs of the communities and of our constituents. But as we see, there's other things at play. And personal property here in the state of Arizona is something that the voters took very serious, and those rights that come along with it. So with that, is there a motion on 9A?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second, Jim McCarthy.
So there's been a motion made by the Vice Mayor with a second by Mr. McCarthy to read resolution number 2020-49 by title only. And the motion, just to clarify the motion, Vice Mayor, what was your motion?
Oh, sorry, to read that ordinance.
So that ordinance would be a resolution approving a binding waiver of enforcement between the City of Flagstaff and Northgate Holding LLC related to the properties owned by Northgate, generally located north of Ellery Avenue and south of DuPont Avenue on South San Francisco Street. Is that correct?
That's correct. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, and then Mr. McCarthy provide the second. There is further discussion. Mr. Aslan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm not going to support this ordinance, and I may be the only one in that position, but I just wanted to be above board with that and maybe provide just the briefest clarification for why. I'm ready to fight this. I'd like to see where that goes. I think it's going to happen sooner or later with the City of Flagstaff and Prop 207 case. And I want to be clear that we've drawn a line in the sand with what we want our codes to have, and now we're seemingly being forced to take a step back and draw another line in the sand, and I don't want to do that. It'd be one thing if we could guarantee a 45-foot building structure versus a 60-foot building structure, as Councilmember McCarthy mentioned, but there's no guarantee of that. And in light of that, I'm ready to fight this fight, and I think the city would be well positioned to make this the test case that we're all wondering when it's coming. I'll leave it there.
Mr. McCarthy.
Well, I would just like to say that I actually agree with Mr. Aslan's sentiments, but my concern is that even if we win the case, a person that owned this land would have the option of using the CC zoning, and they can still put a 60-foot building in. So I think for very practical reasons, I am going to support this. But I will say that at some time in the future, when the case is appropriate, I will support a fight on this issue because, what we're trying to do here is what the community wants. But my concern is the practical side of this one is that even if we win, they're just going to come in with 60-foot buildings. And admittedly, there's no guarantee that if we approve what's on the table tonight, that we'll get a 45-foot building, but there's that possibility. I think if it goes the other way, we'll definitely get a 60-foot building, and I don't think the town wants 60-foot buildings, especially in these locations. There may be places that a 60-foot building might be appropriate, but they're definitely not appropriate on South San Francisco Street. Definitely not.
So I want to weigh in to this conversation as well, because I do think it is, and I'm happy that Mr. Aslan, you brought this up, because I do think that this is something that's at the heart of an issue. When do we fight? And when do we stand on principle? Or when do we negotiate something that is best for not only a neighborhood and a community, but to all of us here, all 75,000 people, right? And I think it's very interesting when we talk about growth and we talk about development and we talk about what's happening, because it seems like the ideas of what to do and how to address it never come from the actual neighborhoods that are experiencing the issues. And so my further comments really have to do with somebody who lives on the South Side in the heart of a neighborhood that has taken the brunt of student housing and the brunt of development and, quite frankly, the brunt of gentrification, and growth here in our city. So in this particular case, we could stand and fight. And if we stood and fought, it's very, very likely that we would end up with 60-foot buildings in a neighborhood that's been clear we don't want 60-foot buildings. So we could win the battle and completely lose the war and further destroy our neighborhood. So there's the idea of, okay, the rest of the neighborhood's not interested in filing, issues, but one particular property owner has filed something. And the idea is to try to gently nudge that property owner to do something that the neighborhood wants to see. And the reason why I guess I'm just being that clear is because, quite frankly, no one else on council really lives in this neighborhood. And at the end of the day, the impacts are going to be for the people who live in this neighborhood. And so I think that we really should be mindful about that. Now, if I go back and I speak as mayor and I look at the overall 75,000 people that live here, and I look at the potential of what this could cost to get to the result of, to go through a legal battle, to get to the result of the neighborhood getting a 60-foot building that it doesn't want, I look at that, I wonder, is that good stewardship? Or is this more of, I don't want to use the word necessarily playing politics, but I wonder, I think there's a difference between politics and stewardship, and between trying to get to a solution that we want, rather than making it a case study in the middle of a neighborhood that's already been torn apart and damaged by this type of behavior. And so I do think, Councilmember Aslan, what you have to say truly has merit, and I don't want you to think that I don't think it. But as someone who lives in the neighborhood, who has a clear understanding of what is and what's not and what's currently allowed, to go through something and spend money only to get back to the result that we don't want, I'm not sure that that's the right way to go. And so that's really my thoughts on this. There was a motion made by the Vice Mayor and a second by Mr. McCarthy. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Okay.
So I want to say that Ms. Whelan was an aye, but Mr. Aslan was a no. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
A resolution of the Flagstaff City Council approving a binding waiver of enforcement between the City of Flagstaff and Northgate Holdings LLC relating to assessor parcel numbers 103-15-023, 103-15-024, 103-15-025, 103-15-026, 103-15-002, and 103-15-003, generally located north of Ellery Avenue and south of DuPont Avenue on South San Francisco Street within the corporate limits of the City of Flagstaff.
Okay, is there a motion to adopt Resolution 2020-49? I need a motion.
So moved. Jim McCarthy.
Second.
I heard a motion by Mr. McCarthy and a second by the Vice Mayor to adopt Resolution number 2020-49. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
There was one that was opposed, and that was Mr. Aslan. We are now down to item number 9B. This is a consideration and adoption of resolution number 2020-48, a resolution of the Mayor and Council of the City of Flagstaff, Coconino County, Arizona, declaring and making official and adopting the results of the primary special election that was held August 4th, 2020. Staff's recommended action is that we read resolution number 2020-48 by title only, and then we adopt resolution number 2020-48. Council, is there any comments? I'd like to make a motion to read resolution number 2020-48 by title only. Is there a second?
Second, Jim McCarthy.
There's been a motion made by myself and a second by Mr. McCarthy to read resolution number 2020-48 by title only. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? That motion carries. Thank you.
A resolution of the City Council of the City of Flagstaff, Arizona, declaring official and adopting the results of the primary special election held on August 4th, 2020.
I'd like to make a motion that we adopt resolution number 2020-48. Is there a second?
Second, McCarthy.
There's been a motion made by myself to adopt resolution number 2020-48. There's been a second by Mr. McCarthy. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? That motion carries. Thank you. We're now down to item number 9C. This is consideration and adoption of ordinance number 2020-22, an ordinance granting UNS Gas, Inc., an Arizona Public Service Corporation, its legal representatives, successors, leaseors, and assigns certain powers, licenses, right-of-way, privileges, franchise to construct, operate, and maintain in the City of Flagstaff, State of Arizona, as now and herever constituent works. This has to do with the agreement with our gas company. Staff's recommended action is that at the August 18th, 2020 council meeting, we read resolution number 2020-22 by title only for the first time. It's not my guitar, but it sounds nice. Okay, and I see that Mr. Aslan has a question.
I do. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. I would just like an update from somebody, if possible, on what the final vote tally was for this.
Sure, Councilmember Aslan. I have those results here. So for Proposition 434, the total yes votes was 9,610, and the no votes were 4,724.
Thank you. Do you know the percentage? I mean, I could do the math myself, but if you have it.
I believe it's in the ordinance that's in your packet. Just bear with me for a second. I can pull it up really quick. My apologies, I didn't have that right on my fingertips.
There's lots of ways to look it up. Thank you, though.
So the total percentage was 67% in favor of the agreement and 33% not in favor.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. So, in understanding that, is there a motion to read ordinance number 2020-22 by title only for the first time?
Mayor, I move to read ordinance 2020-22 by title only for the first time.
Is there a second? Is there a second? Okay. There's been a motion made by Mr. Odegaard. There's a second by the Vice Mayor. I'm calling for discussion. Mr. Aslan.
Thank you, Mayor. It's me again. I'll try to be brief. Personally, as a voter, I voted no on this. I realized that it was going to pass, and I see that it passed with a 2/3 majority vote. And I'm not going to stand in the way of the voters as a council member here on this issue. One of many reasons being which I don't think Flagstaff is ready at this point to get off of gas. And we probably won't be for quite some time. Also, I do think there's a social justice issue about turning off the gas. Mayor, you and I have talked about this before, and I think we both realize that there's a lot of homes in this town that aren't prepared to not have gas or to go all electric. And I understand those dynamics. I was considering a protest no vote on this because I'm very frustrated with Unisource and the way that they wielded their resources to participate in lobbying to preempt municipalities from making these decisions on their own. I'm not going to lobby a protest vote today because I think it's a foregone conclusion anyway, and the voters have spoken loudly on this, and we're not ready to go down that road. But I did want to, for the record, just state how frustrated and upset I am and disappointed with Unisource that they're putting their thumb on the scale and they're using preemptive tactics, which is something that we're all very frustrated with in general. And it's with great reluctance that I am, for my part, allowing this arrangement to move forward without at least having been able to say something about that.
So I see a comment from the Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. And yeah, I wanted also just to thank Councilmember Aslan for his comments just now. I also am frustrated at times, but I am grateful that the community did vote in favor of this and wanted to express gratitude to the community for supporting this, because as hard of a position as our community is struggling today, they would have been in a much harder position if this got voted down. So I just wanted to say thank you to the members of the community for voting in favor of both propositions that were on the ballot. And thank you, Mayor.
So I want to join in the conversation as well, because you guys know how I feel about preemptive language. I've been very clear about that. I have a major issue with local control being taken away from cities and towns, and I have been very vocal about that. You know, the issue that you speak to, Mr. Aslan, really had to do with, I think it was down in Tucson, and it's been done in California, where the utility company has gone in and had the states, at least in California, and they were definitely trying to do it here, preempt municipalities from not using natural gas. And I found that very interesting, and I'll tell you why. And you and I have had the conversation, but I just want to make sure that I go on record with it. You know, one of the things that I really would encourage our community to look at is that when we make changes in a way that allow all of us in the community to be on board and to move forward. A lot of the changes that we talk about when it comes to our environment, I'll be blunt. The people who are most impacted right now by climate change are people who live in poverty and are people who are poor. It's most of the people who are being gentrified out of our community because of the cost to live here. And so while I completely disagree with the preemptive work that Unisource has been doing in our state and other states, in a way, for people who are struggling to live and struggling to pay their bills, I can't imagine what would happen if our community had decided we don't want Unisource. You know, I live in a house that was built in 1942. Quite frankly, it's the only place I can afford to live in Flagstaff because my grandfather built it. It's an old house. My house is not ready for all electric. I don't have the ability or the money to make it all electric. As it is right now, we are struggling because it's, 94, 95 degrees in Flagstaff, Arizona, and we're having to pay for fans, and my electric bill is more than it normally is this time of year. You know, and that's just me as one person who is from Flagstaff. And so I really would encourage, you know, as our council and as our community moves forward, that we do so in a way that truly brings all of us together at the same time. I do not think the way there's a letter to the editor and the move was done here locally. I don't think that it brought everybody forward at the same time. I don't think necessarily some of the mindset of mandating are trying to stop cities and towns from using gas, period, on either side, either for gas or not for gas. I don't think it's being done so in a way that honors everybody. You know, I think that the conversations are being had by people with privilege. And I think that the conversation needs to start being had with people who don't have privilege, don't have money, and work 3 jobs. And so those are just my thoughts. And, you know, Councilmember Aslan, you and I have talked about it. Myself and the Vice Mayor have talked about it. That's one thing I'm very proud about our CAP, our Climate Action Adaptation Plan. We went and talked to people who are most impacted by climate change. But what I see when it comes to implementing that is that I see organizations and people in the community that are trying to implement it without the voices of those that helped write it. And that causes me concern. So I just want to make sure that was on the record. Not seeing any more comments. We did have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? That motion carries. Thank you.
An ordinance granting to UNS Gas, Inc., an Arizona Public Service Corporation, its legal representatives, successors, lessees, and assigns certain powers, licenses, rights-of-way, privileges, and franchise to construct, operate, and maintain in the city of Flagstaff, state of Arizona, as now or hereafter constituted, works, systems, and plants for the handling, production, manufacturing, transporting, storing, sale, and distribution of gas into, out of, and through said municipality, and for the distribution and sale of such gas to said municipality, its inhabitants, and others, including customers inside, beyond, and outside of the limits of said municipality, and to use the streets, avenues, easements, right-of-ways, alleys, highways, sidewalks, bridges, and other structures and places and public grounds in said municipality for a period of 25 years, and prescribing in connection therewith certain rights, duties, terms, and conditions herein mentioned, and providing for the payment to said municipality of a percentage of certain revenues of grantee from its operations therein, and declaring an emergency.
And just to make sure everybody who is listening and those in the public, it would be the Flagstaff City Council's intention to, at our September 1st, 2020 council meeting, to read ordinance number 2020-22 by title only for the final time, and then adopt ordinance number 2020-22. With that, we are down to our discussion items. Our first item, 10A, is a update on the Rio de Flag flood control project.
Good evening, Mayor. This is Rick Barrett, City Engineer. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, Mr. Barrett.
Oh, good evening and welcome back. So good evening. I'm going to kick off this presentation. Trevor has the slide up. Hopefully everybody can see that. I can, so I'm pretty sure it's happening well. And then we'll get into this presentation for you. But let me kick us off here. So good evening, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. I'm Rick Barrett, City Engineer. I have the honor tonight to lead off our August monthly update for the Rio de Flag Flood Control Project and would like to start by introducing our team. Christine Cameron and Trevor Henry are our lead project managers and will be providing tonight's update. The team also includes Brett Peterson, our capital improvements engineer, myself, Dan Folk, our community development director, Shane Dilley and Greg Clifton from the city manager's office, and Water Services is our funding owner. This project is funded out of the Stormwater Fund. And this project involves nearly every division in the city organization, including purchasing and finance sections of the Management Services Division, Public Works, and the city attorney's office. The Rio de Flag Flood Control Project is an Army Corps of Engineers project. We understand that this contractual partnership has created frustration for the community. I think because the city does not have its typical ability to control the design and construction process. But I can assure you that we have managed this partnership as best we can and that the Army Corps of Engineers is committed to delivering a project we can be proud of. This project involves many agencies, including BNSF Transcontinental Railways, ADOT roadways, gas, electric, phone, and cable services are impacted, and city water, sewer, reclaim, and storm drain systems. As you're all aware, this project impacts numerous neighborhoods, including the South Side, Town Site, La Plaza Vieja, and Coconino Estates. Simply put, this project may be the most complex project this community has seen, and that our highly experienced staff have worked on. Staff has been listening and working hard to keep the community informed. We've been providing these monthly meetings with council. We've had presentations at numerous commissions. One occurred last night with the Parks and Rec Commission. One will occur this Thursday with the Water Commission. We have project-specific website that's up to date. We have community gatherings, including open houses, and we have newsletters. We've been working hard to complete the design, environmental investigations, and to acquire all necessary property in accordance with the project scope. We are delivering the project scope that was described to council and the community back in October. And quite honestly, the scope cannot change as we are wrapping up design in order to get this project out for construction. In February, the Army Corps of Engineers received full funding that is secure. The design, including approval from all agencies, is nearing completion, and we are making the best progress we have made in nearly 16 years. All in all, our community has spent nearly $34 million thus far, and we are about to move into construction of the lower reach and the Clay Avenue reach, leaving the upper reach as the final phase to be completed. With that, I'll ask Trevor and Christine to get into our August monthly update, and they'll cover the 5 key issues that are listed here on this slide. With that, I thank you, Mayor, and I hope you find this information useful.
Thank you. Council, any comments so far? Okay, not seeing any.
Good evening, Council. This is Trevor Henry.
Sorry, Trevor. I apologize. There's a delay in the internet. There was a comment from a council meeting for the first part. Ms. Whelan?
Thank you very much. I'm sorry for that delay. Rick, can you tell me, I appreciate you acknowledging the bumps and the conflicts. I think that's important to do. Can you tell me if any monies have been set aside for that once everybody leaves, that the community can get in there and make it what they would like to see in the project? Is that understandable, Rick?
Yes, I understand the question. So, Mayor and Councilmember Whelan, at this point in time, I'm not aware that monies are set aside, but I would point out that this project, at least on the city side, is being funded by, as I mentioned, the Stormwater Fund, but specifically there is a stormwater fee that is based on impervious area and is charged to rooftops and parking lots, just to make a long story short. So that fee stands in place, and it has been set to be a citywide fee to allow citywide improvements. So beyond the Rio de Flag, there is funding available for stormwater. So that's what I'm aware of in regard to being able to set aside funding. But the direct answer to your question is no. Of course, if there is other desires, of course, Parks and Rec, I mentioned a minute ago, we heard clear interest for pocket parks. So, maybe the team, the city gang needs to rally and figure out what the appropriate funding source would be for such pocket parks. It may not be that the Stormwater Fund is the appropriate fund, but the simple answer is no, but we should start working on that. So thank you for the question.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Henry.
Thank you. So this project update will focus on the Army Corps, project design, environmental, real estate, and BNSF. So this update will concentrate on matters of the project since we were before you on June 16th. Army Corps of Engineers. With regards to Phase 1, the Army Corps has received comments on the latest submittal from BNSF. The Army Corps is reviewing these comments and they are being incorporated into Phase 1. The next submittal of Phase 1 is anticipated later this month. The Army Corps and the city have been in close communication on the project schedule. There are certification measures that need to be taken into account and is a big part of our discussions. At this time, the contract award for Phase 1 will be made in 2021. The Army Corps and the city are actively engaged to provide an accurate project schedule. As we indicated in our last project update, the city provided a cash contribution to the Army Corps in the amount of $15 million. This contribution commits the city to meeting our responsibility and ensuring the project is moving forward. And that cash contribution was made on July 16th via an electronic funds transfer. The cash contribution is following the requirements that were outlined in the project cooperation agreement. Let's talk about the project design. The Army Corps has received all comments from the local stakeholders with respect to the agency technical review submittal. So our stakeholders are BNSF and ADOT. The Army Corps and their design engineer are reviewing, and these comments will be addressed in the next submittal. The next submittal of the project design is anticipated to be released later this month. The city continues to work on the 100% utility relocation design for the entire project. We are working with the Arizona Department of Environmental Quality currently on the certifications. The city and our design engineer are working on the utility relocations with our local stakeholders. Again, those are BNSF and ADOT. We are working through their policies and permitted processes. The city continues to work with our franchise utilities on the infrastructure. And as it relates to the project, phase 1 and phase 2. And just to go a little further with some of the items that Rick mentioned, the project team is anticipating additional public outreach efforts in November or December of this year. This will provide the public and community at large with information on phase 2. E-newsletters will be utilized to help with getting information out about the project and status. And again, the project team had an opportunity yesterday to present the project to the Parks and Rec Commission. And later this week, we have an opportunity again to visit with the Water Commission. At this time, I will go ahead and turn it over to Christine Cameron.
Thank you, Trevor. This is Christine Cameron. I'm a project manager with Capital Improvements. So one of the project responsibilities of the city is to provide environmental clearance of the Rio project area and a clean construction corridor for the construction. We have completed all investigations on properties of concern, including BNSF property, commercial properties, and areas like the Mikes Pike Milton roadway intersection. And the properties have all been cleared for construction to proceed. The second part of our environmental clearance responsibility is to prepare the contractor for handling any unanticipated issues that are found during construction. We do this by writing a detailed environmental response plan for the project that tells the contractor how to handle an environmental issue should one arise. We're working on the language that goes into that document with the Army Corps, and this response plan will go into the construction bid documents. The city will also provide local consultant services to be on call during construction so we can respond very quickly to any issues and reduce the amount of delay. Slide, please. The other main area of the city's responsibility is procuring all the property needs for the project. Council has approved the acquisition of the Lower Reach and Clay Wash Reach parcels, which make up our phase 1 of the project. This was approved through several resolutions earlier this year. All the legal descriptions for phase 1 are also complete and in the Army Corps' hands. If Council recalls from our last update in May and June, we had started conducting appraisals on phase 1 properties. A group of those appraisals were sent to the Army Corps for review, and their staff found deficiencies that need to be corrected per their requirements. After discussions, it was determined that the city had received some incomplete guidance from the Army Corps on the real estate acquisition, and we had moved ahead of ourselves of where we should have been with the process that needed to occur before ordering the appraisals. Those missteps have been identified and are being corrected, but it will cause a scheduled delay as we provide the Corps the documentation that they need. The Army Corps has provided us new staff resources that are more experienced in this process, and they've also dedicated additional staff to help complete the review work. The schedule delay is currently being determined by the Corps, but all indicators point to a 2021 construction award instead of this calendar year. The Corps and the city remain dedicated to moving this project to construction as soon as possible. And the project has an enormous amount of momentum and commitment supporting it. We continue to get ready for construction on many fronts to complete this project for the community. It's important to know that the Corps has stressed that although we are not awarding a contract this year, the federal project funding remains secure, and this project is still very much a certainty for the community. The project is fully supported by our new LA District Commander, all the way up to General Simonite, the nation's chief engineer for the Corps. As Trevor discussed, our design plans are substantially complete and getting prepared to go into the final review stage. And our financial obligations also strengthen the commitment to this project. With the $50 million payment that Trevor mentioned that was sent to the Corps in July, the city has provided our full cash contribution to the Corps, which is $19 million. And the Corps has also secured and committed their full cash contribution of $80 million to the project. We've also completed $13 million worth of significant project construction with the Clay Avenue Detention Basin, the Butler Tunnel, and the Thorpe Bridge. Aside from our financial commitments, we have our most critical community partner, BNSF Railway, fully on board and participating in the design, completion, and construction requirements. And as for our own organization, every city council has supported this project over the last 20 years over major hurdles and bumps in the road, as we discussed today. And this is to ensure that the threat of a significant flood event will be removed from the community. And this mayor and council have been engaged and supportive driving force in getting us as close as we are. Slide. As I stated earlier, BNSF is a fully engaged partner. They have reviewed the current plan set and only had minor comments that we're addressing. We are working to complete the construction and maintenance agreement for phase 1, which defines our responsibilities and operating procedures, the real estate agreement, utility relocations, and maintenance going forward. And this agreement will come back to council for approval. We are anticipating a determination from BNSF soon on the undercrossing structure. And this is the area right to the south of City Hall where the Rio crosses the railroad and what that crossing looks like. And at last, we have an executive meeting with BNSF, the Army Corps leadership, and city leadership to provide an update on the project and further support our partnership for the Rio effort. The date here is listed as September 1, but that is a little bit fluid, and we are, it's still a little bit tentative, and we are targeting the first week of October, I think, to get everybody in the room. And that concludes my slides.
This is Rick again. Thank you, Christine and Trevor. And at this point, Mayor, I would ask if council has any questions. Now would be a good time for Trevor or Christine to address those.
Council. Mr. Odegaard.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, very much. Two, I guess, a question and then a comment. The question I have, I know we had hired, basically, I would say a PR firm for this project to really get to the community what this project is and what it will look like afterwards. I know we as a council body and we as a city of Flagstaff have very high expectations of this project looking what the community would be proud of at the end after it's completed. I think there's still some misinformation out there what this project will look like after it's completed. And I know, we're really trying to get, like that natural flow over the box culvert, as we see it today in many sections of the project. So are we still working with that PR firm, or was that just a phase in the beginning and now we don't have that firm working with us to get the information out there to the community? So that's my question. Then I'll make a comment.
Councilmember Odegaard, this is Trevor Henry. Yes, we still have our public outreach firm, who is Beta PR. Early in 2019, we provided a contract to them, and their contract essentially was 2.5 years, if not 3 years. And we do plan to use them later this year. They had scheduled, or part of their schedule, their scope, when they came before us, for the original or the complete package or contract was to have a public outreach, more e-newsletters later in 2020. So we do plan to use them. We will get more information out. We will give a status update of the project plans of where we are, and we will continue to push forward If everybody remembers, we have a low flow channel, which will be in the upper reach, which is phase 2. And that is currently on the city's website for view where it currently stands. As soon as we finish with phase 1, we are starting right on phase 2, and we'll jump into that and we'll get that going, and that will be available for the community to see. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Trevor. And again, I think it'd be really helpful if we try to be really proactive with the information that we can provide the community. So sometimes misinformation kind of spreads quickly when we know that's not the case at all. And so I really would encourage being very proactive, starting now with the information on what the project and how we can get that out there to the community members so they know that we have high expectations for this project to look like the community would want to see it. And so that was my suggestion, is really try to be as best proactive as possible. And I think that would really help some fears maybe some community members might have concerning this project. The comment that I have is I'm a little disappointed that we won't have a contract going out this year. And the reason why I say that is we had General Semonite, as many of you know, that's in this meeting here in the fall of 2018. And his directive before he left our community that day was he wanted a shovel on the ground. And in awarding a contract, I think lived to that spirit of his order. And so I find it problematic that his order, it's probably not up to us, of course, but that's being delayed. And so, and I'm not sure if we can do anything more than what's already in the motion of living by that spirit of having a shovel in the ground in 2020. And so that's my only comment. So, but thank you for the presentation. Thank you for the updates. I appreciate it.
Are there any more comments? I don't see any more comments from council. I would just echo what Mr. Odegaard had to say. I think it's very important that people understand what is fact and what is fiction about the Rio de Flag project. I also think that's important that we talk about the social justice elements that also round out what this Rio de Flag project is, as well as the economic impact. And so I think that we just need to continue to remind people that we're committed to this project, that we're moving forward with our partners, which include the Army Corps, as well as BNSF, and that we are looking forward to seeing a completed project. So with that, we will move on to our next topic. And our next
Mayor, I so apologize for interrupting the mayor. If you would be so kind, I did want to ask yourself and the council if this information is the type of information that is helpful for you, and if there's any way for us to better prepare for the upcoming update in September. Of course, we're doing this monthly, so any guidance you and the council have in regard to helping us be as prepared and helpful as possible would be greatly appreciated. And we have noted the comments made by Councilmember Odegaard and yourself. So thank you for that.
Council, is there anything else that we need to do? Is this information helpful? Would we like to see different information? Your silence gives consent that you're okay with this. Mr. McCarthy indicates these are good comments. Mr. Odegaard indicates that he is fine with the information that we were receiving. Not hearing from the other council members, we are going to say that they are happy and pleased with the information they're receiving from staff on this project. I do see a comment from the Vice Mayor. Vice Mayor?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to staff for the presentation and work on this. I just wanted to maybe share an idea that maybe as part of these updates, we figure out a way to sum this up into a short video and just try to do a little bit more with the public outreach, educational animated videos like they did on the 4th Street Bridge were incredible. That ADOT, I believe, was the one that put together. Just more public outreach just to make the process smoother so that we can really reach this finish line that we're working towards was my only comment.
Okay.
Thank you for that, Vice Mayor. And Mayor, I apologize for the interruption, but thank you for the opportunity to provide this update.
That is quite all right. We're going to go ahead and move down to our next discussion item. This is 10B. This is priority-based budgeting, PBB, Public Engagement Plan. Is this Ms. Langley? Or, yep, yes.
Hi, Mayor. Yeah, this is Sarah Langley here. I think Shane is going to kick us off tonight, but I just want to check that that my screen is displaying correctly.
We can see your screen, yes.
Great. Well, I will hand it over to Shane then.
Mr. Dilley.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor Evans and members of the City Council. It is certainly good to be with you this afternoon and to engage with you on the topic of priority-based budgeting. The project team consisting of Sarah Langley and Jack Fitch and myself from the City Manager's Office, Rick Tatter and Heidi Derryberry from the Management Services Division, under the direction of the City Manager, is certainly excited to engage you on this topic. I would like to cover with you quickly, Mayor and Council, the agenda that we'll cover tonight. And that'd be the next slide, Sarah. Thanks for helping us with the presentation. We'll cover just a quick overview of priority-based budgeting. We recognize that it's been a few months since we've touched on this topic between staff and council. We'd also take the opportunity to update you on the progress made so far in our efforts to implement priority-based budgeting. But I think the real meat of the topic tonight will be covering with you as a council a proposed public engagement plan that consists of 3 phases: educational videos, community input survey, and an opportunity for citizens in our community to actually participate in the priority-based budgeting process that will help yield the data at the end of implementation for our second round. We'll also cover some suggested changes to the objectives that the council organized last September in a retreat, and then we'll talk about some next steps to get us through round 2 of priority-based budgeting. Next slide, please, Sarah. So in terms of this quick overview, I just wanted to answer the question a little bit about why we're doing priority-based budgeting. There was certainly an interest from the council to do things differently by way of aligning our resources with community values and priorities, an interest to be more transparent in our budgeting process, not only internally, but externally with the public, and the ability to really make good data-driven decisions as it relates to our budget. So the tool itself, the priority-based budgeting tool, really forces our organization to answer 3 questions. What do we do? What does it cost us to do those things? And simply, why are we in business? And it's in the answering of these 3 questions that really allow us to accomplish those things that I just identified, making better data-driven decisions from a budget perspective, being more transparent in our budget process, and then overall just experiencing greater confidence that there is an alignment, solid alignment between key community priorities and objectives and the resources that we throw at it. Next slide. So the first question, what do we do? We answered this question initially last summer when staff identified and inventoried each of the city's programs and services. As programs and services come and go, this inventory is trued up by staff each and every year. Next slide. The second question, what does it cost? Well, this also was answered initially last year when staff allocated 100% of its ongoing operating budget, the city's ongoing operating budget, to each of the programs and services that we identified in that first question. It's also important to note here that as part of answering this question through the PBB tool, staff is also asked to identify if those programs draw in revenues such as fees or memberships. Staff's also asked to identify if there are other opportunities for additional revenues or new revenues where perhaps none were previously collected in the process of answering this question. Next slide. The third and final question, why are we in business, also is answered every year when we go through the scoring of each of the services and programs through the lens of the key community priorities and objectives that the council put together. The scores reflect the strength of the alignment between the priorities and the community and the services being rendered to the community. When all of these questions are asked through the PBB tool, not only will the entire community have a much clearer picture about the amount of resources the city ties to any given program or service, but it'll also see how well those monies are aligned to further the community's priorities. Next slide. So, Mayor and Council, I'll spend just a little bit of time here on this slide because this is kind of the catch up on identifying the progress that we've made to date. As we look at other communities that have implemented priority-based budgeting or its like, we are constantly reminded as we do so that this is really a journey that our organization embarked on in May of 2019 when the council approved the contract with our vendor ResourceX and directed staff to proceed with the priority-based budgeting implementation. As we look back on this last fiscal year, our initial year of PBB implementation, we certainly accomplished a lot to further our objectives in being a higher performing government. We answered the three questions of PBB. What do we do? What does it cost to do that? And why are we in business? And because of that, for the first time in the history of our organization, we created a comprehensive inventory of all of the programs and services that the city currently provides to the community. Similarly, we have now allocated 100% of our ongoing operating budgets to appropriate programs and services. So now we can answer with confidence how much any given program or service costs. And finally, we did put all of our programs through what's called a peer review process to score each of those programs and services against the key community priorities and objectives that were established by Council last September. This represents certainly a lot of work for this organization, and it has positioned us well to hit the ground running for round two. But in the process of the first year of implementation, we also learned some pretty valuable lessons. For instance, we learned that we need to be more strategic in our training for our staff internally so that they feel more comfortable in using the tool. A tool is only as good as you use it, really. So that's kind of the concept there. And this summer, we actually began that internal training with staff. Additionally, last April and May and in June, Council helped staff clearly see the need to extend our training and engagement efforts outward to the community. And we are here in part tonight with you to discuss what that may look like and to get your blessing in moving forward with this engagement plan. There was also a common confusion in the initial matrix used in the peer review process, that last step in the process. This led to a bit of a waning of confidence in staff in relying on the overall scores last year. So the priority-based budgeting project team has spent considerable amount of time working through each of those matrices to bring clarity and purpose to them, which we feel will address this issue going forward for all involved, to include the public as we engage them and get them more involved in this budgeting process. And the final point that I'll raise with you tonight in terms of lessons learned is that we needed to make some subtle but important changes to our PBB nomenclature. For instance, for years, this organization has been accustomed to using terms like priorities and objectives. And this first year of implementation, we defaulted to the terminology used by ResourceX, our vendor, and used terms like key community results and definitions, which we think added to some confusion. We noticed that really created some barriers to integrate PBB in our organization. And we have, I'm happy to report that we have changed the terms to reflect what's most comfortable for us as an organization. So going forward, we'll only use terms key community priorities and objectives, and that'll be consistent throughout. You'll even notice that in the staff reports for your agenda packets going forward from staff, we've now asked staff to tie the business we're bringing before council for consideration to show how they support one of the community priorities or objectives that you guys have put together. For these reasons that I've mentioned in terms of lessons learned, we decided to treat last year as our beta test year and are ready to move forward into our second year of implementation. Now having adjusted to address these lessons, we do so with greater confidence in the outcome for our organization and the community. I'll now turn the floor over to Jack Fitchett, who's one of our team members, who will cover the first phase of our three-phase plan to inform and engage the public on the topic of priority-based budgeting.
Thank you, Shane, and good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Jack Fitchett, and I'm here tonight in my management analyst role. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
Thank you. So Mr. Dilly just gave a great overview of how staff and council have worked to implement PBB into our organization over the last 18 plus months. And now I want to take a few minutes to explain where we are headed with PBB, specifically with how we plan to encourage public involvement in this process and further educate our community on how PBB works, why the city is using this tool, and where we plan to go during this year's implementation process. Council has made it clear to staff that there needed to be a public engagement piece associated with PBB, and to meet this goal, we are proposing 3 phases to educate our community about PBB and encourage their engagement in this year's implementation process. So I will be discussing this first phase, which focuses on educating our citizens about PBB and how they can participate this year in the process. Then Ms. Langley and Mr. Dilly will discuss the next 2 phases, which includes a community survey component and citizen engagement through the PBB peer review process. Next slide, please, Sarah. So phase 1, currently the PBB project team is working in conjunction with a video creation firm to produce 2 animated videos. The goal of the first video will be to provide an overview of what PBB is, what the implementation process looks like, and why the city is using this tool to enhance our budgeting process. This will be a short 2 to 3 minute video designed to capture and keep the viewer's attention. This video will be explaining PBB at a high level and ultimately is designed to educate our community. This is not going to be a complicated or a jargon-heavy video and is really meant to explain PBB and what the city has done so far in the simplest way possible. The second video that will be created is another short 2D animation video that will be designed to encourage public engagement in the PBB process this year. This video will act as a call to action to our community to get them involved in the next 2 phases, which is a community survey and participating in the peer review process, which we will cover in more detail momentarily. So to reiterate, these videos will educate our community about PBB and ask them to engage in this year's implementation process. This is a vital first step to make sure that the following 2 phases are successful. We expect these videos to be completed in the next 3 weeks, and then we will work to get these dispersed throughout our community. And with that, I'm going to turn it back over to Ms. Langley unless council has any questions on this specific phase. Thank you.
Thanks, Jack, and hello, everyone. My name's Sarah Langley, a management analyst in the city manager's office. So moving on to phase 2 within the 3-phase public engagement plan that Jack mentioned, I'm going to talk about a proposed survey to get public feedback within our budgeting process that would really build upon the foundational knowledge that we're creating through the videos that Jack mentioned. So as a refresher, the image that you see on the slide are the PBB priorities and objectives that Council created in September of 2019 at the Aquaplex. So don't worry, you're not supposed to be able to read these. It's just kind of a reminder of what Council did last year and what was approved and what the survey will be focusing on. So together, these priorities and objectives basically act as a scorecard that we score programs against within the PBB model. So because of this, it's serving as a scorecard. We thought that it would be critical to allow the community to give us their input on this to make sure that it's comprehensive and validated by the community. So the top row there that you can see with little icons are priorities. So for example, safe and healthy community, robust, resilient economy, livable community. These priorities are broad in nature and are meant to be kind of all-encompassing of all of the work that the city does. However, the objectives, which are in the rows below, are much more specific and are really meant to drive the work that the city does in a more action-oriented manner. So we thought that these objectives would be really the best place to focus public input during this stage of the public engagement plan. Sorry, my slide doesn't seem to be progressing. There we go. Okay, so to get this public input on the objectives, we would like to use the community forum. So you're probably familiar with the community forum. It's a public engagement tool that the city has used numerous times in the past to engage the public on a variety of topics. So some examples of successful engagement include the Climate Action and Adaptation Plan, the Alternative Transportation Master Plan, and others. So this is what the proposed survey would look like within Community Forum. So this is basically just a screenshot of what a respondent would see when they open up the survey and after they get through the introduction, which would explain PBB and also show the videos that Jack mentioned. So first we would state at the top there, you can see we would say the objectives shown below have been created by the City Council to help achieve the priority of safe and healthy community in Flagstaff. And then we list the different objectives that Council created back in 2019. We would then below ask the respondent 2 open-ended questions to get their input on these objectives. So the first, we would ask respondents if they have any suggested improvements to the existing objectives. So that could be, you know, maybe they agree with the direction of the objective, but they would like it to be framed in a different way or focused on a different subtopic. So that would be where we would capture that information. And then the second question we would ask is if there are any kind of missing objectives that they would like to include, if they had anything new to add. And that way we would ensure that the objectives that we have are comprehensive and really reflect the community's desires as a whole. So there would be a page like this for each priority. So this would be the page for safe and healthy community. And then the respondent would click a button and they would progress to the following page, which would focus on the next priority, for example, inclusive and engaged community. So in total, there would be 7 pages that use this exact same format. And through that manner, we would cover all of the 7 priorities that Council created back in September of last year. So after we gather all the responses, we would then examine them for any common themes that may emerge and then make suggested edits accordingly before bringing the objectives back to Council for your final approval after that community input. So at the end of the survey, we could add in demographic questions that would give us additional information on the sample of respondents that we get. So right now we propose asking one demographic question, which would be, you know, in what area of town do you live? And this would just be to make sure that, you know, we're getting a representative sample and it's not, respondents aren't just clustered in one area of town. We could also include other demographic questions at council's discretion, but we thought that this question was pretty telling. So once the survey is released, an announcement will be sent out to our approximately 2,000 community forum subscribers. And we would also advertise the survey on social media to drive more people to that link and get them to participate. And then based on the demographic questions we ask, like, for example, where do you live in town, we could actively monitor our responses and make sure that we're getting a representative sample. And if, say we're not getting many responses from one area of town, we might be able to do some outreach and see if we can get those response numbers up. So that is, in a nutshell, the community input survey that we are proposing. I'd like to pause and see if there are any comments on the survey or any suggested changes that you would like to see.
I see a comment by Ms. Whelan.
Hi, Sarah. Thank you very much for your presentation. A couple of things came to mind, especially with the community input survey. If you could go back to a question, I would appreciate it.
This slide?
So that's great. So coming from an educator's perspective, when I look at this, I see that we could gather more information, which I think would be valuable. And one would be to prioritize those objectives.
Thank you, Councilmember Whalen.
List them. That's okay. And if you wouldn't mind going back one more, I think, to the community input survey. One more. That's it. And this is typical, that what we do is we list up to 6 objectives under one goal or one community priority. And quite frankly, that's a lot, especially if they're not measurable. So I would like to see a measurable element going into each of these objectives. How do we know that we've achieved them? I would also suggest that through prioritizing those lists, we would be able to list them in priority and perhaps take 1 or 2 to work on until we meet with success and then move on. I don't think we can handle 6 objectives effectively at once. So I'd like you to consider that. The other piece is, so I did measurable, prioritize objectives, and I'm interested in the choice of animation rather than asking connected with the people who like council to do these, or the mayor to do these, or the city manager to do the videos.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Whelan, that's a great question. And I think we thought from, going down the route to do 2 videos to try and explain this process, our mindset was really that we were trying to encourage the public and other folks that were interested to watch these videos, right? So you or I could get in front of the camera and we'd do great and maybe we'd get a ton of views, but the idea of making these animated and a little bit more fun is to encourage the public to actually take the time to watch them. So that was the thought process with doing the 2D animation as opposed to a city figure or a council member explaining this information.
Well, too, you could have a community member, once you've briefed them, do these animations. If your priority is to make them understandable and short, and this is why we're doing it. I just think that there's perhaps a better connection, but you're getting this done. and it's almost done. So I'd just like you to take away, prioritize the objectives. That'll allow us to work at 2 to 3 at a time so we can measure success. And I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Whalen. I just wanted to offer a few quick responses to your thoughts. The first being the prioritizing objectives, and then the second being the element of being able to measure progress. So first, for the prioritizing objectives, that's definitely something we could ask in the survey. Ask respondents to prioritize the objectives based on their importance that they assign. I would note that, though, that within the PBB model, programs are scored against all of the objectives in one column, if that makes sense. So they're not scored individually against each objective, but more against a safe and healthy community. And then to reach that scoring, we would look at what the individual objectives are. So I think that the prioritization of the objectives could be useful additional data for us, especially once we add in performance measures. But I don't think we would be able to use that data within the scoring process, and other members of the PBB team can feel free to jump in. But that is something that we considered when we were designing the survey. And then we realized that, at least at this phase, we'd really like to focus on getting that kind of rich qualitative data and making sure that the scorecard itself is comprehensive. And then during the third phase, which Shane is going to talk about, we can maybe have respondents being more involved in scoring actual programs and services that the city offers. So just to recap, I think it would be very useful information to prioritize the objectives, but it may be a bit outside of the PBB model as it's currently designed, unless we tweaked it somehow. So I just want
clarification then. What you're saying is that these objectives are solely the lens that a particular program is going to be put through.
That's correct, yes.
So why are they objectives? Why wouldn't they be measurable? Mm-hmm. How do you know when you foster clear and consistent communications and strategies?
Yeah.
So, how does a program know that they're doing those things?
Mm-hmm. Well, I think so that jumps to the prioritization question, the measurable element question that you also had. And the performance objectives or performance measurements is and Shane, feel free to jump in, but I don't believe that's currently included within our PBB contract. So that would be an element that we would need to add in if we wanted to track the specific objectives.
Thank you, Sarah, and thank you. And Councilmember Whalen, if I could just jump in real quick to offer a little bit of insight. I remind all of us that this really is a journey, and so Sarah had indicated that there are other elements to the priority-based budgeting tool. It's all contract related, and so there are other. One of those elements is a dashboard that will help us track and the progress that we're making on each of these objectives. And to the point that you're making, Councilmember Whalen, it is every intent that these objectives be measurable. And so to the extent that we need to change the phrasing of it so that it lends itself better to being measurable, that is certainly the intent and where we want to be. We just recognize as staff that this is a council product, and we don't want to get in too far ahead of the council in making changes. There are some changes that City Manager Clifton will be sharing with you momentarily as we listen to the community and the council's comments over the last several months. But it is intended that these objectives be measurable so that we can show progress through some kind of dashboard. But that's an evolution of this journey that we're on, and something that I'm quite frankly excited to see personally. I did want to make a comment about the observation about these videos and why is it that we don't have community members engaged that way. It's certainly a great idea, and that doesn't preclude that we can't have further videos going forward. I think it's a great idea, and I'm certainly grateful that you brought that to our attention. Initially, we thought because we've got a lot of other examples out there from what other cities have done across the country, that these 2D animated videos I think show a little easier the inclusivity that we are a community in how they represent the information being provided. And so I mean, on a sideline, Councilmember Whalen, I can show you a couple of those examples and why maybe staff's mind had gone this way, but that doesn't preclude us from being able to do more things along the lines that you're talking about. And I think those are great ideas.
Well, Shane, and I appreciate your thoughts. I just don't want the tool to drive the result. And that's what I'm sensing, that we bought into this tool or this software, and now we have to do it in a particular way, whether it fits our community or not. And I would just challenge that, that's not the point.
And if I could just offer one more response, I think those comments are well received by staff. I don't think there's anything that would preclude council from prioritizing these objectives. The tool is what the tool is, and there are some limiting factors because it's a proprietary software that we're using. However, it doesn't mean that our focus as an organization on any one of these objectives or a series of these objectives can't play out as council sees fit in terms of prioritizing them. The tool is going to, as Sarah mentioned, it's going to score each of those objectives against the priorities, and so the tool is going to add value to our process, no doubt about it, but it doesn't preclude us from being creative in how we use that tool going forward, and you bring up some ideas as a case in point. Thank you.
Ms. Whelan, do you have any other questions?
No, other than perhaps we can have a meeting and chat about this, because I don't feel as though I was heard.
Okay. I guess first of all, I want to say thank you to Ms. Langley and Mr. Dilley and Mr. Fitchett so far in the presentation. I do have some questions about the survey and the outreach. And the reason being is that we have approximately 75,000 people that live here in the city of Flagstaff. And we have 2,000 that have subscribed to this city's online system. That's approximately 2.8, 2.9, let's say 3% of the people that live here in the city. And so I want to, and maybe not in full detail tonight, but I do think that that's problematic if we are going to build a budget that talks about key community priorities and objectives. I wonder what the considerations are for non-English speakers to interact with this. I wonder what the considerations are for people who have disabilities to interact with this. I think the idea of highlighting what neighborhood people live in is absolutely critical. I think that's extremely important. The ideas of videos, I'm sure that, the Vice Mayor is going to talk about videos, but I do believe videos are going to be key here in this effort. I also would point out that Sarah Dechter, who is our comprehensive planning and neighborhood planner, she just received an award from a international public outreach organization regarding the outreach that was done in the Southside Plan. I do think it might be a good idea to sit down and really talk to her, because some of the things that they did was they were walking around the neighborhood with an iPad asking people questions and getting their input. And I just really look at this, and I think it's really important, if we are talking about aligning our budget with community priorities, that we definitely talk to more than 3% of the community, and that the people that we talk to come from diverse areas, diverse meaning diverse neighborhoods, diverse ethnicities, diverse education, diverse jobs. They need to come from the community and not just rely on the 2,000 people that continuously weigh in on this online survey. I think that's extremely important, because everybody pays taxes and everybody pays into this, and everybody should help shape this budget. So those are just some of my thoughts and comments. We have the Vice Mayor, and then we have Mr. Odegaard.
Thank you, Mayor. And you and I were thinking very much along the same lines of thought. So I really appreciate to hear your comments. I agree, Mayor. My first comment was in regards to the demographic portion of that and how important that is. And let me back up for a quick second and just say thank you so much to Deputy City Manager Shane Daly, Sarah, and Jack. I'm really impressed with this presentation. I know we're only about, maybe halfway through or a little bit further than that, but I'm very excited about the plan moving forward, and I'm feeling really energized about it and optimistic and excited. That being said, inclusivity being a priority, it's like, how are we doing this from the get-go? So my questions and comments were similar to yours, Mayor. Can we translate some of this on the survey? Can we put this in Spanish? Can we make sure that diversity is reflected in the videos that we're creating? I'm happy with the 2D videos for what we're talking about, but I also see a place for what Councilmember Whelan was talking about, and I'm grateful for her comments on that too. And we can do all the above. It's not an or, but it could be an and, right? And then my only other comment in terms of inclusivity is and this is kind of for Jessica Drum more than anyone else's, if we can somehow branch out into Instagram and start better utilizing Instagram, because we're missing a whole group of people, of young people, by just communicating through Facebook and our website and the other avenues that we communicate. So I guess I just want to see us be a little bit more inclusive in our approach, in our plan, and really ensure that we're doing this right the first time and through example. Maybe this is somewhere that we can engage our coordinator for Indigenous initiatives, Rose Tohi. I'd love to have more diversity amongst that core group that is moving this plan forward and really, doing this right. This is a real opportunity, and I'm really excited about all the work that's been done up until now. But now that the rubber's really starting to hit the road and we're bringing this forward to the public, I really want to make sure that we've thought about all these gaps that we don't even know that exist in our own minds, all the implicit biases that we have, or unconscious biases. So those are my comments. I'm looking forward to this moving forward. And again, just if there's a way that we could translate some of this on the website. Mayor, I really liked your comments about what Sarah did. Maybe we can even host some kind of virtual open house or social distance open house where we, collect information through a number of different ways other than just through the survey on the website. So I'm excited about this. This is a huge endeavor, and I look forward to the work ahead. Thank you.
I guess I just want to follow up real quick, Vice Mayor, and just, make sure that, and I appreciate you saying that you totally support what I'm saying. I guess there's two things. As much as we use technology, I want to make sure that this community understands that there are people who are not part of this new technology stuff, okay? Access to internet is real. Lack of internet is real. There's a serious technology divide in this community. I realize most of us might not understand it, but there is. So as much as we use technology and all forms of technology and all different platforms, we need to make sure that the people that are not a part of that, who are also paying taxes get to weigh in on this budget and what priorities are. And so I'm not suggesting we do everything online. I think online is great in the different mediums, but I also think there needs to be something for everybody else as well. I also think that if we are going to talk about, Twitter and Instagram and all of that, I have a question about what is the budget for this? Is there a budget for us moving forward and engaging the community in a quality fashion? And if so, what does that budget look like? Is it all just on Ms. Drum to do? Or is there going to be like a group or something that does this? So I just think that I need to make sure I add those two comments. Mr. Odegaard.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Very well taken. As you mentioned concerning social media, as we found out with the school district that everyone had to, when they received their iPads for at-home schooling with the school district, a lot of them, they had to make sure they had hotspots with those pads because there's a pretty good percentage of the community that don't have internet capability and et cetera. And I just basically on the follow the same lines as what you have said and the Vice Mayor said, offering Spanish mediums for the community, like the Downtown Visioning Plan. They have a Survey Monkey questionnaire, and it's in both English and Spanish. So for the Downtown Visioning Plan, they're doing it in both languages, which is important. And then, as the Vice Mayor said, concerning our indigenous community, they said, maybe it's 8% of our population here in Flagstaff, but we all know, and FUSD has confirmed this, is actually it's 25% of our community. That's the indigenous community. And so we just got to make sure we're very inclusive the best we can. And it'll take very many partners within the organization to do that, with Ms. Rose Tahi and everybody, just to make sure our outreach is as best inclusive as possible concerning this, since it does affect everybody in our community, no matter the demographics. So thank you.
Okay, any more comments for this section? Okay, we'll go ahead and move on.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I will go ahead and pass over to City Manager Clifton.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, Council, I want to check in time-wise. We just had a good discussion and some very good feedback with respect to the survey, and some suggestions that I think we're going to want to run with at the staff level and report back to you. We're about to look into some of the substance of the survey questions, and I want to check in to see if that's something you want to continue with this evening, or would it be advantageous to come back to council with a continued discussion on this, hitting on many of the items that have been talked about tonight with a little more detail. It just seems like we have a lot of unanswered questions that you deserve answers to. We need to spend time going over these and formulating some action steps. How would council and mayor, how would you feel about that?
I feel, and I think the council also agrees, that coming back to council would be preferred. I do want to say, City Manager Clifton, that one council member has mentioned that they do not necessarily feel that they were heard. So perhaps you all as staff can also follow up with that council member directly. I think coming back would be advisable.
I tend to concur, and we'll do that. And indeed, we'll reach out to the council member who wants to have additional dialogue on this. Of course, we look forward to having that discussion. We'll get this slated in the near future. When we do come back, we'll have some follow-up on the suggestions and direction given tonight, and we'll have some substantive discussion of the survey itself, if that sounds like a good approach. I use the word survey loosely. It sounds like there could be a number of platforms that are used here.
Thank you so much. Appreciate that.
We appreciate it. We know that this is coming your way at the end of a several-week recess. A lot of assumptions were made on our end as to, where council would be with this and your level of comfort. You're weighing in exactly as we wanted you to, and I think coming back would allow for a more meaningful discussion. Thank you.
We appreciate that option, City Manager. Let's go ahead and get down to our future agenda item requests. Oh, sorry. I skipped item number 11, Council Liaison Reports. Council, do we have any reports from commissions and places that we sit on as council members? Councilmember Odegaard.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Two commissions that met over our break was BPAC and the Transportation Commission. BPAC basically was mostly information, what's happening concerning the Downtown Connection Center project with Mountain Line. The other one is that Downtown Vision and Action Plan. There was some good feedback among the BPAC members, very positive of what's happening downtown, especially with COVID, to try to stimulate businesses and people wanting to go downtown. And then BPAC did have to go through an exercise of doing some budgetary cuts to certain future projects. Nothing that was in the queue now was cut, but other than things that were kind of like to do in the future. And they had to make hard decisions, and they did it very well and very methodical. And so good job on BPAC. And then the Transportation Commission, they heard from Santa Fe. And then Santa Fe was from residents that brought forward that there might have been some speeding issues happening on Santa Fe going to Low Observatory. It was a very good dialogue. A lot of data was brought to the commission, and at the end of the day, they decided not to do anything other than there would be a little more police presence there on Santa Fe to deal with speeders. There was a discussion concerning Boulder Point and Presidio and the Pines about the cross access. There's a road that was built when Boulder Point was built over there by the old Harkins, that there might have been another access to Presidio that's off of Woody Mountain Road. And so they're still discussing that. And then street lighting was kind of the last little follow-up. Jeff Bauman brought it up that it was supposed to come before the council concerning the street lighting this past spring. But because of COVID, it got postponed, and looks like it'll be coming on our agenda August 25th, so soon for us. And then the transportation, their next meeting is October 7th. And that's it. So thank you.
Okay, Ms. Salas.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was busy during council break meeting with the commissions I am liaison with. So Airport Commission, we had a meeting last week. Despite the general feeling of, employments are at low levels nationally, our Flagstaff Pulliam Airport is actually at 28% employment, which is higher than national average given the new normal, with a lot of about 47% of decline, or 47 of trips planned have been canceled, and this is like through the U.S. domestic travelers. The Airport Commission also took a look at the snow removal building design, and I believe that it will be presented to council pretty soon. And upcoming with the Airport Commission will be discuss the parking lot and airport marketing. So just kudos to our economic vitality and airport team and the commissioners as well. And then last week also I attended the CVB Coffee Clutch, which is also like the stakeholders marketing for our Discover Flagstaff, which is also partly involves the Tourism Commission. And I just want to give our Discover Flagstaff kudos and high fives for maintaining that message of masking responsibly and physical distancing. If you intend to visit Flagstaff, you know, we want to keep our community safe and our visitors safe as well. And our Discover Flagstaff team has been front and center in terms of messaging toward the drive market, which will be the pretty much anticipated future of tourism and travel in the near future, where we will be anticipating visitors from nearby towns and states. The marketing is also focused on Denver and Dallas-Fort Worth flights. And kudos to Lowell Observatory for their reopening plan, which is science-based, and as well as the coming up opening of the Coconino Center for the Arts, with ticketed events that are free, but also observing all the guidelines, CDC guidelines, and a lot of measures to make sure public health and safety is a priority. And then yesterday, I attended the Parks and Rec Commission meeting. I just want to give kudos to our Rio de Flag project team, Trevor and Rick. They did a Rio de Flag update with the Parks and Rec Commission, but also kind of like brainstorming on, you know, future enhancement after the Army Corps of Engineers finished the project with Rio de Flag, see what kinds of improvements we can do as a city in terms of pocket parks and enhancements. So that's an ongoing discussion at the Parks and Rec Commission level. Another important item that I want to share is the constant graffiti removal that our Parks and Rec department have to deal with on a monthly basis. And I brought it up many times, I think at the dais and at the Parks and Rec Commission, looking at, you know, possibly opening up the walls on our public parks for graffiti artwork and turn them into public art. So maybe it will be a collaboration with our beautification section, as well as our BPAC commission. Yeah, and staff is also looking at other ways of how do we mitigate graffiti, looking at cameras, and of course improve policing in the areas. I did bring up something that the commission and the department may consider in terms of mobilizing the neighborhoods where our city parks are located and mobilize neighborhood/park watch. And then lastly, but not the least, the Flagstaff Sister Cities is now its own nonprofit 501c3, and thanks to all the board members, which includes our Economic Vitality Director Heidi Hansen, Discover Flagstaff Director Trace Ward, and I think her title has something to do with international attraction, Cherry Lamont, also with Discover Flagstaff, and Gail Jackson of Icona, and of course some other board members within the community from NAU and the business sector. The board has recently come up with guidelines or criteria on how we select future sister city for Flagstaff, and I believe Mayor was given a copy of that criteria, and I look forward to future conversations about that. That's all for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Salas. We're going to go to Ms. Whelan and then Mr. Aslan.
Thank you, Mayor. Met with the Stronger as One executive leadership committee members, and just to recommit to the core principles of the coalition. So the priorities that were set at that time was to reinstitute our mental health and first aid training, and to look at funding options as we do that. That was a very successful program, and we're looking at spreading that out throughout police, fire, sheriff's office, and they're becoming trainers and to pass that on. Another exciting celebration that the Northern Arizona Healthcare, we did put in a funding request for a grant, and Stronger as One was awarded $130,000. There were 6 or 5 other community proposals. So congratulations to Stronger as One. There was an ACOG Economic Development Council. Wanted to let everyone know that in April that we're planning on doing an economic recovery summit. Focuses on a town hall approach and what topics we're looking at, suggestions for what topics would you like to see discussed in the NACOG region. Terry Drew talked about jobs and in a non-sourcing report. And of course, we're on a decline. We also had a presentation from Cynthia Tack from the EDA. She said that they're looking for organizations for grants, anywhere from $1 to $3 million. The match currently is now 80-20%, and I think it used to be 50-50. So going after those grants are important. It's a rolling deadline, so there's really no deadline at all. We also had a report from Dr. Goodsman from NAU, and very interesting survey that he's done in our region. I would suggest that everyone take a look at that. and you can get that on the NAU website, or I'll send out a link to you. Also met with, oh, okay, that's another time. All right, that's it. Thank you.
I'm going to go to Mr. Aslan, the Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I want to focus in on the last open spaces meeting that I was able to attend. During that meeting, on the agenda, concern was surfaced about some inappropriate encroachment over at the development of the Veterans Home onto city voted open space land. And I want to point out that I think the system worked in this case, and that we had this commission that was able to bring this forward and appropriately publicize and air the concern. And you know, I was on the meeting, and I was able to immediately rifle off an email over to the city manager, who may or may not have already been aware of this. I'm not sure. And the issue was quickly addressed in an appropriate manner. And I want to invite Deputy City Manager Shane Dilley to fill in any gaps in this conversation as I move forward. But basically, the bottom line was the developers of the Veterans Home were spilling over into McMillan Mesa open space land with the, I guess you learn new terms every day in this role in City Council, and they had installed an extended riprap pad into an area outside of the Veterans Home project site. And this, of course, is on its own a relatively small issue, but it's perfectly reasonable to understand why our commissioners and residents were getting concerned about the slippery slope notion of this publicly voted open space being inappropriately encroached upon. Shane, could I ask you if you're there, or Greg, you could do it too, or whoever, to sort of fill us in on some of the things that happened on the back end with that?
This is Greg. Shane, if you don't mind, I'll attempt to give some direct response and then invite you to fill in any gaps that I might leave, if that's okay.
Absolutely, Greg. Thank you.
Thank you, Shane. And Shane, thanks for your involvement and assistance in this matter. You can gather that this was a collaborative effort, Councilmember Aslan, and it was. We had our office involved immediately, as you pointed out. But we did so in collaboration with Stormwater. We did so in collaboration with community development, and specifically our engineers, and in collaboration with our open space experts. Of course, we did all of this while Nicole Antonopoulos was somewhere out in the high Sierras of California, which may prompt her not to take long holidays in the future. But that aside, the point I want to make is we immediately assembled a very good team of staff to wrestle with this. And I do want to point out, to more accurately capture the circumstances here, that the city has had some culpability in this little misstep, and that is that there was internal analysis and outcomes that resulted in a very small encroachment, but a meaningful encroachment into the open space, about 750 square feet of, as you know, because you stated it, the stormwater riprap. This is outflow infrastructure to basically slow the force of water, or in the engineer's terms, to dissipate the energy of that outflow so that it does not have a lot of environmental impact. As it turns out, the discussion with the engineers revealed that the outflow design was one that was predicated upon a desire to totally allow for complete removal of all stormwater after an event that fills up those detention areas, that release would occur within a certain number of hours, say 6 hours, and don't hold me firm to that number, but it was something in that time frame. And the then it was decided we actually could live with very easily an outflow design that did not discharge the water in that short of a time duration, and rather could hold on to the water for a longer period of time, say 36 hours, and be just as effective without needing all the reinforcing riprap. That enabled the developer to put the stormwater infrastructure entirely within the 10-acre parcel, which is happening as we speak. So a little bit of change of design on our end. Kudos to the developer in Veterans Home for working with the city to remediate this problem right away and assist us in coming up with an alternative design that's going to work. And then also on the back end of this will be the restoring of that disturbed property to its original state and the continued monitoring for invasive weeds. Shane, that was a mouthful, and feel free to either correct me or fill in any gaps that I might have left.
No correction at all, Greg. That was spot on, and I appreciate the way you articulated it. I think there's been continued work between sustainability and CD in working with the Veterans Home project as it relates to mitigation afterwards. I'm looking desperately for an email that came recently about the outcome of exactly what they're going to do to treat that now that they've removed the riprap. Dan, are you on, and can you provide that information? I don't want to misspeak, but I know that there was a recent update this week, in fact, I think.
Hi, this is Dan. Yeah, I am here. My dogs are just going crazy there. So, yeah, my understanding is the riprap's being removed and then it'll be restored to the state that it was before the disturbance happened. Is that the question?
Just wanted to know the weed control afterwards. What was the outcome in working with sustainability? Are there going to need to be, is there something more than just putting dirt back in? What's going to happen?
I don't think I've seen the communication on that as to what the final outcome was. That was being discussed in terms of monitoring, and noxious weed control is a concern.
Yeah, I'll find that and send it out to council as a follow-up to the last update that we provided, if that sounds okay, Mayor and Council. And Greg, sorry.
I see that Ms. Antonopoulos wants to chime in as well.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Yes, just to add a little bit of context, we have in open space been in communication with some local experts on what would be needed for mitigation, and we are actively moving forward to ensuring that that happens in the most effective and efficient way. So I just wanted to chime in, but yes, we have specifically asked that with the removal of the riprap basin, that the area of concern be left with loose soil so we can move forward with mitigation as soon as possible.
I wanted to take a moment and weigh in on this conversation as well, because we received several emails about this, and I actually had the opportunity to go up and look at this at least 3 different times during the course. And I just think it's very important that the community understand, especially with some of the emails that we received, which I thought were very misleading and were not truthful, that there was the perception that the developer had done something nefarious and was purposely trying to spread out over the 10 acres that they were given for this veterans home. And really, there was a sense that for some reason, we couldn't have both a veterans home and open space. And I thought that was very, very interesting, really the emails and the tone of the emails. So as our city manager explained, that the developer was actually building to our code, or at least the code they were given to, with regards to stormwater. And they had done the riprap, for lack of a better reason, in hopes that they were not going to destroy the open space that we had preserved, that the water that would be coming off of their development, rather than just shooting out into the open space and eroding that side of the hill, they put down those rocks and the ripraps to slow that down, to preserve the open space. And they were very concerned about that. Then all of a sudden the emails started going back and forth, and things started being said that were not necessarily truthful. And, you know, the developer, I was up there today, has moved everything off of that site. They were very grateful that staff figured out a different way for them to do the stormwater retention that the city of Flagstaff requires, which is why they had done what they did, to make sure that they're on their 10 acres. And so I just think it's really important for everybody in the city of Flagstaff to understand really what was going on and why that happened. And also the fact that there was no nefarious intent behind it. I'm very interested to see what happens when we talk about obnoxious weed control, because there was a question of what was there before they put down the riprap and what is there now, right? And what is meant by what more they need to do to that spot. So I think there will be that conversation that moves forward. But I do think as we move forward as a community, I don't think it necessarily needs to be all or nothing. And I think that if we see something that is inappropriate, rather than automatically assuming it's nefarious, perhaps sitting down and really have a conversation as to why that happened. Because once there was a conversation as to why that happened, it was fixed. It's fixed instantly. You know, and again, there wasn't any intent. There wasn't any, we're going to take over the open space. There really wasn't any meaning to be encroached on it. So I just want to share that perspective.
Thank you, Mayor. Those words were spot on and reflect my own sentiments very closely. Like I said before, I think the system worked in this instance. There was a very natural mistake or misunderstanding that occurred. And we used our commission system to get to the bottom of it very quickly and very efficiently and effectively. And thank you to all who worked so hard to rectify that situation as quickly as you were able to. And Nicole, don't you dare ever shorten your vacation in the future because of such considerations. So I think in the interest of brevity, I'm going to leave my liaison report there. I think that was quite enough to bite off right now. But again, very proud of our Open Space Commission and very proud of our city apparatus for getting in there and getting it fixed as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Okay, let's see. We had, I think, the Vice Mayor.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And thank you, everybody, for your updates and your work that you've shared with us. A couple groups I want to just report briefly on. CJCC, Criminal Justice Coordinating Council, is a group I'm a part of. And we've met twice over the break and discussed the Black Lives Matter movement, national trends, and locally what it is we're doing. And there's definitely an appetite for change and a shift in the way we address our most vulnerable and those that are going through our system and are repeat offenders as well. There are currently some struggles at the jail and with COVID and handling this, with court cases and how to go about these things that we used to do normally in an unnormal time. And so there's a big desire for a shift, and we're working on that as we speak. And I'm very excited about the efforts that we're discussing, and optimistic that it's going to address not only the needs of the public and the cries for change, but also the needs and the well-being of our most vulnerable and those who our society or our system at times seems to be failing to support. or not really giving them a hand up, but keeping them down. So I'm very excited about the efforts with that group, CJCC, the Diversity Commission, and I welcome obviously City Manager or anyone else who is part of that group. I think Deputy Manager Anderson's also part of that group to weigh in if there's anything I missed. But I'll go ahead and continue my update for now. The Diversity Commission met today, and they also met once before in this break, and they're talking about their survey that they've put out to the public that is titled "The Climate for Diversity in Flagstaff: Findings from Survey by the Commission of Diversity Awareness," and so that is coming to us in a near future. I think they're ready to have that be brought to council and to share those findings and recommendations with council. And I'm really looking forward to that reaching us. And I know they are as well. So shout out to them and that team for doing all the hard work they did to get that document to where it is today. And then last group I wanted to give a quick report on is just the county calls that myself and many members of the council are, jumping in on from time to time, periodically. Councilmember Whalen has attended a lot of these calls with myself and City Manager Clifton. And we meet every Wednesday at this point with our county and other jurisdictions within our county to talk about COVID and just to share information. And so there's a lot being discussed there. I'm not going to go into the details. I just want to say that we are on a downward trend in our county, and that is very positive. And I know we're about to dive into COVID in the upcoming agenda, but I'll just say, and to make County Manager Jimmy Jane proud, partnership works, and it's a great partnership we have in this communication platform that we meet weekly in, and I'm looking forward to that communication continuing long after COVID's gone and supporting all members of this county, starting with the city of Flagstaff through us. So thank you, Mayor, and thank you everybody for hearing me out. And if I missed anything, City Manager and other members of leadership, please do step in.
Okay, so we're going to go ahead and move down to our future agenda item requests. There are two. This is section number 12. The first one would be 12A. It's a future agenda item request affair from Councilmember Aslan to place on a future agenda a request for launching an extensive community dialogue that thoroughly and sufficiently explores the lived Black experience in Flagstaff, in the state, and in the nation. The Black community from Flagstaff should lead the way on this, although other Black voices from the outside are also valuable and should absolutely be invited to participate. The recommendation is that we partner with Flagstaff Southside Community Association to have them lead the dialogue. So I wanted to actually go to the city manager first, because I think you might have an update. And then go to Councilmember Aslan.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Council. I do have an update, and I will quickly refer Mayor and Council to my manager's report, which is in your packet, but please take note that report was amended, and our city clerk sent out a notice of that amendment. What you should have includes a couple of corrections and updates specific to the fair item that was referenced. On page 4 of the report, there is a narrative about what has occurred with respect to this issue and with specific regard to the Southside Community Association. We've had numerous very meaningful conversations with Ms. Deb Harris, the Executive Director for the Southside Community Association. And the long and short of it is that a very strong coalition has been assembled that includes a number of entities, nonprofits, and local churches, fraternities, sorority, NCAAP, and others, along with the Southside Community Association. And this coalition will be endeavoring to put together 6 community meetings focused on the specific needs of the Black community in Flagstaff. There was a request for this and other related topics that came to the council's attention during the recess by letter of July 21st. That has been revised, and you now have in the report, in my report before you, a summary of what the city will be advancing to the Southside Community Association to help in this endeavor. It will not cover all the costs, but it will go a long ways. And this is subject to a previously approved appropriation by the City Council when the current fiscal year budget was approved. So everything here is, I believe, in order. And soon we will have that disbursement made in the amount of $49,708 to help with this project. And we're very happy and proud to be partners in such a worthy pursuit. And I wanted to report back to council on this. Now, tying it back to Council Member Aslan's fair item, this would at least purport to address the underlying concerns and desires stated within your fair item. I'll turn it back to you to see if that is in fact the case.
Thank you. Mayor, am I okay?
Yep, it's all you.
Yeah, well, I mean, that was a very detailed update. It was a very optimistic update. Thank you very much. I'm not sure what I have to add, except that we're back from recess now, and I know we were all a little bit frustrated that we couldn't tackle this even sooner, but our progress is happening, and the pace at which it's occurring is not a reflection of the urgency that we all feel. This is a matter that we're not going to let go of, and these conversations absolutely need to happen. They need to happen soon, and they need to be thorough and high quality and inclusive of a lot of community voices. And the other thing that I would like to add is that this is not to the exclusion of other impacted and affected and concerned elements of our communities and neighborhoods. This is very much a matter of inclusion, finally, a long overdue inclusion of the specific Black lived experience as a part of the narrative of what it means to be in Flagstaff and to be experiencing these frustrations and these deep concerns. I talk to everybody about this as a stool which needs legs of equal length if it's going to be balanced and level and going to stand up appropriately. So there's going to be a lot of moving parts involved with this overall community dialogue, and I'm very proud of what the city is doing and what the Southside Community Center is doing in terms of getting this one leg of that stool up and sturdy and flat and level. And I look forward to the results of these dialogues and the long road ahead, far beyond the 6 community conversations we're having, of making sure that we keep our eye on that ball and that we keep moving forward, and that we do so in concert and in synergy with other affected community groups.
So, Mr. Aslan, with that, would you be okay with withdrawing this particular fair item, as it looks like that particular item is actually moving forward?
Yeah, I'm completely in agreement with whatever procedural steps we need to take here to just clear everything up. Absolutely.
I see there is a comment from Ms. Whelan. Ms. Whelan?
Thank you, Mayor. I'd just like to thank everyone who has been working on this, Greg, and your leadership to do this through an administrative route was brilliant, and I'm glad that everyone has taken the lead and these dialogues continue to happen. I'd like to tie this piece back to our conversations on our priority-based budgeting. So we talked about community participation. So in my mind, every meeting that we have going forward should be taken as input for our budgeting. So not only do we do a survey, not only do we do education, but every piece of information that we get through our community meetings and liaisons and commissions should be recorded in some way. So thank you again for everyone who has taken the lead on this and the not so lead. And I really look forward to our progress. So thank you.
You know, I just want to add just a little bit to the conversation. First of all, I want to say thank you very much to city staff, our city manager specifically, who worked over our break to make sure that this happened. I want to say thank you to council as well, you know, because council took the lead and said, we want this to happen. We want to have the hard conversations. You know, I've had the opportunity to talk to the group. They were very busy over the weekend and yesterday. And there's 9 different organizations that have come together to form a coalition to make sure that these conversations happen. In tying that back to all the other conversations we've had tonight, you know, one such organization is a church. There's 4 churches that are involved with this, the 4 historic Black churches in Flagstaff. But when we talk about technology and interaction, right, in the world of COVID, there's going to be the online town hall aspect, right? But then there's also going to be one-on-one, appropriately social distancing conversations that are going to have to happen, as Mr. Aslan has mentioned, because you have to get everybody's voice. You know, there is one Black church here in town that they've actually don't have technology at all, and their membership is older. So they have actually been having church during this time for 10 people every hour on the hour. And so, for example, they start at 8 o'clock in the morning, and every 45 minutes they have a church service for 10 people. And on Sunday, they had one person left who hadn't gone to church, so they had church for 45 minutes for that one person. So this is the different types of populations that we have here in Flagstaff, and really points out the need to have a diverse way of talking to our population who lives here to make sure that they all are part of this thing we call democracy. So with that, I believe Mr. Aslan has withdrawn this fair, and we'll move on to the next one. So this is 12B, a future agenda item request. This is a request from Councilmember McCarthy to place on a future agenda a presentation to council by the police department on their practices and procedures regarding racial profiling, de-escalation training, use of force, rules on the various types of chokeholds, how complaints of inappropriate actions are handled, and procedures to prevent hiring officers that took inappropriate actions in other police departments. The presentation should include recommendations regarding procedures recently involving in other cities where professionals, for example, paramedics, counselors, etc., respond to calls that do not involve possible violence and do not require an armed officer. Also, consideration of creating a public safety commission. Mr. McCarthy.
Oh, thank you, Mayor. Could you read that again?
Nope.
No, just kidding. Just to kind of give you an overview, I believe in the actual wording that I sent to the city manager. I already said this, but he kind of paraphrased it down a little bit, that we have an excellent police department. But I want to find out if I'm correct. And if I'm not correct, I want to know that. And I want to understand what our procedures are. And I believe in general they're good. But it may be that some of them can be improved. We know what happened back in Minneapolis, and we never want to see anything that's even close to that here in Flagstaff. There have been problems here in Flagstaff, and generally, my experience with Mr. Treadway, of course, is retired now, is that he took those straight on and made sure they were not swept under the rug, and he took care of it. So I just think, in considering what's happened around the country in the last year, especially the last several months, it would be appropriate for council to have a discussion about all of these issues that, the mayor just read. And I also believe that this would be good for the police department to give them a chance or a venue to kind of tell the public where they are and what kind of department they are. So I didn't mean to be accusatory in any way, but I think I would be completely negligent to not bring up the fact that we need to make sure that we have an excellent police department, that the civil liberties of everyone are always respected, etc. I think you get the basic tone of where I'm going on this. So I would ask that we have a meeting on this, and it might be several meetings because it's a large subject. And I would hope that the rest of the council members would support me. I also might suggest that if there is support, that we might put this towards the front of the list, because this isn't something that can wait 6 months or a year like some fair items do. I think this is something that's really important to address now. And I don't know if I said this already, but I think it ties right into Mr. Aslan's ideas that we just talked about. They're very complementary and they both need to be done. So comments, thank you.
Ms. Whelan?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Jim. I would like to expedite this. I think it's needed, and I also believe that it needs to be moved to the front of the queue. In every meeting that I have been with our chiefs of fire, of police, all I get is this sense of, yeah, let's sit down and let's talk about this, and a sense of willingness. So I really look forward to having these conversations with these great leaders and departments. And also, again, tying it into the budget, that what we draw from these conversations are also going to be noted and added to the community discussion and qualitative feedback. So thank you.
We're gonna go to Mr. Aslan.
Yeah, I have some questions. I hope we can expedite this to the extent that it's possible as well. I think procedurally, if we move to expedite a fair item, it comes straight to the front of the list. Is that correct, City Clerk Salzberg?
Councilmember Aslan, that is correct. It would be put in front. It would be placed in front of all of the other pending items.
So I'm concerned that our police department and our city staff need the appropriate amount of time to actually develop a presentation that's meaningful and thorough without overburdening them with having to drop everything else they're doing to get right on that. Where's the middle ground?
Well, I wonder if we could ask them how much time they would need.
Well, if we expedite, then we're dictating that we're doing it right away.
I see the city manager wants to weigh in. How about we let him?
Oh, well, thank you, Mayor and Council, and thank you for the thoughtfulness, Councilmember Aslan and others. On our end, we totally anticipated this, so no surprises. We knew that it would be expedited. The suggestion I come to the table with is this may very well involve more than one meeting and one setting. It might be something that, if it's given its due attention, could involve a couple of presentations, and some of which could be tied up pretty neatly, and some of which will obviously require some ongoing dialogue. and I think we're about to hear from the city clerk, but my suggestion is that perhaps we give it the expedited priority that you're now suggesting, and also we be a little bit nimble as to how much time it takes in one council meeting, with the idea that maybe it might span more than one meeting. Thank you.
City clerk.
Yes, to just kind of expound on that just a little bit, what Mr. Clifton has said, we can be very flexible in that timing. So, you know, yes, it goes to the beginning of the line, but if the police department and others need a little bit more time to prepare, we can certainly just work that into the schedule, knowing that it wouldn't come at the, you know, further down the line. So it doesn't necessarily draw a hard line in the sand, if you will. We can get that scheduled when it works best for both the police department and the council.
Well, that's wonderful to hear. That takes care of any of the concerns I had.
I'm gonna go to Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to say gratitude for everybody on this conversation, and I'm really looking forward to it. And I do support it being expedited, and I'm glad that staff is expecting this, because this is a conversation that I think the community would like to see us have, and I look forward to it. That's all. Thank you.
I have a comment, Mr. McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to say that, yeah, I want to expedite this. I don't want to be 6 months out. But if they want to come back to us in 2 weeks, that's fine. Or if they want to come back to us in 4 weeks, whatever makes sense. I have ultimate trust in the city manager and the city clerk to put this at the front of the list, but not to put the cart before the horse and do it. I'm more interested in a quality discussion than I am in getting it crossed off the list as soon as possible.
So I just want to weigh in with my thoughts. I think that it should be expedited, at least part of the conversation, because I think that there has been a lot said and a lot assumed. You know, when we look at what happens nationally and then some of the incidents that we've seen in the newspaper, there's like assumptions as to what is and what is not. And I think they need to be cleared up. When I look at this request, I actually see 3 different elements within it. I see what is happening now with regards to policy. What are we doing now as a city, as a police department? We had a conversation that was very similar to that conversation, I think maybe 13, 14 months ago. So I think the police department can speak to that. I know that when we were asked by the community what we are doing to address 8x8, I think within 24 hours, then Police Chief Treadway sent an email saying what we were doing. So I think the police are ready to speak to that, and I think they should speak to that. I think they should speak to that sooner rather than later. I do think the second conversation that I see in this list is what is going on in other cities with regards to different ways of responding to emergencies, and can we do that? You know, what are the recommendations that are coming from our police chief, his department, and from the community? I think we need to have that conversation. And then there's this other thing about a public safety commission, what it is not. I have questions about charter and governance with that. So I really think, at least from what I look at, there's 3 different conversations. The first one, what we are doing now, I think we need to have that conversation now. So I want to say, okay, City Attorney.
Madam Mayor, thank you. I just wanted to make sure and point out, with respect to what you just mentioned, the charter and anything like that, there could very well be an executive session associated with it too, to provide you the legal advice necessary. It just depends on where the discussion goes and how quickly we move through it. But I just wanted to make sure everyone was aware that that's most likely going to be a part of this.
Thank you, City Attorney. Mr. Odegaard?
Yeah, and thank you, Mayor. I agree what you said, and concerning, I do agree that it needs to be expedited. I think there just needs a lot of things for our police department to tell their story, because we haven't heard from them. And so I think this is an opportunity for them to tell their story to the community, and a lot of things to be cleared up of what does happen and what does not happen. And so I'm looking forward to those discussions and that conversation soon. So thank you.
Mr. Clifton?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Council, for a very thoughtful discussion. We hear you loud and clear. Everything that has been said tonight is consistent with what we were assuming, although you've given us more clarity too. And Madam Mayor, specifically the 3 items you identified, that's a nice summation of what we're talking about here. And I think you, Council, can expect us to come back and hit 1 or 2 of these fairly quickly. And then obviously there may be elements of a couple of these that require a little more dialogue, and we look forward to all of that. So thank you for giving us the direction that we were seeking. I'm at your pleasure, Mayor. Are you ready to advance to the next topic, or?
We are. We're going to know that you heard us, and that's coming back in rapid form. And we are going to go to the city manager's report, and I see that you have something about Mountain Line letters of support.
I did. I called that out for some attention. I'll go through the report very expeditiously because it's the end of the evening and we've covered a lot of ground. It is so good to be back in these meetings. We all hope that council had a very well-deserved recess. We know that recess comes within quotations. Many of you were busy throughout that period, but it's good to be back in the regular meetings. I think I speak for the staff in making that statement. We're back at it and ready to be at your service here. The report touches upon a number of updates, including one from our sustainability section. You have a very nice update from capital projects. I invite you to give it all a read, frankly, because we try to keep these informative. Capital projects are moving right along. As a quick anecdotal comment, we were meeting with a couple of members of the chamber board this morning. We were talking about revenues in the community, and this conversation will be coming your way, Council. But the one thing that is a quick takeaway and a very good story on revenues is that of revenues related to the building industry, construction, and the fact that that revenue stream has been not just healthy, but exceeding all other streams in terms of percentages over last year. It's been basically keeping other things afloat, if you will. And I think I mentioned that because it ties into the capital projects update that you have. I think that the city has been doing its part to stay the course on many of these important projects. So construction's been healthy in the city of Flagstaff, and we're grateful for that, especially during this recession. I did drill down on a topic that pertains to one project, and that is with respect to Coconino Estates improvements. We have had and are having ongoing discussions with the neighborhood out there with respect to the First Street Waterline project. There's an in-depth discussion of that. The mayor has been involved, helped orchestrate a neighborhood meeting to address some concerns. And I will not belabor, but I would invite you to read that. And I think the important takeaway is we are working with the neighborhood. We are addressing the concerns, and that's an ongoing discussion and one that we look forward to. There are takeaways noted in the report from that. There's actually quite a narrative given to that. Back to the Southside Community Association, enough discussion on that before. Again, I want to give a shout out to Miss Deb Harris, who's been delightful to work with. She's doing a lot of orchestration over there on her time, as always, to put this coalition together. The mayor, you mentioned that there were 9 entities involved in this. The National Association for Advancement of Colored People, the Coconino County African American Advisory Council, the Southside Association, Community Association for Black Churches, a Black fraternity, and a Black sorority. A rather impressive lineup that is pursuing this project. We're very anxious to hear the dialogue and see what comes of it. I think it looks to be a very strong coalition. I gave you an update on what I incorrectly stated as the Montoya building and should be correctly stated as the Montalvo building. Forgive me for that. A little bit of a mix-up. That's all on me. An update on some lease discussions that we're having that speak to a number of properties, including the Murdoch Center, including Theatricos, and including potential leases in the future as well. All, of course, nonprofit endeavors that serve this community so well. Now, back to the item that I'm calling out. Mountain Lion, there's a nice narrative in the report about what they have going on. I'm just lifting notes from a meeting that I had with Heather, their executive director, which was very good. Heather Domelin, thank you. Without getting into the updates, which are all very informative, I will bring your attention now, if I may, to two requests, or requests for two support letters, rather. One speaks to a grant application in front of the FTA that will accomplish a number of things, including support for the construction of some bus storage facilities on the NAU campus. Another one for technology upgrades. All of these are very good pursuits. We would like to support Mountain Lion with this. You have a draft letter in your in the council, or pardon me, the manager's report. Secondly, and I'll stop after this, Mountain Lion is seeking city support in advocacy at the federal level to both the House and Senate members on a reauthorization package, which is the INVEST Act. And there are some key points outlined in my report to you as to what that funding will accomplish. It's all very positive. It's all very important. And so there is a request for support on both of those. I don't think I will speak to anything else for now, but invite council to weigh in on the request. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Council, do you want to weigh in on that request? So silence gives consent on that letter, council.
Yeah.
Ms.
Yeah,
Whelan?
I certainly support, and thank you for highlighting this, Greg. The letter that you had put in your report was excellent. I think we're looking at grant applications and Mountain Lion updates to data systems and operations that will help the buses navigate our city in a more expedited way. So thank you for doing this. It has my full support, and I hope council will join in with that.
And so I'm just going to go down the line because I think we need to verbalize this. Mr. Odegaard.
Yes, let's do it.
Mr. McCarthy.
I'm very supportive.
Mr. Aslan.
Huzzah!
Vice Mayor.
Yes, absolutely.
I am totally in support. Ms. Salas?
I don't want to be left by the bus. Totally full support. With cuddles here.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Council. And that's it for me.
Okay, we're really going to push through, council, and I want to say I appreciate everyone being mindful and being here. I did forget to give us a break, and we have one more item. Ms. Whelan.
Mayor, are we moving to the fair items? Because I do have a fair item. Or are we breaking?
No, I'm just saying that we're not getting a break. I forgot to give us a break. Okay. We have two more items. I appreciate us being here for these. The next one up is COVID updates. It's item number 14A. Then we will go down to item number 15. So 14A, we're going to discuss the reentry plan and the monitoring criteria. I believe this would be Ms. Anderson.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. If you don't mind, I'm going to share my screen so we can start the quick presentation here I have for you. So again, we will be discussing the reentry plan and the monitoring criteria this evening. I've also added to this presentation some information on the site-specific plans given the new Arizona Department of Health Services Business Operations Dashboard. So we will go over some data from Coconino County Health and Human Services. We'll be looking at the Northern Arizona Healthcare Hospital Census. We'll go over the key points of your monitoring criteria and the reentry plan for the city. We'll look at 2 specific reentry plan phases, phase 2 and phase 3. And then again, the site-specific plans, looking at it from that dashboard from the Arizona Department of Health Services perspective. So the data, as we've been discussing, looks good. I'm going to shrink this box down here. We've been on a downward trend for 4 or more weeks, which is positive. August 1st, we ended with 59 cases here in Flagstaff. At the end of the week of August 8th, that has dropped now to 41, but that data was not available when I created this presentation. Hospital admission, again, a downward trend, although we do have this increase here on July 25th to the 20, it's still less than the 39, so we still consider that a downward trajectory of 4 or more weeks. And again, the week of August 8th, that was at 12 hospitalizations. Moving on to COVID-19 related deaths, we ended the week of August 1st with 2 related COVID deaths, and again, the week of August 8th was also at 2, so still staying down in those numbers. When we look at the hospital census, this was as of August 6th. They had 16 positive COVID patients and there were 9 that were pending. Hospital capacity and critical care capacity looked strong. I did review this again today. They have 16 positive cases still, but the 9 pending has dropped to 3. So there's been an additional increase in the hospital capacity as well as critical care. So our monitoring criteria has 4 key points. The first is the downward trajectory over 4 or more weeks, and that's specifically looking at the number of cases, the hospitalizations, and the COVID-related deaths. The community members, business owners, and visiting public have demonstrated the ability to follow CDC guidelines. So that's also something that we're evaluating. And then lastly, that the healthcare facility has capacity for those who are seriously ill, and that we have the ability to provide testing, the monitoring, and contact tracing related to COVID-19. So again, when we're looking at our monitoring criteria, we have been on a downward trajectory for the past 5 weeks. We saw a few upticks, as I pointed out, as we were looking at the graphs, but because there has not been 2 consecutive weeks, that's just considered a grace period, and we don't have to rebound to start that 4 or more week period over again. The Northern Arizona Healthcare Census shows capacity to care for our seriously ill. Coconino County Health and Human Services have demonstrated the ability to test, monitor, and contact trace. Even when they have been unable to do it with their resources here in Flagstaff, they've been able to engage the Arizona Department of Health Services for assistance. And then I think we've seen mixed results on the following CDC guidelines based on the communication that comes into Mayor and Council. So when we look specifically at the reentry plan phases, right now we're in phase 2. Phase 2 means that city operations and meetings are functioning remotely. The majority of our city facilities are closed to the public. However, our essential services, such as emergency services provided by police and fire, public works, water services, and building inspection, are performed in person and on site. Special events are limited to 10 people or less. And then we have the temporary use permits where we adopted varying levels based on the level of transmission. Most outdoor park and court amenities were opened during phase 2, and the visitor center also opened on a limited basis. Our travel and group gatherings are still suspended or they're held remotely. So part of our discussion today might be, do we move to phase 3? So I wanted to review quickly what that might mean. When you look at phase 3 compared to phase 2, most city facilities would be open to the public, but with limited services. Limited services means the hours of operation and the building capacity may be curtailed. City meetings will continue remotely. Seating areas that are in the common kind of lobby will be closed to discourage congregating. Protective measures, including protective shields at customer service counters, lobby and public areas having queuing mechanisms, the use of masks, sanitizing liquids and wipes, and increased cleaning regimens are going to be in place for phase 3. We will have continued emphasis on working remotely. The indoor recreation facilities may begin staged opening. We're going to talk about that in a little bit more detail here shortly. And again, special events would increase to 50 people. And then with council approval, we could increase that up to 250 if CDC guidelines were followed. And then the temporary permits, even in phase 3, would continue to follow the level of transmission. Limited travel means that travel would be limited to those areas with a low level of COVID-19 transmission. We don't want to send employees where there's moderate or high levels of transmission in fear that they might bring it back to our community. So unless travel is necessary for critical infrastructure, we would limit it to those low level transmission areas. So the site-specific plans for recreation, I've added this because the Arizona Department of Health Service announced that they are doing business operation dashboards. There's one specifically to indoor gyms and fitness centers that may impact the opening of our recreation centers. So some of the things that we would be evaluating is the implementation of the mitigation strategies that are outlined in the business operations document specific to the gyms and fitness centers. We would then have to go on and complete the attestation after our level of transmission with the Arizona Department of Health Services dashboard drops to the moderate level. Because as you can see in the chart below, when you're at the substantial level, your center is supposed to remain closed. So this is a copy of what the dashboard looks like on the Arizona Department of Health Services website. Again, it addresses that it's a business operations dashboard. It also announces that the dashboard does not consider the past 2 weeks of data due to potential lags. So the purpose of this information is to determine the level of community spread. So you'll see the levels listed on the side: substantial, moderate, and minimal. And to provide information about allowed occupancy. So this particular slide just provides you with definitions of how they are describing what minimal, moderate, and substantial community spread looks like, and how it compares to the 3 benchmarks: the number of cases, the percent positivity, and the COVID-like illnesses. So this is a chart that I pulled out of the business operations plan for gyms and fitness centers, and it is attempting to explain how each of these 3 benchmarks are evaluated. So the number of cases, they're looking for 2 weeks below 100 cases per 100,000 in population, and they define what their data sources are down at the bottom of the chart. For percent positivity, they're looking for 2 weeks with a percent positivity below 10%. And then lastly, for COVID-like illnesses, they're looking for 2 weeks with hospital visits due to COVID-like illnesses, again below 10%. So this was the dashboard for Coconino County as of the week of July 19th. They have updated this chart through July 26th, but both the second and the third benchmark have remained moderate, and the cases per 100,000 has remained substantial. Some of the biggest reasons as to why we're seeing higher numbers when we're looking at this particular dashboard versus the Coconino County dashboard that I provide to council each week is because of that 2-week lag. They're only looking through the week of July 26th, and the data that we reviewed in the slides above was through August 1st, and we also now have updated data through the week of August 8th. So that's one of the biggest differences between what we're looking at this screen and what we looked at previously. So I'd like to stop my presentation there and open for any council questions or for discussion.
So I do want to let council know that we have 3 comment cards on this item. I guess, Ms. Anderson, before we take the comment cards, I need to better understand the last slide. So in understanding that gyms and places like that fall under the governor's reopening guidelines, based off of this information, can we open gyms or not in the city of Flagstaff?
Based on my interpretation of this particular document in comparison to, or this dashboard in comparison to the gym document, it says that we have to remain closed. I'm going to go back a few slides to this indoor gyms and fitness centers chart. I pulled right out of that particular document. And it says when we have a community spread level of substantial, that our occupancy is to remain closed. Now, I have heard through the grapevine that some of the Valley gyms have been successful in still opening with a 10% occupancy, but I'm not exactly sure how that has occurred, just given my reading of the document itself.
Okay, so based off of the Arizona Department of Health Services, the requirements that have been outlined by the governor of Arizona at this particular time, given our, and if you go 3 slides forward, given our numbers that have to do with the community spread, the community dashboard put out by Coconino County Health District, we are still in the substantial box, so we are unable to open those types of facilities legally.
Correct.
Okay, I just think that that needs to be very clear. So council, if you don't mind, we would take the communities, we have 3 comment cards first. Ms. Salzberg?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I have got Holly Jones on the line right now, and I will let her know that she can start her time. Ms. Jones, you can go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I just want to thank you guys for listening to me tonight. My concerns with phase 2 and phase 3 is that phase 2 is not clear. And so you have teams currently out on the fields practicing. And I've met with city leaders, and they feel that that is okay, but yet they're not allowing user groups. So what you're getting with the current phase 2 is you're getting multiple teams and different people out there. So you're actually creating an unsafe environment by just leaving it open to anyone versus allowing user groups where you can, mandate certain numbers and make sure we're following, city and our guidelines. We have very strict, I'm with soccer, Flagstaff Soccer Club. We have a COVID person who will also be helping monitor the fields for social distancing and following Arizona Soccer Association's guidelines, and obviously also the city of Flagstaff guidelines. But right now we have this where we're not sure if we're allowed out there. Its fields are open, first come, first serve. I asked specifically, me as a coach, can I go out with players? Yes, I can. It's just the field's not reserved in my name. Well, that's causing teams to overlap, other organizations to overlap, and you're actually causing, I think, a much higher safety risk for multiple reasons. But one would be the social distancing and teams showing up and, players being dropped off and the fields aren't actually reserved. So I'm not sure if that's something that city council or the mayor is aware of. And then my other concern kind of is just, I know you guys are considering, obesity, mental health of the players and the well-being of our youth today. I just want to thank you guys for listening to me, and that's it. Unless anybody has any questions, I don't know if they can ask.
Council? Thank you.
All right, Ms. Jones, there are no questions from council. I'm going to go ahead and hang up now.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mayor, I just need a quick moment to get our second speaker on the line.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. I have Rick Kelsey on the line, and he can go ahead and start his time now.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Rick Kelsey. I'm the Chief Executive Officer for Arizona Soccer Association. Arizona Soccer Association registers 45,000 soccer players statewide. So I'm sure you can probably imagine the challenges we faced trying to find ways to allow soccer to be played in Arizona in all the different counties as safely as possible, not only for the players, but for the coaches, the families, and the communities. Arizona Soccer Association actually developed a 4-phased return to play guidelines that we began back in May. We presented to the governor in the governor's office with the endorsement of AYSO, 160 Little Leagues in Arizona, Arizona Volleyball, Arizona Basketball Coaches Association. But unfortunately, back in mid-May, the governor's response at that time, I'm sure many of you may recall when he said they were open for professional sports, and he said everybody else play ball. So when he did that, though, Arizona Soccer Association and our member clubs, to include Flagstaff Soccer Club, we remained diligent and committed to our 4-phase return to play approach. We've been very focused on the various metrics that come out, everything from the R0 score, which for almost the second week in a row, Arizona's the leader in the country as it relates to community spread. Been paying very close attention to the local community metrics. I saw just a little bit ago on the presentation, the reopening business dashboards. I'm sure with the presentations that you have to have presented, Coconino County is actually very close to being moderate, as the July 26th date has now been made available as well. With Arizona Soccer Association, what we've actually just recently done is we've announced our return to play. But with our return to play, we actually have also 3 steps that are required as part of that. Step 1 is we do not allow spectators. One of the biggest challenges in this COVID journey that we're all facing has been the infection rate in the 20 to 44-year-old age group, which is a predominant, a large percentage of our families and our parents. So we don't allow spectators on the sideline. Flagstaff Soccer Club is a committed organization that can help do that as well. We also, as our return to play, we require players to wear masks to and from the field. They don't have to wear them when they're playing. We also require coaches to wear masks. We require referees to wear masks to and from the field. So again, we have a lot of diligence and put a lot of diligence into our return to play to not only make sure the players are safe, but also the coaches, the families, and the communities. We also have very strict reporting guidelines. We have on our website, as we announced, following the CDC guidelines, the definition of close contact exposure. If a player or coach has symptoms, if they're positive, we work with Banner Sports Medicine and Banner Health on testing protocols as well. What we'd ask for you to do is if we can get the fields made available so that the kids can play.
I apologize.
That would be our ask. And hopefully we can get that, so not only
Mr.
we can let them play. Damn it. Yes, ma'am.
Your 3 minutes is up.
Thank you.
Council, did you have any questions?
What is your specific request, sir?
Our request is that you open the fields in a manner that allows user groups to request them so that then we can provide the oversight. One of the things, as Ms. Jones mentioned earlier, and we've seen here in the Valley, and back in March, we had actually stopped sanctioning all activities. When you stop sanctioning activities, they go play anyways. They go do it anyways. And then we've lost the protection as well as our ability to hold organizations accountable for doing what they're supposed to do. And I think that's one of the unintended consequences.
Okay, thank you. Council, are there any other questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you guys very much. Have a good night.
Thank you. Bye-bye. All right, again, Mayor, I just needed a quick moment to get our last caller on the line. Okay, Mayor, I've got Linda Ballantyne on the line, and she's going to start her 3 minutes now.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor Evans and Council. Thank you for your time today and your consideration.
Oh. Linda, if you want to turn your volume down on your streaming, that will help with the feedback.
Yeah, let me just shut that off. Okay. Thank you for your time today and your consideration in this matter. My name is Linda Ballantyne, and I am the co-owner of Primetime Athletics here in Flagstaff. We are a youth sports league that has been operating since 2012. We offer flag football, basketball, volleyball, and cheer for the youth in our community, ages 3 through 17. Today, I'm in front of you specifically to discuss fall flag football for our kids. As we've seen the COVID numbers decline in our community and around our state, I'm here to request that you allow the City Parks and Recreation Department to release our fields for fall season flag football at Fox Glen Park. Primetime and other youth sports organizations are tasked during this pandemic with keeping our community safe while considering the mental and physical well-being of our community's youth. I sent you our return to play protocols. We have a strict set of rules in our league when not in a pandemic. This is an added layer for protection of our players and spectators in our league. We are diligent in enforcing rules as we are most interested in the youth sports experience and don't typically put up with adult shenanigans on our sidelines. I want to assure you we have put measures in place to enforce these protocols, such as mandating masks on the sidelines, 2 spectators per player, no parents at practice, signed COVID waiver from each family, no tents or benches to congregate under, no congregating before or after games, no post-game handshakes, and many other protocols. Our league parents are well aware of these rules, and they are listed on our website. They have agreed to this by signing the COVID waiver upon registering their child. As our youth remain secluded from their friends as school year begins, youth activities and sports are more important than ever for their mental health and well-being. They crave socialization with their peers, being active and involved in organized activities. I've sat with many parents in the past months in tears begging us to kick off our season. Many parents in our community have chosen to go up and down the hill multiple times a week to enable their children to participate in sports in the valley. This breaks my heart that our families have to leave their own community to participate in youth sports when there are excellent options here with our league and other youth organizations. I know you are well aware of our declining numbers of the last several weeks. I don't know what the right answer is, so I will defer to you and your wisdom. I can't imagine the weight of these decisions that council faces during this time. I want to thank you for your time and assure you that we will do everything to enforce our return to play protocols. Our league is all about safety and the well-being of our youth and families. During this pandemic, this will remain our philosophy. Thank you for your time in this matter. I am happy to answer any questions.
So, council, do we have any questions? Vice Mayor.
Yes, thank you so much. And thank you to all of our public comments that we've received this evening. You know, I definitely have a spot for youth sports and sports in general, being a coach myself and someone who works with youth in sports. You know, so I do have a couple questions for the speaker. Can you tell me more about the waiver? What is it? Why is it required? What is it requesting?
We typically ask parents and families to sign a waiver just to play in our league. There's inherent risk in youth sports. This is just another layer. It's a specific COVID waiver that was written by our attorney. It talks about temperature checks, limited spectatorship, parents not on the field during practice, no congregating, if you've been ill in the last 2 weeks, not to come to practice. If you have elderly or immunocompromised folks at home, elderly, grandparents, whatnot, don't bring them to the field. So I can send you that waiver that is within our registration site. So when a player is registered, when a parent registers a player, they also sign the waiver that we always have used for 8 years, and then now a COVID waiver.
And let me ask you just a couple other follow-ups. What percentage of your parents or of the kids would you say would not want to play? Or how many, or what percentage would want to be playing right now?
We took a poll for summer season. We were hoping to have a summer season, and we had a resounding number wanting to get back in summer. So we have continued. We've rolled over from spring. We've rolled over from summer. We've had many registrations for fall. We have our return to play protocols on our website. Parents are welcome to read those. If they don't feel like they can adhere to those rules, then they're welcome not to play, and they can wait till spring. So at this point, we have over 400 kids registered for fall season.
Wow. And I guess I'll just share with you, my concern is just, the peer pressure aspect, for one. You don't want to be that kid that can't play because you have a vulnerable member at home, or you interact with your grandma, And then secondly, it just takes one kid on a team to spread it to the entire team. I see kids playing sports right now, and I mean, you're just in close contact as you do when you play sports. And if you're asymptomatic, it'll spread from one to the whole team in one session. And that's just really concerning to me, but I'll leave it there. Thank you for answering my questions.
You're welcome.
Ms. Whelan.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Linda, for being here tonight. Question, I heard you say that no parents on the fields during practice. Can you tell me what your protocol is during a game?
We will have two family members, 2 spectators per child. We will designate literally a physical box for them to stand. So they will come to the field masked. Everybody will have a mask. Coaches, players will have to wear one on the sidelines. They don't have to wear one when they're on the field. Mm-hmm. But so little Johnny will be player A, and little Johnny's 2 spectators will be sitting and standing in box A for the entire game. They will come to the field, stand in box A. They will leave the field and go to their car. There will be no leaving that box during the game.
And so what if someone just blatantly doesn't follow your protocols? What would happen?
We are putting in place that, and this is actually peer pressure, Vice Mayor. If you don't follow protocols, you will either be asked to leave the field and not be allowed to return the rest of the season, or your child will forfeit that game. Your child's team will forfeit that game. So it's very strict, and I think parents who have played in our league know that we have a set of rules and we adhere to them because we are most interested in the youth experience. Okay. So there will be very, very strict enforcement. We will have a field monitor at each field enforcing these rules.
And one last question. So how many, I know it's not a definite answer, but how many people do you see being at this event, say during a practice? So you would have your...
We are limiting, I'm sorry, didn't mean to interrupt.
No, go ahead, Linda.
At a practice, well, first of all, we are limiting our team size. So normally we can have up to 10 children on a team. We are limiting our team size to 7 to 8 children only on a team plus a coach. So each parent will drop their child off at practice, and they're welcome to leave. For 6 and under, parents will have to remain in their car in case their younger child needs them during practice. There will be no parents on the sideline during practice. It will just be coaches and the players. And I think our coaches are gonna love that. Okay. So the parents will have to either remain in the car or they can drop off and come back and pick up their children.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Salas?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Linda and Primetime Athletics for mindfully coming up with a return to play protocol with a matching COVID waiver. I'm just curious, is these protocols that you have come up with, are they by far at par with best practices nationwide or within the state?
We have consulted the Aspen Institute. We have consulted NFL Flag, USA Football, and a variety of other youth sports organizations. And so we have come up with these protocols for athletes, spectators, coaches, officials, and staff. And they're extensive. And so they are being used nationally because we are part of a large NFL Flag organization, and they are being used by Primetime Athletics all over the state. Did I answer your question?
Yes, and I have a hypothetical question. Okay. Granted that we move to open the fields for youth sports, and God forbids there's a spike in transmission and in infection, will you be willing to cancel your season? Yes, voluntarily?
Yes, ma'am. 100%.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, I don't see any other questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
City Clerk, do we have any more questions?
No, Mayor, that is our last public comment.
Okay. Ms. Whelan?
Shannon, I do have a question for you. So the percentage, I know typically we don't count a percentage. So I'm looking at community spread, and it says 10 to 100 cases per 100,000, 5 to 10% positivity, 5 to 10% COVID-like illness. What are you using to show? Are you using the Coconino County dashboard where it says total percent positive 10%? Is that how we're getting to we're in the moderate? I understand the buildings being closed because that's a governor order from the governor. What I don't understand is where are we pulling our percentages from to say we're in the moderate class?
So this is actually the Department of Health Services benchmarks for their business operations dashboard. And if you look down at the bottom, they're actually getting their information from the counties. So when they're talking about the percent of positivity, they're getting that from Coconino County. One of the biggest things to keep in mind is that they're not including the last 2 weeks. So this chart that I showed here, this only goes through July 19th, to where if you look at our county website, that actually goes through August 8th. So that's why these numbers look higher than what we're actually seeing when we go to our county dashboards on the Coconino County Health and Human Services site.
Okay, so I have the dashboard in front of me right now, and it says August 18th, 2020, total percent positive 10%.
The 10% positivity?
Yes.
Yeah, so that's actually in this chart, this benchmark right here, the positivity percentage. And they are suggesting that you have to be below 10% for 2 weeks. So for 2 consecutive weeks, we would have to be below that. Is what they're looking for in that benchmark. But we're actually moderate from that perspective, so it's okay. The one where we're still tracking high is the 100 cases per 100,000. But once they get, I think, at least 1 more week, we should see that come down. Because as, if I can go back, if anyone gets sick with moving slides, if you'll look away from it, I'm going to quickly go back to some previous slides from the county. Because that's taking into account this data, Councilmember Whelan. And so they're all the way back here where we had our big spike. And so once we start to get some of these additional weeks added to that data, we're going to come down from that substantial to moderate level. But we've got to get some of these lower numbers to show up on their dashboard before that's going to occur. Oh, sorry, it was July.
These numbers, right? These numbers are individuals. They're not percentage.
Correct.
Per 1,000. Per 100,000.
Correct. So this is that first benchmark.
Yes. Okay.
Sorry. I'm going to go back here real quick. So yes, this first benchmark is what that case. So we're looking for 2 consecutive weeks of 100 cases per 100,000. And that chart I was just showing you for the county, that's going to impact this number here, which when you look at our rating, we're substantial in the first benchmark, moderate in the second, and moderate in the third. So as soon as this substantial comes down to moderate, we can apply, we can complete our attestation when we're ready. And that would allow us to get that, I believe it was 25%.
Right.
Oops, sorry. 25% occupancy, as long as we have all of these measures in place.
So tonight we could decide to move forward to 3 when that number shows moderate.
So the city could definitely decide to go to phase 3. And our recreation centers have site-specific plans. And so what we would need to do is update those site-specific openings to match this new Arizona Department of Health Services requirements. So for instance, if we had decided that we were going to open up a facility that didn't have an indoor gym and fitness center, that would be okay, because that's not impacted by the business operation plan or the governor's executive order. That would fall under our reentry plan and our site-specific plans.
Okay. And my only other question, I didn't see that taking temperature in the protocol. Is that not used as much anymore? Or in our individual site, that's not part of the protocol.
No, our protocols for staff ask that staff take their temperature at home before commuting to work. A couple of reasons for that is, one, if they have a temperature, they're discovering it before they enter our building. And secondarily, then we don't have to worry about the HIPAA privacy requirements that go along with taking that temperature in the workplace. One of the things that you will see if you take a look at the Department of Health Services document for indoor gyms and fitness centers, there are some requirements where you do symptom screening. You see that check mark right here. So we will have to comply with that if we're going to open up.
Okay. Thank you so much, Shannon. Very informative.
You're welcome.
I think Ms. McCarthy is next.
Well, thank you, Mayor. Correct me if I'm wrong, but our Flagstaff schools, FUSD, for instance, they're not doing in-classroom classes at this point. Is that correct?
That is my understanding, yes.
So to me, it seems a little strange that we might say, well, it's okay for kids to go do sports together when it's not okay for them to be in class together. Considering, well, you know, sports are outdoors, so that's an advantage, but people are breathing very hard. And of course, I think probably the primary way to transmit the virus is through breathing and coughing and hard, you know. So anyway, they're breathing hard, they're running around. Who knows how close they are to each other. Where in a school, they're not breathing hard. They're mostly sitting or just walking, and it's more conducive to wearing masks. Just a comment.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. And Councilmember McCarthy, to follow up on that, they're very close to each other when playing sports. I really sympathize with all the community that really is tired of this and wants this to be over and wants to go back to life and sports and school. I'm right there with all of you. I miss sports tremendously. I see people playing basketball in my neighborhood at Thorpe, and it makes me so sick because I want to play so bad. And it really makes me want to jump in. But at the same time, I also feel nauseous knowing the risk of COVID and what is the reality today. Deputy City Manager Anderson, a couple questions for you. NAU is opening up as we speak. They're bringing back some 17,000 students for in-person teaching starting on the 31st. Along with other schools and potentially other things opening up, but NAU alone bringing back that large of a population. Do you know? Have you heard leadership talk about that and specifically what we expect to see from that in about a month to 2 months from now?
So I have not heard any analysis as to, with that many people coming back to the community, what they anticipate positive testing might look like or how many more tests. I can tell you that they have opened up a site on NAU campus where they are testing students prior to them moving on to campus in order to catch that prior to them exposing others when they're going into classrooms or they're going into dorms or their apartments there on campus. And if I recall correctly from some information that Heidi Hansen had shared with us, is that if they do test positive, they have some areas in which they then are quarantining those individuals again to prevent that spread. So I think NAU leadership has been attempting to set up the testing sites and communicate to our Flagstaff community members what they're doing to try and prevent that very spike that people are fearful of.
Right. So, I mean, I love that we're heading in a downward trend, and I do feel more or less comfortable moving into phase 3. I don't feel comfortable with sports yet. I just don't think. Oh, can you hear me?
Hey.
Okay, I think I'm still.
Yeah, you're still talking.
Yeah, I also saying, I feel comfortable with us moving into phase 3 of our plan, but at the same time, I don't think I'm ready to say let's go ahead and allow for sports. The sports I've already witnessed here at Thorpe almost every evening now. A lot of times has individuals wearing NAU shirts. I believe maybe that are involved with their soccer team potentially, and it's concerning. Just the amount of contact and close contact and knowing how the virus spreads. So I just wanted to, yeah, I'll leave it there for now, but those are my comments.
Mr.
Mayor,
Odegaard.
one more thing really quick. I just wanted to make another note. I feel like we're just now exiting the first wave of this virus. This has been the first wave, and we're just now getting to the end of it, right as we're getting through our summer and into our fall. And Mayor, correct me if I'm wrong, but that second wave is starting up very much right now and in the weeks to come. And it's going to likely be stronger and worse than the first. And I'm not trying to just, peddle fear here, just trying to be realistic and try to mitigate that second wave as best as we can. And I just think that we all need to take a deep breath and do our best to accept this current reality and know that this year will feel like forever, but we will get through it. And we just need to keep public health and our community's public health at the top of our priorities. Thank you.
Mr. Odegaard.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. And it's probably a question for Ms. Anderson. Where do ice skating rinks fall in the mix of this? Because it's not really outdoors, but it's probably not a gym either. Because that's probably one of the higher amount of emails that we've gotten for the past several months is concerning parents of hockey or players and things like that.
Councilmember Odegaard, I don't know that I have an absolute answer for you. This guidance just came out, and I'm not sure that I fully understand how they are defining that indoor gym or fitness center. Off the cuff, I would not think that ice hockey rinks are included, but I wouldn't want to state that as an absolute until we've looked further into the documents that have been published.
Ms. Sawyers can help with that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. This is Rebecca Sayers, Parks and Recreation Director. Yeah, so we have looked at ice rinks. There's not been any specific guidance or mention in these documents that Shannon is referring to that I have seen, but I can tell you that ice rinks are open for play down in the Phoenix area.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Aslan?
Yeah. For me, it's pretty clear that it's still too soon. It's a little bit premature for us to be opening up. I believe it would result in the reverse of the trend that we're seeing. And I hope you hear the hesitation in my voice. I don't enjoy coming to that conclusion. But I also have other concerns too. And this is pretty awkward, as a father of a brand new high school sophomore. I can't confirm this, but I have heard from my daughter's booster club that there are going to be football games at our high schools this fall. Flagstaff High School specifically is the only thing I can speak to. But they're supposed to have 4 football games this fall with band and all that stuff. And I really want to see my daughter and her bandmates and our athletes have those experiences. I don't think it's time yet for us to open up all of these sports and these fields at the city level. We don't have control over what FUSD is doing. But here I am sitting in this nexus, this very uncomfortable place. And honestly, for me, the data is very important, and I want to be able to say, let's move down through the phases as we continue to have good trending. But we're also, we have, the United States has 50,000 new COVID cases every single day. And it's just really frustrating for me that we're having this conversation already. We're not learning from the mistakes that we made all summer and all spring, which led to the continued closure of our schools and all of our students and children sitting at home learning in front of a screen. We're not learning from these mistakes. I don't think we should be having this conversation yet. The right hand doesn't know what the left hand is doing, and we can only speak to what we're in control of, which is city facilities. And I'm just feeling as caught in the crosshairs as anybody else here, confused and just generally disappointed with our collective lack of willpower to see this through. The nation of New Zealand is shutting down again because they had an outbreak of 22 cases. We have 50,000 cases every day, new cases of COVID. And we're talking about flag football and soccer and indoor hockey. And I don't understand why we're not taking this seriously and why we're not comfortable with our own guidelines and waiting to have this conversation until we see these numbers appropriately drop to where they need to be. I'll just leave it there, I guess, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Well, I'm going to pick it up where you left it, if you don't mind, Mr. Aslan. So I've been trying to figure out how to organize my thoughts for this particular conversation. So I'm hoping that they're going to come out succinctly. So one of the things I was reflecting back on is March 16th, 2020, when I issued a proclamation, emergency proclamation, to close down bars, to take restaurants to pickup and delivery only. And this was before we had any COVID cases. And the idea at that particular time was we didn't have any COVID cases. We were going to try to maintain 0 COVID cases. And we were going to hope that we would close down. We would be really disciplined for a short amount of time, tuck and roll, for lack of a better word. And then we would go on and we have a great summer and our economy would recover. And so now we are August 18th. And I think Mr. Aslan has outlined really what is happening, not only in our state, but pretty much our country. I go back to what Mr. Ingenthaler said when he came to discuss this with council. You know, there was something that he said that I really don't think any of us really maybe took to heart, at least the way I would hope we would have. And that has to do with self-responsibility and self-discipline. And he said that COVID is going to be here a lot longer than it needs to be, as long as we don't do as individuals what it is that we need to do. And so I can tell you, there was this conversation about NAU and what NAU is doing. Right now, next door to me, the students are back and they're having a full-out party. And none of them are wearing masks. I also think that when you talk about testing, it's my understanding that the testing goes to where you're registered. So if you're not registered here as a resident, or your address isn't here, say your address is, I don't know, somewhere in California or Phoenix, and you get tested and you come down positive, well, that test is going to count where you're from, not necessarily where you're living. We have a whole group of people who are now back in our city that do not seem to understand the importance of wearing masks or don't necessarily feel it's necessary. I think it's interesting that we're having this conversation when college sports, I think, canceled. My understanding, they canceled. So my understanding, we're not going to have college sports, but we're here talking about that. Ice rinks in Phoenix, of course they're open. They're for-profit institutions. That's why they're open. They're for-profit. You know, our particular oversight is for public health as a city. It is for protecting the welfare of the individuals that live in our city. That's why we closed our rink. If we were for-profit, we would probably be open and we would be making people sign waivers in case something happened to them. And that's no disrespect to the lady that just spoke. I know that you are a small business here in town, and part of that has to do with that. I want to recognize it. But when we talk about ICE down in Phoenix, that's a completely different world, and that's why they charge what they charge. And whatever we do, I just want to make sure that we're doing it mindful of the safety of our staff, right? and to make sure that whatever we're going to open, however we're going to open, that we're not going to put our staff at unnecessary risk, because we're trying to make sure that we are appeasing everyone. You know, this is hard for all of us. I grew up playing soccer. I grew up playing hockey. I like to go places. We just got an email from someone that's talking about a wedding and wanting to know if she can have 100 people at her wedding. I'm like, I think the governor has been pretty clear about parties of over 50 people. This has been a hard year. And the sad thing is that this year is not even close to being over. We managed to delay our first wave. In some respects, maybe our first wave wasn't as bad as it was supposed to be, but we're looking at another one. And I'm not trying to be that doomsday person, but I think if we want our economy at some point to recover, if we want to make sure our businesses, our small businesses, have a shot at ever reopening, we might need to get a little bit more disciplined than what we are. And so those are just my thoughts about what we're doing. I'm not sure that we got direction. I think staff was looking for direction. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to see if there was an appetite, or if folks thought this was a good idea for us to, you know, at times I want to give up trying to advocate to our governor and to the state to do the right thing. But then I remember that we can't give up. Our community needs us to continue to fight and to speak up, as you've done really well, Mayor, and we've done as a city. But I'm just wondering if maybe it's appropriate that the city issues another letter, or however so, to communicate to the state, hey, listen, there's other places that have done this well. We can learn from their mistakes. We can learn from our mistakes. We don't have to reinvent the wheel, and try to just send off one more letter of support from the city to the state, asking for leadership on this topic. And that, yeah, I guess I'll just echo once more that I think, I do believe, I feel like we can start moving into phase 3, but I'm curious as to what all of you feel about that. Thank you.
I'm gonna go to Ms. Whelan and then Mr. Odegaard.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'm looking at our city's monitoring criteria, downward trajectory over 4 more weeks, demonstrating ability to follow CDC guidelines and healthcare facility. I'm looking at the next slide that says, where are we? We see that our number of cases and deaths have been on a downward trajectory. We see that, so we're given this data. We set criteria, we're giving data, and the data is saying we are meeting the criteria to move into phase 3. I understand the fear, but this is also why they said stick to science, combined with human behavior, to punish a group of 10 kids who are supervised, who are coached, because we've got students that are blatantly choosing, older students blatantly choosing to not go with CDC protocols, that's not our call. I truly don't believe that that is our call. And yeah, I'll say punish. Because what we're doing is now we have monitoring criteria. We've made that all, we've hit all those criteria, and now we're saying, oh, but we're not comfortable. So why did we bother making the criteria? Why phase 2? Why phase 3? Why not just say, we'll decide when we think we'll decide and not have any criteria. So, I'm going to challenge council to really look at the criteria, see that we are meeting the criteria, which means that we will move forward. And in moving forward, we are saying to each organization, to each facility, that within that has additional guidelines and additional monitoring. But that's not what we're saying. We're saying that we know best, even though we set this criteria, even though it's based in science, that we're pulling that away. And so I just challenge that. Thank you.
So I just have to follow up with that. Maybe Ms. Shannon can help, Ms. Anderson. When we put up the slide earlier from this presentation, it seems that we were not meeting all the criteria. Maybe I just have that wrong, but there was the slide and there were the bars, and we were in the medium category. So I just want to make sure that if that is not correct, that we just get that corrected, where we were at with this. I also want to say, Ms. Whelan, you use the word fear and you use the word punish. And I just want to say that is not, I'll speak for myself, not my intention at all. I was trying to provide some reality as to the broader scope of what is going on. I'm not trying to punish 10 kids for other things that other people are doing. Nor am I trying to create unnecessary fear. I'm trying to take a realistic approach as to what is happening in our society. What I see, and I'm just going to again speak for myself, is that at least as mayor of the city of Flagstaff, this has been extremely stressful trying to figure out, how to do the right thing at the right time to protect the largest group of people. And what I see happening is that some people are being disciplined in how they're approaching things and other people are not. I understand the need to want to make sure that we provide our kids what it is that our kids ask for, what it is that our kids need, what it is our kids want to do. And I understand that because I'm a mom myself. I also understand the need to have to say no sometimes. I think that there are some times when we should say no and we don't, and other times when we should say yes and we don't. I look at what's happening when you look at who is paying attention and following and who's not. And so I wonder if we go back to what Mr. Aslan said, if all of us had have taken this extremely serious from March 16th, we might not be having this conversation, and our entire economy, not only in our city and in our state, might not have been turned over on its head. And I look at the fact that we did all of this in hoping to protect, but it doesn't really seem like everyone paid attention to that. And so now what we have is we have a broken economy and people still sick and dying. And maybe that's just okay. And maybe we're okay with that because it's not us. I don't know. But I'm like, I really think if we all had been on the same page at the same time, we might be done with this. And so I just want to be clear with everybody who's listening, not trying to be fear-based, not trying to punish anybody, just trying to say that if we don't figure this out and we all get on the same page at the same time, COVID is going to be around for a much longer time. And if it's, the intention of council to go ahead and open up everything, that's fine. If that's council majority, but then I want to make sure that the people that work for us are not put in harm's way. Because I think that that's also important. I think that we have a responsibility to the people that live in the city, and we have a responsibility to the people that work for us. And so those are two things that I just want to make sure I put out there. You look like you have a follow-up comment, and then we're going to go to Mr. Odegaard, and then we're going to go to Mr. Aslan.
And Mayor, I understand what you're saying. And, if we were in a state where we had support from the governor and we did this consistently, but we don't. And we have mixed messages. And we also represent those parents that are driving down to Phoenix. Would I do that? Absolutely not. But do we have parents doing that so their children can play? So we do represent everyone, but take all of that away. We have set criteria based on scientific data. And we are meeting, even this chart that's up here, we are meeting 2 out of 3. And the only reason that we're probably not meeting the number 1 or the third one is because the data is lagging weeks behind. So, I'm just asking us to look at our commitment, our reentry plan, and either hold to it or just say, we're going to do away with this reentry plan, and we're going to say, okay, when we're comfortable.
And I guess I'm going to follow up with that and say, Ms. Whelan, I'm fine with holding to our reentry plan, but looking at this dashboard, I don't see that we've met the measurements. And I hear you saying, hey, it's because the information is lagging behind. So my question is, if we were going to go from a purely scientific basis and say that we are going to follow the reentry plan, that chart would not look like that. And Mayor, we would not be saying it's because we think the information is lagging behind. That's just me, though.
But this information, even this dashboard, is relatively new. When we look at the results on the other slide that we say number of cases are down, number of hospitalizations, number of those, we meet all those guidelines. This one that's showing, we meet 2 and we meet number 3. We don't meet 1 because information is lagging. But in the other 2, we meet those already with information lagging. So, perhaps if I am terribly wrong, Shannon, you would be willing to say, Jamie, you're terribly wrong.
Mayor, would you like me to answer your question now about the different charts?
Yeah, I just want to make sure that I have an understanding about the charts and whether or not we are meeting what we're supposed to be meeting or not.
Okay, so the charts that we have been using are the ones that I started with. So these are the charts that I've been sending out to City Council each and every week. And they are specifically provided to us by the Coconino County Health and Human Services. Now, the one I have in our presentation is only through August 1st, but since I've created this presentation, they also have data out for August 8th, which we've continued to see a downward trend. It went from 59 to 41. So when we're talking about our city-specific monitoring criteria, we've been looking at this chart for a number of cases, this chart for hospital admissions, and then this chart for the number of COVID-related deaths. Now, as of, I want to say it came out around August 10th, August 11th, the state decided that they would provide a business operations dashboard. So that way they could give guidance to bars and restaurants and gyms as to what it takes for them to reopen. And that's this last chart that we've been looking at, is the state-specific dashboard that's been created over the last few weeks. This really is only specific to our indoor gym and fitness center. Now, certainly we could decide, you know what, it's confusing because now we have this new chart from the state. We certainly could decide we're going to use this as our guide instead of what we have been using from the county. But it is dated. If you look, the most recent number here is July 19th. And when I looked at the state website today, it does include the July 26th date, but again, we're looking at August 8th that was supplied as of last week, and we'll get another new set of charts tomorrow that provide us with another week of data. So although it says it's only lagging 2 weeks, I think it's lagging a little bit more than that, and it could be just because it's a new system and they're still getting it set up. But I think that could be creating some of the confusion here.
Okay, and so really that's really the chart just specifically for gyms. That's really how we should look at it. That's a gym chart.
Yeah, so this would be, the way I was looking at it is this would only be to our site-specific plans for some of our recreation centers. But otherwise, we could continue to look at those county-provided charts at the beginning of the presentation, unless council wants to do something different now that we have this new data set.
Okay, and so what Ms. Whelan is saying is going off of the other charts, we should go ahead and move to number 3 in our reentry plan.
The monitoring criteria is looking positive. So if council would like to consider moving to phase 3, you certainly could do that because we have hit the numbers over the 4 weeks or more that we were looking for, and we are below the 100 threshold. That was discussed during one of previous meetings, was even if we're on a downward trajectory, if we're still in the hundreds, we probably don't want to open up. And so that's not the case. We've got capacity within our hospital, and Health and Human Services here in our county have really been able to do the testing, the contact tracing, and the monitoring that's required. So the part that's a little bit mixed is, have folks been following those CDC guidelines? And so maybe that's something that council would say, we're not quite ready yet because we're not seeing as much adherence to those guidelines as we'd like.
Okay, and so then Ms. Whelan was saying, hey, we meet 2 out of 3. And when you put back the other chart, we meet the other things, but one of them we're not doing too well. And I go back to what I said before. If council is going to go ahead and move forward, which I think it looks like we should move forward to stage 3, I'm concerned to make sure that our city staff is protected, because I think that we're going to be right back having this conversation for many more months because our community is not being disciplined. And we've injected more people in the community that's not being. So I think that what we should do is, if we're going off of the dashboard that we created or the criteria that we created, then we would move to stage 3. I'd like to understand how we're going to protect our the people that work for us to make sure that they're not put in harm's way. And then I will go back to strongly saying that really when it comes to COVID-19, and Ms. Whelan pointed this out, we have really mixed signals, mixed messages from really leadership. It is up to each one of us as individuals to really take care of ourselves and be mindful of ourselves, because our neighbors are not necessarily going to do their part to keep us from getting sick or to keep us from, catching COVID. So we ourselves need to take greater responsibility in protecting ourselves. That's really what I see needs to happen on our own individual parts, because we're not all on the same page when it comes to this at all. I believe we have Mr. Odegaard.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, very much. And yes, as you said earlier, I would not want to be in your shoes for some of the hard decisions that you had to make. They were difficult, a lot of pushback from the community, but every decision you made from way back in the spring or late winter to today have been all good decisions, and they're very well thoughtful. And as you said, protecting the community was first and foremost in your mind. And we did that as a council body. When we had to cancel the parade, there was a lot of people that did not want us to do that, but we knew as a council body that was the right call to make. I do agree with Ms. Whelan that, we have to use some type of criteria as we move through the phases. Otherwise, I think it just gets all personal preference. We have to use some type of guidelines. I know when we were first talking about guidelines and what we were going to look at as far as criteria, I know it was, minimum of 4 weeks and up to 6 weeks. Seems like for some reason I have 4 to 6 weeks in my mind. I don't have the reentry plan in front of me to go back and look at it exactly. But I do want to push back a little bit concerning the community of following the CDC guidelines about wearing face coverings. It's been my experience in where I've been out, people coming in my store, everyone is compliant. And if someone walks into my shop without a mask, that's because they haven't been self-disciplined yet. It's like to wear their mask. I carry my mask around my neck, basically from when I get up in the morning to almost when I can go to bed at night. So just because I won't forget. So me personally, I'm ready to move to phase 3 when we get to the 6-week downward trajectory. If we're still at 6 weeks and we're still on that downward trajectory, I'm ready to move into phase 3. Of course, we're not going to open everything at phase 3. It's a lot of looking at the numbers, like gyms. If we go into phase 3 and gyms haven't met the recommended guidelines, well, we're not going to open gyms. Of course, we're not going to do that. And so me personally, I'm ready to move into phase 3 once we're at the 6-week mark of that continued downward trajectory. And I think our community is doing very well. I know, Mayor, you mentioned, you've seen NU kids that are not, but I've seen NU kids at stores that are wearing facial coverings. And so I'm thinking, there's always going to be somebody that's not, but there should be definitely consequences. And we have your proclamation that everyone needs to wear a facial covering except for certain things, whether it's medical or can't do this distancing that's recommended. So that's my thought. I'm comfortable waiting 1 more week to make sure at that 6-week mark. If I could be wrong, but for some reason I had 4 to 6 weeks in my mind when we were talking about this before we went on break, and move on to phase 3 gradually. Of course, we're not going to open everything, but when things make sense, we're going to do it. And at phase 3, if that's the majority of the council. So that's my thought. Thank you, Mayor.
I think we have Mr. Aslan, followed by Mr. McCarthy, followed by Ms. Salas.
So there's a lot of things that I want to parse through here a little bit. First and foremost, are we?
Mr. Aslan? Mr. Aslan? Mr. Aslan.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Okay, there you go.
I was using earbuds earlier and then turned them off, and I guess system-wide failure there. So I want to work through a couple things here, if I may. The first question I have right now is, are we speculating on how we're going to vote about this next week once we have another week's worth of data? Or are we going to be making a decision tonight to switch phases?
I think we're making the way I understand this is we're making a decision tonight if we are interested in moving forward to phase 3 once we've met the criteria, which it looks like we have met in some respects.
Except that we're not getting the rest of the data tonight. We're speculating on what that data is going to look like.
I would say that, but I'll go back to Ms. Anderson.
So the charts that I provided to you actually go through August 1st, because that's what was available at the time that I created the presentation. Since then, we've received the data for August 8th. which again continues the downward trend. The only thing, and it hasn't gone up, but the COVID-related deaths just remained steady. There were 2 at the end of the week, August 1st, and there are still 2 at the end of week, August 8th. And so tomorrow we'll get another week's worth. So instead of 5 weeks, we actually have 6 weeks. And then as of tomorrow, if the downward trends continue, that will be 7 weeks.
Okay. Well, I just honestly think it would be prudent for us to wait another week before we do this. And here's the most practical reason why I say that. I think there's a pretty strong probability that we're going to see these numbers go back up. The situation has changed. Summer is over. A lot of people are back in town. A lot of behaviors are suddenly changing. And that is just necessary outcome of the influx of students and the influx of our own local students attending school again and doing a different kind of activities than what we were doing all summer. We're in a moment, a window of several weeks where things are highly in flux in terms of our overall behaviors and patterns and routines. And what I would hate to have happen is for us to open up and everybody rush in to go back to life as we knew it, and wanting to start sports here, for example, only for a week or 2 later us to see these numbers spiking again, and then have to shut that down. I think that would be much more of a disruption for our athletes and for our students than just holding steady for a few more weeks while we get even more clarity on what the data is showing us. So I'm very concerned about that. If the data continues going down, I'm as eager to open as anybody, and I want to honor the metrics that we've agreed to. One thing that I will say, though, and I think this is important to consider, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but when we originally came up with these guidelines and these metrics, that was before the spike we saw. Shannon, I don't know if you can go back to any of those graphs, but every single one of them shows an incredible uptick. I mean, there's a couple of them, right? That's a great graph, Shannon. Thank you. So for Flagstaff, weekly COVID cases by region, I mean, we went up from 41 to 208. And correct me if I'm wrong, but did we come up with these guidelines before that spike?
Yes.
So when we agreed as a council body that we were going to reopen and start phasing into new phases, we were agreeing to look at a downward trend over X amount of time when our cases were 1/3 as bad as they suddenly shot up to being. We're only just now getting to the place where we were originally having this conversation and saying we need to wait another 4 or 5 weeks of seeing a downward trend from this spot. And I just want to bear that in mind. I think that clears up some of the confusion that maybe Council Member Whelan was representing on why we're not honoring the data. I think we were missing some key components to our definitions of our thresholds back then. And when I'm thinking about this now, I'm thinking about the shifting baseline. We've come down far, but we've still got a long way to go before we hit the marks that we were hoping that we'd be hitting when we originally made these decisions. And I am just in summary, I'm also very concerned that we're gonna give everybody the green light to enter phase 3 and have to put on the brakes immediately. And I also worry about our complicity as a city in that data spike that I believe is probable. And right now we're not culpable for that because we're doing the right thing. But the second that we flip the switch and that spike happens, we're complicit in that spike having occurred. I think another couple weeks of prudent waiting and watching is the safer and the more cautionary course, and it's going to be better for the community in the end.
So Councilmember Aslan, to be more specific, we adopted the monitoring criteria on June 2nd. So that would have been right about here. So it was when we were going between the 66 and it looks like 54 cases.
Thank you. So we're as of the 1st of August, we're right back in that situation. And when we were in that situation, we had decided as a group that we wanted to wait for several weeks of downward trend before giving a thumbs up. And I think I've reiterated my comments a couple different ways. I tend to try to repeat myself when I don't feel that I'm personally being articulate enough, but I think you get the gist of my comments, and I'll leave it alone. Thank you.
Going with Mr. McCarthy, followed by Ms. Salas.
Well, thank you. As I said before, when we were considering the criteria, I wasn't convinced that they were really good. And I pointed out back then something that Mr. Aslan just pointed out now. Even though we've been on a downward trend for a month or so, we're still at a higher level than we were back when we talked about it. So I'm not convinced the criteria is really all-inclusive or good. And then the next point I'd like to make is, well, things are getting better. The numbers are going down. Why are they going down? Because essentially everyone where I go has been wearing a mask, and there have not been any sports, and there has not been any school where, students are in a classroom together. So that's why the reasons are going down. If we change any of that, the numbers could go up again. With a flux of NAU students coming in, and I've seen this too, they seem to be pretty sloppy about wearing masks, and they're more interested in partying than they are in wearing masks. So what's all that boil down to? I think we need to stay where we are, which is phase 2. And I think we need to wait another month before we make any decisions, because if the trend goes down for 2 weeks in a row, notice that we're still really high, and a lot of things are changing, like the NAU students. So the bottom line is, I do not support changing to a new phase. I think we should stay with phase 2 for at least another month.
Ms. Salas?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have a follow-up question with staff, and I think Shannon may have Ms. Anderson may have a slide on this. When it comes to our reentry and the protocols that we have in place to protect our staff, our Team Flagstaff. Do we have that available, Ms. Shannon, Ms. Anderson?
Yes, do you want me to share it?
Yes, please.
Okay, I'm going to stop sharing this and get into that document. Just 1 moment. Okay, I'm going to scroll down to the employee protocols. They're here. It's a couple of pages. Was there something specific you were wanting to ask about, and I can take us to that part of the protocol?
No, if you could, if you could quickly summarize it, just to highlight what what Team Flagstaff has in place to protect our staff, in preparation to phase 3, because that's that's to answer the mayor's concern about protecting staff.
Sure. So again, we're trying to limit common areas and shared devices during the first 3 phases, just because it's hard to keep some of those commonly used items clean. Social distancing, again, making sure that folks are staying that 6 feet or further away. And if they need to cough or sneeze, that they're doing so appropriately. Wearing masks, which is now part of our ordinance, but this was something that was in place for staff prior to that. It also, there's a handout included that talks about how do they put on and off the masks, so that way, any contaminants on their hand or what have you may not be impacting that. We've got the wearing of eye protection or face shields, depending on the type of meetings that the employees are having. Wearing gloves, especially if they're going to be handling money or other objects that are going to be shared. We touched on this earlier. We're asking employees to check their temperature before they come to work, so that way they're doing their self-assessment before they're entering our building. Hand washing, again, we reiterated the sneezing or coughing, and again, disinfecting areas, so that, if there are staplers in a common area or a copy machine, that they're keeping those items clean in between use, so we're not spreading germs in that way.
And so I want to say thank you, Ms. Salas, for having Ms. Anderson go through that. That's not my issue when it comes to staff, though.
Yeah, I have a follow-up question, Ms. Anderson. You pointed out earlier that working remotely will still be a priority. So staff still has the option to work from home. They will not be forced to show up at the workplace.
Oops. So in phase 3, that is actually on a division by division basis. So that way, if the employee does not have to be in the workplace, that they can continue working remotely. The goal is to ensure that you don't have too many employees coming back into the workplace at once, just because we want to be sure that we're social distancing, that we're keeping areas clean, and it's easier to do that when you don't have as many employees using the same location.
Okay.
I certainly could show that, the full phase 3 of that document, if you would like, because it's in the same. Would
yes,
that be helpful?
Yes,
okay.
Please.
Okay. So this is the beginning of phase 3. And again, this is where it talks about emphasis being placed upon continued working from home. So I'll pull that paragraph up so you can read it.
Well, thank you so much, Ms. Anderson. That's very helpful. So, first things first, we wanna protect our team Flagstaff in every decision we make. Having said that, and having seen the numbers, I would support a decision slowly getting into phase 3 of the reentry program. Maybe looking at opening the fields, but not the indoor facilities yet. And we'll see it, and we'll assess the situation on a week-by-week basis as data comes in. Thank you.
We're going to go to the Vice Mayor.
Okay, Mayor, I think Councilmember Whelan was ahead of me, but
she's actually decided to take herself out the queue.
Okay, great. I just want to make a couple comments I haven't made already, and then call it a night on this topic. I'm really glad that we're back in session, that we're able to talk about these things and work through these things. I think that a lot of people want to see us move forward, and I think that we should move forward into phase 3. But like Councilmember Salas said, very delicately and carefully. And I just wanted to make a note that I really hope that we can keep this agenda item on our agendas every week. I know that towards the end of our last session, it was occurring every other week. And so, City Manager, if there's and Stacy, if there's a way that we can make sure that there's a placeholder for this conversation weekly, I'd really appreciate that. And I see City Manager piping in. Mayor, do we want to let him speak really quick, or should I finish?
We'll let you finish, then we'll go to the
Okay.
City Manager.
And I wanted to go back just to Councilmember Whalen's comments about data, and just remembering that Dr. Englandfeller told us that you don't just look at the data, you look at the trends, you look at what's happening on the ground and what's happening in the community. And as many council members have referenced, things are like what's changed, what's different. And if it wasn't for NAU and schools and whatnot, I think I would be very much more willing to say, yes, we're on a good track. We can be doing things differently. But I honestly think if we change nothing, in a month from now, we're going to see a major spike in our community and be going backwards, regardless of what we do today. So because of schools opening up and in-person teaching. And so my comment is it'd be great, I think, if we made another educational video through maybe all the council members like we did last time. Maybe it's time we do another one of those, telling folks, hey, here's where we're at. Good job, everyone. But moving forward, we gotta keep him, just have some good messaging and an update for the community in regards to COVID and what's happening here in Flagstaff. And then lastly, Deputy City Manager Anderson, can you just talk a little bit more in detail about Parks and Rec staff and also the library staff in phase 3?
So phase 3, are you meeting the safety protocols? They would be same for all staff.
Okay.
Or are you talking, they do have site-specific plans that are at the end of the document that show how they're going to stage their opening. So they'll be limiting how many patrons can come into the building. For instance, the library, when they first open, if I recall correctly, are doing 45-minute increments. And so a group of individuals can come in for 45 minutes, they'll do their thorough cleaning, and then the next group would come in. In recreation, again, looking at limiting not only how many are in the facility, but also spacing out the equipment or the other items that individuals may be using in order to keep that social distance, even in the indoor facilities. Those are just some of the examples.
Yeah, and I think as Dr. Engenthaler told us, there's a way to move forward, and we can move forward, but it needs to be done the right way. And so I do feel comfortable with our plans. I do think we're in the calm before the storm period with NAU's upcoming year. But I think that we can move forward, but very much grounded and rooted. And I'll stop talking. Thank you so much.
Mr. Clifton. Mr. Clifton?
Thank you, Council. Thank you, Mayor. I was having a hard time getting my microphone on. I don't know that we have clear direction. I want to make that comment. I'm going to summarize what I've heard thus far in an effort to enable you to bring closure to this if you're ready. I don't want to truncate the conversation. Clearly, Councilmember Aslan said it's too soon for phase 3, and that would mean it's too soon for the sports. I have gathered there's consensus that it's too early for the sports by a majority of the council. But on phase 3, that's the first comment. The Vice Mayor indicated phase 3, but very carefully. I believe our site plans do give us that level of care. They are tailored to the library, the sports facilities, and so forth. Obviously, we talked about the gyms not being ready to be open yet because of separate criteria from the governor's office. So I'm not clear from the vice mayor if he's advocating to move into phase 3. Mayor, it didn't sound like you were in favor of that. Ms. Whelan is.
No, I was in favor. I said that I was fine with us moving to phase 3. I think we're going to be back here with this same conversation in about 2 weeks. And I think then we'll be ready to really listen as a community as to what we need to do to address COVID. I said, though, I'm worried about staff as we go through the next 2 weeks, and very specifically Parks and Recreation staff, who's cleaning bathrooms, who's wiping down stuff, whether or not they have enough PPE. Because the fact of the matter is that while some staff can be at home and work from home, Parks and Recreation staff really can't do that. So I want to make sure that they're taken care of, because I think that in the next 2 weeks, when you look at all of the data, there's going to be an issue.
Very good. If I may suggest, Mayor, I think it might be good just to have a tally of votes as to whether we should go to phase 3. And again, I'm not trying to rush the discussion. We are glad to bring this back to council if there's a reservation about taking action tonight. I did want to comment on the vice mayor's suggestion that we include this as a weekly item. I would advocate that we do what we did before back in June and May, that we have this as a regular item during the regular business meetings. I fear, and it's not a fear of workload or anything like that, it's a fear of managing busy agendas going forward. If we were to do this each and every week, I mean, we're having a pretty protracted discussion tonight. I just think it's going to consume an awful lot of time. As important as it is, I would advocate that we do it during every regular meeting, so it's an every 2 week update. Thank you.
There was 5 for 3. There was Whelan, Salas, the Vice Mayor, Odegaard, and myself. Now, the Vice Mayor and myself had some extra additional comments to it. Then we had Mr. Aslan and McCarthy were like, we need to stay at 2.
Okay, so we have a go-ahead, it sounds like, Mayor, to enter into phase 3 of the reentry plan.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Aslan, I'm going to give you the final comment, then we're going to move on.
Well, I deeply appreciate that privilege, Mayor. I'll try to be clear and brief. I think downgrading to phase 3 at this time would be a mistake. We're not out of the woods yet, and opening up sends the wrong message to our community. I think there's a good chance we'll be back here soon, going back up to phase 4, and that will sow massive confusion and resentment. And if there's a spike already baked into the cake that's going to reveal itself by the end of August, then council will own that. I think it's much more intelligent to just wait until September when we have a little bit more clarity in the data and make a decision then.
So we're going to go ahead and move to item number 15. This is information.
Mayor, this is Sterling. I'm sorry to interrupt. I didn't hear the tally. I know that it was on the chat, but I want to make sure that was verbalized. And I know you commented on it, but I didn't hear for sure what the tally was.
Okay, so I think Mr. Aslan just was very clear. He was a no. Mr. McCarthy, yes or no?
I'm clearly a no.
Mr. Odegaard?
Yes, but cautiously. Thank you.
Ms. Whelan?
Yes, but cautiously.
Oh, Jesus. Yes, but cautiously. What the fuck does that mean?
Who said that?
Please mute whoever is.
But who said that? So I'm going to address that in just a minute. Ms. Salas?
On to phase 3, proceed with caution.
Who did I miss? Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, also, but cautiously. And I hope everyone on this call is understanding where council's coming from. And I apologize, my call dropped for a second. City Manager, did you say that we should have this conversation every other week?
Madam Mayor, would you like me to respond?
Yes, please.
I apologize.
Vice Mayor, and it's very respectful. I'm just advocating that we have an update during regular council meetings. I think that was the protocol we were doing back in June. And my only basis for suggesting that is one of time management, because we're going to have busy agendas. Thank you.
Okay.
So I just want to follow up to whoever just said that comment online. Your video was not on, so we don't know who said it. But I just want to let you know that I feel that that was extremely rude and disrespectful. You know, this is a topic that council has been struggling at for a while. This is not an easy conversation. It's not an easy discussion. And I think it was blatantly disrespectful what you just did. I think you should own up to it, and I think you ought to apologize for it, but I think that you're not going to do that. I would ask the city manager and city staff to figure out who said that. I think that when you sat here and listened to council go almost 2 hours back and forth about trying to figure out how we meet the needs of everybody in this community, and to say that, that was just absolutely that was absolutely disrespectful. And so we're going to go ahead and move on to the next item.
Madam Mayor,
I believe we need to vote on that because we're now at 9:30. City Manager?
Yes, yes, on both accounts. We have direction from council, I believe, of a vote because we're at 9:30. And I just want to echo your comments. I think council just wrestled with perhaps what might be one of the most important discussions that have occurred over the past year. No easy discussion. I am sorry that there was a disrespectful comment shared. We will try to find out who that was. It was very inappropriate. We are all grateful for council's thoughtful discussion on this. Thank you.
Can we have a vote to continue the meeting as is, the agenda as is?
Mayor, it would require a motion first. Somebody just needs to make a motion.
This is Charlie, so move.
Who's the second on that?
Second.
There's been a motion made by Mr. Odegaard and a second by the Vice Mayor to continue our agenda as written. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any opposed? That motion carries. Thank you. We're now down to item number 15. This is informational items and reports from council staff and future agenda item requests. We're going to start with our Vice Mayor tonight.
Okay. Hey. So just let me get my notes out. Where'd it go? Let's see. I apologize. Okay, here it goes. So just a couple things in closing. The county put out an ordinance recently in regards to supporting the continuation of the 20-year protection of the San Francisco peaks, and I was hoping that maybe we might be able to do something similar. So I've been working with Sterling, trying to figure out how to navigate those waters. I just wanted to mention that to this group, that's a conversation I'm working on. I also want to mention that I've spoken with the mayor and our city attorney on the topic about a possible executive session regarding legal advice on general jurisdictional parameters between the city of Flagstaff and NAU. And so that I'll keep you all updated on that. I wanted to give a shout out to Deb and the Southside Association with all the community partners that have been working to bring forward that plan. And I believe that is it's really good to hear everybody's voices. You know, that was a very challenging first meeting, but I just want to say I'm really proud of this group. I'm really proud of all the city staff and everyone in our community. And we will get through this. You know, I think we all just need to take some deep breaths, and we will get through this, but it will take a lot of patience and a lot of challenging conversations as we've already had. So thank you, Mayor, to you and to the rest of the council and to leadership for your great work over the break. And I'm really looking forward to this upcoming year.
Mr. Aslan.
Okay. I didn't know I was going to be next. But I do have a fair item request, I think. If there's another way to address this, I'm perfectly fine with that. But I did want to bring this up. And this has been on and off my mind for a long while, getting different scenarios out in my head. And then I realized I was like, council, and maybe we could have a conversation about it out loud in a bigger sphere. So trick-or-treating in Flagstaff is a very popular activity. I'm quite fond of it myself. Last year, I walked around the neighborhood as the dude on a hoverboard. It's a very popular activity in our neighborhood. And I'm guessing our established virus guidelines will obviously rule the day in a vacuum. But we may want to come up with some specific protocols for Halloween night, or at least some specific recommendations that the city is putting out. And not to squelch the door-to-door activities, but quite the opposite, to ensure and encourage that neighborhoods and trick-or-treaters are engaging in concert in an agreed-upon way that keeps everyone out and having fun, but socially distant and safe. Or providing alternatives that keep Halloween fun without confusing the matter too much. Obviously, over the past couple of hours, we have seen how confusing and difficult approaching this can be. But it's not too early, I think, for us to come up with a plan as a city that we can promote and disperse to give our residents a safe way to trick-or-treat or a safe alternative to trick-or-treating.
Okay. Mr. McCarthy?
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to say it's good to be back and meeting with everybody again. I enjoyed my break, but I'm definitely glad to be back. I don't have anything specific. No new fair requests tonight. Thank you.
Mr. Odegaard.
Yeah, I just wanted to echo that comment. Thank you to everybody for a very long and serious conversation as leaders that oversee this community. And so I just really want to thank everybody for the very thoughtful and very caring comments. So I appreciate it and looking forward to next week.
Ms. Salas.
Great to see your voices, and hear your faces. That was a joke. And I have nothing tonight. I presented my report on the liaison to different commissions earlier. I am thankful and humbled to be part of this council. Take care, everyone.
Ms. Whelan.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. It's good, tough discussions, and I appreciate all of you and all of the staff for your help. So I'm requesting a fair item, and this is about the retail space on the bottom floor of student housing developments. And if they can be used for capital A affordable housing. So what I'm asking in my fair item is to look at changing the zoning code to allow for the commercial mixed use in these developments to be converted to permanent capital A affordable housing. I believe that this, once looking into it, would be a way to make a permanent commitment to affordable housing in the spaces. I know in our tour, we did discuss that retail space be changed into residential. And I believe that the owners of those buildings were agreeable in that. But if we do make this permanent commitment, it should benefit low-income households or under 50% AMI. So if we could check into that, I would appreciate it. Next thing I have is just a request that on our staff reports, we're getting the actual account numbers that where the monies are coming from. I would ask that we just get the general, are they coming from general funds, or are they coming from another area rather than the number itself? And that's it for tonight. So I thank you all. It was a good night.
Mr. Clifton, do you have anything else for us? I think you covered everything pretty well.
Yeah, I want to thank all of council for a thoughtful discussion. You're wrestling with big issues. We at staff are greatly appreciative of that fact, and thank you for your leadership and your guidance.
Well, council, we have come to the first of our meeting back from break. Our first meeting back from break is what I'm trying to say. It has been a very interesting meeting. It's been a long meeting, and I think we covered a lot of great topics. Very happy to be back here with council and with staff. Looking forward to this session as we move into it, and we will see each other next Tuesday. This meeting is adjourned.
Thank you, Mayor.